wishes divine. I'll empty your mind, 'cause you want me to. I'm so twisted, you're addicted. I feel your pain, 'cause you want me to. I'm so good for you. I'm so bad for you. I'm so good for you. I'm so bad for you. I'm so bad for you. I'm so bad for you. 'Cause I can't give you everything you want. Make you feel I'm so good for you. Love being bad for you. 'Cause I can't give everything you desire. So close the doors, let me in, let me taste the darkness in you. No one serves me like you. You ask me to slay you, to burn you, to haunt you, so you feel. So do you feel me now? I'm so good for you. I'm so bad for you. I'm so good for you. I'm so bad for you. I'm so bad for you. I'm so bad for you. 'Cause I can't give you everything you want. Make you feel I'm so good for you. Love being bad for you. 'Cause I can't give cruel fate for love to fall apart. It's a switch blade drawn across my heart, and I don't wanna think what I'm thinking. And I don't wanna fall, but I'm falling. Deep, deep, deep in the dark. Deep, deep, deep in the dark. Fires keep burning. Desires keep turning black. It's not over till I say so. It's not over till I'm ready to let it go. Go till I'm ready to let it go. Go till I'm ready to let it. I lie low, but in truth, I'm biding my time. Gonna mark what I choose, gonna sharpen my tongue. And I want to be free, but I need you. And I'm not gonna beg, so I tell you. It's not over till I say so. It's not over till I'm ready to let it go. Till I'm ready to let it go. Till I'm ready to let it go.
I'll challenge you, I'll challenge him, I'll challenge everyone, I am a king. I'll challenge statuses, I'll challenge me. Step to my game, you got no time to sleep. I run in the wind, I run in the snow. Outwork them all, best expect me to blow. I've tasted the low, I've tasted the high. Best I ever did was to not give it time, I just stayed on my grind. What you gonna do when they come for you? We just go hard. What you gonna do when you lose out? You just go hard. What you gonna do when they come for you? You just go hard. What you gonna do when you fall down? You just go hard. 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 I challenge you, I challenge him, I challenge everyone, I am a king. I challenge statuses, I challenge me. Step to my game, you got no time to sleep. I run in the wind, I run in the snow. Outwork them all, best expect me to blow. I've tasted the low, I've tasted the high. Best I ever did was to not give it time, I just stayed on my grind. Standing in a crowded room, but it feels so empty. I'm haunted by my thoughts of you, and it's killing me, killing me. I'm trying hard to see the light, but the dark knows me by name. I shout your name into the night, 'cause every day I wanna be with you. I wanna be with you. I tell my soul just to be with you. I tell my soul just to be with you. I tell my soul just to be with you. I tell my soul just to be with you. And I know it's all my fault. I feel the guilt and the shame. Tried to make a deal with the devil, but he just turned me away. So what can I do to get back to you? I run through the fire and bathe in the brimstone. Visions of your face, it keeps me away. I have no peace, this pain won't leave me alone. No, I'm trying hard to see the light, but the dark knows me by name. I shout your name into the night, 'cause every day I wanna be with you. I wanna be with you. I tell my soul just to be with you. I tell my soul just to be with you. I tell my soul just to be with you. I tell my soul just to be with you. What I'm doing, getting right to it. The money is talking, I'm flowing, it's coming in just how I drew it. Yeah, you know what it is. Hey, we doing it big. Look up, there is no limit, no, we cannot settle for this. Yeah, can't stop, nah, won't stop. Yeah, it's been on live. You don't believe it, just watch. I had to deal with the cards dealt, hey, when no one's helped. When it's time for action, headlines and captions. Just imagine all of the hours that I put in running and gunning the passion. All of them clap, big applause, wish I could pause all their reactions. Ooh, we know I never had a losing streak. I know you see what adrenaline's doing to me. I've been kicking game Bruce Lee. You ain't in the game too weak. Make them feel the pain too deep. Tell them get out the kitchen, you can't take the heat. Hey, what I'm doing, getting right to it. The money is talking, I'm flowing, it's coming in just how I drew it. Yeah, can't stop, nah, won't stop. Yeah, it's been on live. You don't believe it, just watch. Yeah, you know what it is. Hey, we doing it big. Look up, there
tryna perfect my moves. Early bird gets the worm, I don't got time to snooze. I'm not in the fray, but every year I still pay my dues. Do it for Mama Dukes. Wanna get a house with a pool and an amazing view, so she could watch her son do what he wanna do. Cause lately I've been ballin' like an alley-oop.
We ain't in the same league, not even the same game. Going all in, I'm just tryna maintain. Y'all don't want me to win, I can see it on your face. I can see it on your face. We ain't in the same league, not even the same game. Going all in, I'm just tryna maintain. Y'all don't want me to win, I can see it on your face. I can see it on your face. I can see it on your face.
You say you're looking, keep looking for it, but you can't find it. Can't find another one to get around with. You try and try, but never find someone who's right. Keep looking for it, but you can't find it. Can't find another one to get around with. You try and try, never find another me. What is missing when you've been? Tell me something I can hear. Body screaming. You won't admit that you want me close. I know your needs, you know I know. When you're with me, you feel it the most on the low, low, low. You say you're looking, keep looking for it, but you can't find it. Can't find another one to get around with. You try and try, but never find someone who's right. Keep looking for it, but you can't find it. Can't find another one to get around with. You try and try, never find another me.
I just wanna lay here. Don't know what I'm waiting for. Don't know what I'm aiming for. I've just gotta feel it. Late night, yeah, my head be spinning around. Yeah, I was once lost, but baby, you got me feeling found. It's time to show me how it's done. This is the go up. Come on, it's time to have some fun. Yeah, that's right. We're gonna break it down. We giving big love. We're gonna show 'em how it's done. That's right. We're gonna show 'em. I've got to keep fighting. Strike hard, I'm like lightning. It's my life, I rewrite it. Yeah, I'm gonna show ya. Late night, yeah, my head be spinning around. Yeah, I was once lost, but baby, you got me feeling found. It's time to show 'em how it's done. This is the go time to show 'em how it's done. This is the glow up. Strike hard, I'm like lightning. It's time to have some fun. Yeah, it's my life. That's right. And I've got to keep fighting. We're giving big love. We're gonna show 'em how it's done. That's right. Come on. This is our time and we're gonna show 'em.
Do you feel what the eyes can't see? You hear it calling way down deep. Trust your heart, it'll keep you true. This world expects so much from you. From the dark out into the light, it'll come in the middle of the night. You were raised in the sacred place. Evil runs when it sees your face. Throne calls your name, you know it's your time. Good will stand and the shadows will hide. 1,000 souls to stand at your side. Take your people into the light. They won't take you alive. Stand here and fight. You must follow me, my friend. Stay together, we can make it home again. Take a look at this place once more. The people, the home that you're fighting for. Throne calls your name, you know it's your time. Good will stand and the shadows will hide. 1,000 souls to stand at your side. Take your people into the light. They won't take you alive. Stand here and every step will test your soul. You will walk out pure and whole, stronger than the day before. Tomorrow you'll fight for more.
So don't you tell me about love is so bad. Nothing okay.
Luscious, divine, I'll empty your mind, 'cause you want me to. I'm so twisted, you're addicted. I feel your pain, 'cause you want me to. I'm so good for you. I'm so bad for you. I'm so good for you. I'm so bad for you. I'm so bad for you. I'm so bad for you. 'Cause I can't give you everything you want. Make you feel I'm so good for you. Love being bad for you. 'Cause I can't give everything you desire. So close the doors, let me in, let me taste the darkness in you. No one serves me like you. You ask me to slay you, to burn you, to haunt you, so you feel. So do you feel me now? I'm so good for you. I'm so bad for you. I'm so good for you. I'm so bad for you. I'm so bad for you. I'm so bad for you. 'Cause I can't give you everything you want. Make you feel I'm so good for you. Love being bad for you. 'Cause I can't give be a let this be a warning. It's a cruel fate for love to fall apart. It's a switch blade drawn across my heart, and I don't wanna think what I'm thinking. And I don't wanna fall, but I'm falling. Deep, deep, deep in the dark. Deep, deep, deep in the dark. Fires keep burning. Desires keep turning black. It's not over till I say so. It's not over till I'm ready to let it go. Go. Till I'm ready to let it go. Go. Till I'm ready to let it. I lie low, but in truth, I'm biding my time. Gonna mark what I choose, gonna sharpen my tongue. And I want to be free, but I need you. And I'm not gonna beg, so I tell you. It's not over till I say so. It's not over till I'm ready to let it go. Till I'm ready to let it go. Till I'm ready to let it go.
I'll challenge you, I'll challenge him, I'll challenge everyone, I am a king. I'll challenge statuses, I challenge me. Step to my game, you got no time to sleep. I run in the wind, I run in the snow. Outwork them all, best expect me to blow. I've tasted the low, I've tasted the high. Best I ever did was to not give it time, I just stayed on my grind. What you gonna do when they come for you? We just go hard. What you gonna do when you lose out? You just go hard. What you gonna do when they come for you? We just go hard. What you gonna do when you fall down? You just go hard. Go hard. Go hard.
standing in a crowded room, but it feels so empty. I'm haunted by my thoughts of you, and it's killing me, killing me. I'm trying hard to see the light, but the dark knows me by name. I shout your name into the night, 'cause every day I wanna be with you. I wanna be with you. I tell my soul just to be with you. I tell my soul just to be with you. I tell my soul just to be with you. I tell my soul just to be with you. And I know it's all my fault. I feel the guilt and the shame. Tried to make a deal with the devil, but he just turned me away. So what can I do to get back to you? I run through the fire and bathe in the brimstone. Visions of your face, it keeps me away. I have no peace, this pain won't leave me alone. No, I'm trying hard to see the light, but the dark knows me by name. I shout your name into the night, 'cause every day I wanna be with you. I wanna be with you. I tell my soul just to be with you. I tell my soul just to be with you. I tell my soul just to be with you. I tell my soul just to be with you.
What I'm doing, ay, getting right to it. Yeah, the money is talking, I'm flowing, it's coming in just how I do it. Yeah, you know what it is. Ay, we doing it big. Look up, there is no limit, no, we cannot settle for this. Yeah, can't stop, nah, won't stop. Yeah, it's been on live. You don't believe it, just watch. I had to deal with the cards dealt, ay, when no one's help. When it's time for action, headlines and captions. Just imagine all of the hours that I put in running and gunning the passion. All of them clap, big applause. Wish I could pause all their reactions. Ooh, we know I never had a losing streak. I know you see what adrenaline's doing to me. I've been kicking game Bruce Lee. You ain't in the game too weak. Make them feel the pain too deep. Tell them get out the kitchen, you can't take the heat. Ay, what I'm doing, ay, getting right to it. Yeah, the money is talking, I'm flowing, it's coming in just how I do it. Yeah, can't stop, nah, won't stop. Yeah, it's been on live. You don't believe it, just watch. Yeah, you know what it is. Ay, we doing it big. Look up, there's
tryna perfect my moves. Early bird gets the worm, I don't got time to snooze. I'm not in the fray, but every year I still pay my dues. Do it for mama dues. Wanna get a house with a pool and an amazing view, so she could watch her son do what he wanna do. Cause lately I've been ballin' like an alley-oop.
We ain't in the same league, not even the same game. Going all in, I'm just tryna maintain. Y'all don't want me to win, I can see it on your face. I can see it on your face. We ain't in the same league, not even the same game. Going all in, I'm just tryna maintain. Y'all don't want me to win, I can see it on your face. I can see it on your face. I can see it on your face.
You say you're looking, keep looking for it, but you can't find it. Can't find another one to get around with. You try and try, but never find someone who's fine. Keep looking for it, but you can't find it. Can't find another one to get around with. You try and try, never find another me. Try and try, never find. Try and try, never find. What is missing when you've been? Tell me something I can hear. Body screaming. You won't admit that you want me close. I know you need, you know I know. When you're with me, you feel it the most on the low, low, low. You say you're looking, keep looking for it, but you can't find it. Can't find another one to get around with. You try and try, never find someone who's fine. Keep looking for it, but you can't find it. Can't find another one to get around with. You try and try, never find another me.
I just wanna lay here. Don't know what I'm waiting for. Don't know what I'm aiming for. I've just gotta feel it. Late night, yeah, my head be spinning around. Yeah, I was once lost, but baby, you got me feeling found. It's time to show 'em how it's done. This is the glow up. Come on, it's time to have some fun. Yeah, that's right. We're gonna break it down. We giving big love. We're gonna show 'em how it's done. That's right. We're gonna show 'em. I've got to keep fighting. Strike hard, I'm like lightning. It's my life, I rewrite it. Yeah, I'm gonna show ya. Late night, yeah, my head be spinning around. Yeah, I was once lost, but baby, you got me feeling found. It's time to show 'em how it's done. This is the goal.
好想吃花雕鸡面哦，可是还在加班。
阿嬷，
加班也能来碗酒香补一补哦。
就是这味道。
这碗花雕鸡面帮你补身又补心，
好满足哦。
还有麻油鸡面，赶走你疲累的寒意。要不要再来碗花雕酸菜牛肉面？暖心酒香的丰盛美味，台酒酒香经典系列。
这不就是我们以前常吃的三杯鸡啊？现在好想吃哦。
笑脸嘞，要不要来碗三杯鸡风味干面？来，跟回味一拜。
就是这味道。
这碗浓郁咸香的酱，搭着葱花，再加上 Q 弹弹的面条，再淋上招牌米酒，吼吼。
这真是记忆中的美味啊！重现记忆中的街边美味，台酒面摊系列。
难得皇上莅迎蒙古，臣等备好贡品向皇上进献。
好想吃哦！
特此献上，此为酒香蒙古锅牛肉面，
就是这味道。浓郁的汤头为牛臀骨风味，还有孜然香，淋上五加皮料理酒，更有层次。这真是宫廷御膳顶级享受。
台酒御膳堂酒香蒙古锅牛肉面。
I'm trying to perfect my moves. Early bird gets the worm, I don't got time to snooze. I'm not in the fray, but every year I still pay my dues. Do it for mama dues. Wanna get a house with a pool and an amazing view, so she can watch her son do what he wanna do. Cause lately I've been ballin' like an alley-oop.
We ain't in the same league, not even the same game. Going all in, I'm just trying to maintain. I don't want me to win, I can see it on your face. I can see it on your face. We ain't in the same league, not even the same game. Going all in, I'm just trying to maintain. I don't want me to win, I can see it on your face. I can see it on your face. I can see it on your face.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're back for the PCS playoffs here for our penultimate series between both CFO and Beyond. Of course, brought to you by Riot Games, Carry Live, and our sponsors, Changhua Telecom and TTL Brand Noodles, who, of course, have some new flavors released. The Szechuan Spicy Beef Noodles and Red Wine Stewed Beefs are newly launched, and you can find both Western and Chinese flavors available on their official website. Now, I am your host, of course, Veshian, and alongside me, it is once again Shock.
Yeah, we're here for our, as you mentioned, the second to last series here in the PCS 4 split number 2 and for the year. And this one, it's a really big one because not only does the winner, of course, go to the grand final, but they also qualify for Worlds, which I think for a lot of people might even be as important, if not more so, than the final themselves. So this is going to be a super good match, I think. And we talked about it a bit yesterday at the very end of the broadcast, kind of thinking about a Beyond 3-1, but I could see CFO taking the series. I think there is a universe.
Yeah, absolutely. I think CFO have been ramping up throughout the series, obviously through the playoffs. I mean, and I mean, coming from the lower bracket and now you are in that lower bracket final means you've won every single game, a lot of which have been convincing.
Yeah.
Yesterday, not so convincing, but still good enough there that I think there is a world of which they can take the series over Beyond, because ultimately Beyond did look a little bit weaker when going up against PSG, and if they look similar here today, I do, again, as you said, see a world where CFO can win. But I think a lot will come down to the drafting, and ultimately it feels like yesterday's wins that CFO found were kind of similar in how PSG were finding wins, where it came down to team fighting and the team fight execution. And I mean, Maple touched on it in his interview after the BYG series, that it felt like the series came down to whichever team had the better team fight comp ends up taking it. And so I think that's probably something that we're going to see again today. As we take a look at the playoff brackets, of course, all the games have been concluded except for our last two. It is BYG versus CFO for that final world spot and the place up against PSG in our finals. And I mean, coming into it, Beyond have played a lot of series already. Coming from that third spot, they've played through the upper bracket, fall down to PSG, and this is going to be the fourth playoff series we see them in. Similarly, though, it is the same for CFO. So both of these teams should have a fairly good read on what both teams really want.
For sure. And you mentioned that you think draft is a big factor, and something you also brought up I really liked yesterday is that it feels like Frank is that mini Beyond, right? They kind of play a similar style, especially in the mid-jungle, and then almost relying on Eminem to carry the late game in the same way that Betty might. So I think that is really interesting, and I don't think that CFO go into this being underprepared. At the same time, you know, their games yesterday, they weren't the cleanest, and I think that Beyond is a team that will punish you for that. Perhaps not as hard as the likes of PSG, but they'll be there.
They absolutely will. And I think it's exciting now because Shun, in my sort of, how I've seen, he's really leveled up as a player, I think. He played the best, I think, throughout the duration of the regular split. And now in playoffs, I mean, I haven't, except for one Kaiser game, really seen him underperform. And that's really promising when you're going up against the likes of Betty. Of course, on your screen there, once again, that is where you find tickets for our grand finals, which will be held in 2 weeks' time over in Taiwan at the Heping basketball gymnasium. And if you want them, that link on your screen is how to buy them. Now, Beyond on your screen here, really does feel like they leveled down a little bit against PSG, but I don't expect that to be the case here. They've had a day to prepare. They got to watch the series yesterday. And I think Betty, ultimately, if he's playing how you expect him to play, probably feels like he is just going to be the best sort of player on the Rift, and you can really rely on this guy to carry. But again, CFO should understand how to play draft against Beyond, because it feels like you just play the draft exactly how you played the draft against Frank, and you should feel pretty confident.
Yeah, I think so as well. There are some pretty clear win conditions for both teams, and I don't think either team is as well-rounded as the likes of PSG, right? It feels like there are champion pool holes here and there, and there are also, issues with their play styles. Now, once again, it is Beyond picking the blue side. Blue side won every single game yesterday. It was a clean 5-0 for the blue side, and we've talked about it a lot of how much of that is actually up to the side, and I would say not a whole lot of it. Honestly, it feels like a lot of the time that teams just opt into bad drafts almost. Obviously not on purpose, but probably just not recognizing what is valuable in the playoffs and also just what is valuable to their teams themselves. But by now, I think with the series these teams have gone through, they should have a pretty good idea of their own strengths and weaknesses, which I think is oftentimes as important as knowing what the enemy team's about.
Yep, absolutely. And I mean, coming into this and just the straight laning, what are you kind of looking for? Are you expecting maybe Rest, now that he looks a lot stronger than he previously did, going to be able to extend a lead over Lakai and be a real X factor when it comes to carrying? Or do you expect maybe not to see really anything like that and just have calm laning phase and then just go into these team fights, and that's going to be where the game blows open?
Hard to say, right? Like, when you look at these two teams, I don't think you're expecting a calm, stable laning phase to come out, but I think the question mark is just where it comes from, right? You mentioned Rest into Lakai. He has that red side last pick and could look to use it, but I think also there are just several top lane champions that can be blinded, and they're hard to counter, right? You see things like the Renekton and the Gragas get picked up, and a lot of the time the answers are just scaling counter picks, and you don't really, I guess, feel the pressure of it for a pretty long time. But it is CFO on your screen here, and they've got their work cut out for them today. I think they feel like they don't have a really consistent, I guess, play style, right? They feel a bit all over the place, but I think one thing that has stayed with them the whole time is just, like you said, Shun carrying those team fights as the game goes on. And they're also a team that likes to play a lot of Engage, which does play pretty well into the PCS, all things considered.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm kind of excited to see if Jimmy gets his ear as well, because we haven't seen him on his ear all that much here in the summer, but definitely his game one yesterday on the Azir looked pretty phenomenal and really was an X factor when it came to getting the team across the line. Obviously, honorable mention really in that game to Gemini on the Maokai. It's something as well that maybe Beyond would like to look to take away. We'll have to see though, because, I mean, Gemini in the playoffs, he's looked very good on pretty much any tank that he's decided to play. The likes of the Poppy, Maokai, or Sejuani. And Beyond is a team that have banned Sejuani and Maokai very, very consistently. Just banning it every single game pretty much here in the playoffs. And I expect that to be something that carries through. But are they going to look to ban the Poppy alongside it? I think that is really my question mark when it comes to the draft, because if they do ban the Poppy, then that will leave the Azir open. And 1116 doesn't strike me as much of an Azir player. He definitely does prefer to be on the likes of the Annie, of the Nico, and even the LeBlanc, which I do hope we don't see, but it is something that he picks quite often. And it also does play around what Kongyue likes to play. He likes to play the Poppy, he likes to play the Viego. Kha'Zix even played a few games of that so far in the playoffs.
Definitely have seen a couple interesting picks. I wonder if Azir does just get banned away, because, like, I don't know, you don't expect 116 to pick it up, as you said, but also, I think he does have decent picks into it. Stuff like the Annie Nico can contest early and be stronger in those fights, but two junglers here.
Very different players.
Yeah, very, very different. Kongyue, a man who, he's all about the carry junglers, and Gemini, he plays more for the team. I think it's pretty hard to say, honestly, which is the better player, because the styles are just so different that it's so hard to compare them, really. And
you can sort of see that reflected in the stats too, where the gold difference at 15 is much better for Kongyue. In fact, he's first in pretty much all the stats that he needs to be first in. But that is because he is the jungler in the league that does play the Kazakhs. He does play the Viego. And the Gragas on your screen there, of course, too. He likes to be on these early game junglers that find themselves advantages. They can look for invades and be successful that way. Whereas Gemini is oftentimes just happy to sit back, and then oftentimes you'll see him hover bot lane for a minute just to make sure his bot lane's safe when the wave state is not in a favorable position. And I think it does play well into CFO and how they like to play. And of course it does the same for Beyond on the opposite side. Now heading into draft, Nico, Viego banned by CFO. Already liking that. Of course the other side, banning out the Sejuani, Azir, and Renekton. So Maokai remains open. It can be something Kongyue looks to take away. He's played a lot of Maokai, but notably pretty much only playing the AP Maokai.
Yeah. Feels like homework has definitely been done here for the teams. Kai'Sa does get banned, so this makes it so you have a choice really between Xayah or Maokai. There's also Jace.
Yeah.
So that could be something we look for as well, and maybe that'll be the one.
Now, Jace obviously a very strong first pick here, but we'll see what the answer is, because it feels like Xayah probably going to get locked in. It feels like Maokai probably going to get locked in. Maybe BYG are going to go really hard onto denying the AD mid matchup and take away the likes of a Tristana and put it for Betty in the bottom lane, but hasn't really been a way for them to succeed. We've seen them try that before. Didn't look all that great. Gragas, the current hover, could also be Jimmy and taking that in the mid lane.
Looks like they will pick up the Xayah, which I think makes a lot of sense and probably will force Betty onto the Zeri, denying Maokai from Jace. Also a given, so they do lock it in. I think you could definitely see that coming. Now, what do you pick here? Because I think, you know, taking the Zeri could be the play, because it's pretty likely that it does get banned out if you drop here, and I think you do want Betty on something comfort. I like the Rel Zeri. Alternatively, you know, if Lakai plays the Rumble, it can pair pretty well. Would you pick it this early? Probably not. Not when an Udyr can come out.
That's right. Now, what will be the pick here? It does feel like Zeri is the obvious one, and notably, I think a lot of teams like to have this Rel as a flex, but for the side of BYG, doesn't really feel like it's a flex. It does just feel like Kiraz is going to be playing the Rel. Aphelios was the choice. Obviously, yesterday, Eminem played a lot of Aphelios and looked really good on it, but was not able to win, and that was against CFO. So CFO should know pretty well how to play around the Aphelios and try and find ways to not let it succeed. Jack's the current hover here. Gonna swap over to the Cassante. Obviously, Rest played a bit of Cassante yesterday, and honestly, he does look good at the champ. Cassante into 2 bans. Feels like they're going to have to ban something like the Gwen immediately. Strikes
maybe just the Gwen Jax.
Yeah, Gwen Jax, Gwen Aatrox. I mean, maybe they feel okay with the Cassante Jax matchup.
Yeah, we'll see what they go for. Is there anything else they can ban? Maybe you ban away some supports or jungles to try force the Rel to go somewhere, but it never feels that valuable. Yeah,
Gragas could be a good ban. Yeah, okay.
Yeah, I like it.
Now, I think you should still ban the Gwen next. I don't think... Because that just solves so many problems for BYG. They get AP in the top side. It does well into the Cassante. Does well into the Maokai as well. So it does feel like Gwen should be an obvious ban next. But we'll see. Maybe they've got something else prepared and ready for the Gwen. Could even, in theory, be Cassante mid. Not likely, but into the Jace does feel possible.
I wonder if, as well, there is potential for Kongyue to pick up an AP jungler, because you're pretty certain that he's not playing the Rel, and he's been very willing to pick up things like the Lilia.
Yeah.
And I feel like it does decently up against this composition, so something, of course, that can be thought about. CFO, I think the Gwen ban does make the most sense. They ban away the Poppy, so I think trying to just limit options for Kongyue.
Maybe they are just holding this Cassante as a threat. A flex even, sorry. Because it does feel like if Gwen's locked in, maybe you do just give it to Jimmian. And while that doesn't feel like you're playing into CFO's strengths, it does kind of offer the counter. I mean, Jax is still open, so it does feel like as long as you pick support here and hold the Cassante as a flex, you can maybe force out a Gwen from Lakai, pick the Jax into it, and then have a really good time for yourself. Or
maybe they just take it away right now. This would be really interesting. Okay, so they take away the Jax from Lakai, and I think that for me, Jimmian on Cassante doesn't strike me as a win condition. But I think on paper, the draft is really, really solid. Now, Cassante is not a super easy champ to play, but, I mean, if you're good at him, it's very, very strong. We saw Chovy picking up a lot of the Cassante over in the LCK.
Yeah.
So I do like the CFO draft. Question marks for me, I guess, around how well Jimmian does on the picks. I think he is much better at those control mages, but it looks like it will be Kongyue Perhaps going onto that rel.
Going to be forced to. I just noticed this is such a good draft by CFO because they've banned the Gragas, which means Kongyue can't get that at the jungle. And then they've picked the Jax, which means the Gragas is also an answer for the top counter pick. And now Gwen being locked here feels horrific because you can never really find headway into a Jax. Pretty much all of your damage comes from being able to find auto attacks and using your Q, but Jax obviously with Counter-Strike can trade very easily into you. And now Fiora will be the lock-in, so damage is entirely AD here, and you are going up against what is a Maokai, almost certainly will be tank, a Cassante, a Jax, and a Leona. So, I mean, there is no real tank. I mean, obviously the Rel can build tank items, but it doesn't feel all that great. And now, need I mention, we have just seen a Chelsea Blitzcrank lock-in.
Wow. This game, it's going to be a hype one for game number 1 here. Who do you think comes out on top? Because CFO. I think, yeah, on paper, it does feel to me like CFO have got the stronger end of that.
I think they've got like an Exodia draft here because they've almost forced a full AD team comp to come through against them.
Especially with the Cassante as well.
And Maokai. I mean, there's just so much tankiness that can come through here for CFO.
I think Maokai might just go AP.
I think he'll go Demonic into tank.
Yeah.
I don't think you need...
down for
there's
that.
not enough tankiness to really need a full AP champion. Not to mention, I mean, Jax will end up getting his Zhonya's, and that offers, you know, he does a fair amount of magic damage himself. Yeah, I think CFO have put on a bit of a drafting masterclass here in game number 1.
Smart draft for game number 1, and I think that if you're beyond, I don't think you expect that coming out unless Jimmy has been playing the Cassante and scrims. Obviously, he hasn't played it all split long, and also not the type of champion that he likes to play. So very, very different. And I think if you can get a win on red side, that's really, really important because obviously whenever you lose, you'll get to choose your side. But if you can win in the game that you didn't select your side, that's really big if the series does go the distance.
Yeah, it means you'll have, if it goes 5, you'll have more side selections for yourself. You'll get to decide maybe the game-winning sort of side selection if you lose game number 4. So, and honestly, I think CFO, when you look at the sort of rosters, it doesn't feel like CFO are weaker as a team, honestly. And I do think they have got the better draft in this game. So, I mean, maybe it's going to be really up to Betty to get to his 3 items so he can get some armor pen to be able to do the damage. Because if not, it does feel like maybe it's up to Fiora on the side lane, but won't be able to find all that much headway into Jax. It is very much a skill matchup, and I'm sure Rest feels pretty comfortable into it. As we obviously now heading into our first game of our lower bracket finals. Winner of this series goes up against PSG in our grand finals in 2 weeks' time, but almost more importantly, will book their tickets over to South Korea for the World Finals.
That is pretty crazy to think about that after all this. CFO and beyond, one of these teams isn't going to go. And there's a lot of players you'd like to see there. Now, will we see any level 1s coming out? So far, there's been no wards dropped in the opposing jungles.
To take it all in, by the way, this is the 7th seed going into playoffs up against the 3rd seed for the grand final spot. And at least game number 1 with draft does feel like the 7th seed is favored to win. But we'll see. Obviously very execution heavy, and 116 in the mid lane, admittedly, can find a lot of sort of free farm and get himself quite ahead of the Cassante.
I agree. And I think while CFO are very, very tanky, as far as AD champs that deal with tanks go, I feel like Beyonds are fairly good.
Yeah.
By like the Jace can get the Cyrildas. Of course, Aphelios has no trouble with DPS and Fiora with a bunch of true damage. So I don't think it's going to be the biggest deal in the world, but I think especially earlier on in the game when armor can come through relatively easy and there aren't those pen items, especially, you know, if you're the Jace and you're building lethality, that can be really, really tough.
Absolutely.
And we've seen so many times it be, you know, the first or second fight that ends up not deciding the game, but putting it in such a spot that as long as they play it well, it does just end up being closed out. And it's something that CFO have struggled with, you know, getting ahead and then being unable to close it. Now, if you can get ahead with a comp that is both easy to play like this and just have, you know, all the tanks on it, it feels like the road to victory is pretty clear.
Plus, they do have the Maokai, so they always have that.
That's true.
If they are ahead, press the Nature's Grass button and take down a tower. Obviously, Nature's Grass is not the highest cooldown in the world. And I think importantly too, a lot of the games are just decided so early because of the dragons, and I think the side of CFO, the first dragon will come up before Dirk really should be completed by the Jace. Most times, of course. Not always, but in general. And I think that is a real timing that CFO should look to punish. Try and get themselves that first dragon. Get themselves snowballing towards it. Because ultimately, by the time third dragon spawn, if you've got an early first dragon, there's still no pin items. It's basically 2 items would have been through by then. And there's not really any way that these champions can afford to just go second item, pin item.
No. They'll be unable to.
I think it's also important to note that while Fiora obviously does have true damage, it's not... She's not very good in team fights,
Yeah,
especially when you've
without
taken
Ghost.
Flash.
Yeah.
Yeah. And so even though then you do have a way to punish the tanks as Fiora, your champion just doesn't succeed in team fights that well, especially compared to a Jax. And so you might make headway in the top side or in the bottom side, whichever lane you're split pushing. If it comes down to just a 5v5 team fight, CFO's team composition feels superior to me in that regard too.
Could be. Top lane seems to be going decently for Lakai early on, though. Has himself about a wave up already, which is very, very nice as Gemini gets the scuttle, and he could look mid. Oh, does that ward spot him?
Oh, it doesn't look like it. Oh, maybe it does.
I think it might have on the very edge. Yeah, they're backpinging it, so it must have just barely shown him. A nice respect from Lakai. Should keep him safe as Gemini completes that recall, but the way he's pushing back to him, and he doesn't know if he's gone home just yet. Early game, though, relatively quiet. Feels like a blitz hook lands, though, and that could be the... Ooh.
Here's misses his. Connects onto a minion. And I think, we haven't talked about it much, but keeping an eye on Chelsea's Blitzcrank. If anyone in chat did miss it, he had one of the most phenomenal Blitzcrank games I think I've ever witnessed. I think in their very first game of the season. Up against
it was quite
Halpix.
the opening statement.
Yeah, it definitely was. And he's played it once afterwards, which was against Beyond. They lost the game, but it was very close as Gemini's made his way down bot, and it looks like Kerez might not be long for this world, is getting very low, and Shun does pick himself up first blood on the Xayah.
Wonder how this went down. It looks like Gemini flashed forward. Whether that was after a hook or not, we'll see in a replay, I'm sure. But Kerez also wastes a flash on the way out, and first blood being picked up by Shun, the guy who's been so consistent when it comes to team fights, and on a champ that is very hard to punish as well. I think you're super happy with that start as CFO. I bet he should be able to grab all these. Kongyue, he's nowhere near bot right now, so just going to be that 1v1. Let's see. Feels like this... Okay, so Hook actually missed, which I think let Kerez go forward and then just got flash W'd, I'm guessing. Oh.
Oh, no.
It does happen. I'm surprised he tried to flash out because I think especially without the hook cooldown up yet, there is just no way you're getting out. And having that flash cooldown means you can be, of course, reganked. Lowers your potential of making aggressive plays as well. Now in bot river is Beyond. They've got 2 pings, so it's pretty hard for the side of CFO to walk in just yet, but they're not in a rush. And Chimian reveals himself, autoing that down. Kongyue still, he's around. They are going to realize now as he has to back off.
Yeah, a lot of vision denial though. Taking out 3 wards here, our CFO, and that feels pretty good, of course. It frees up the Blitzcrank a little bit for the time being. BF Sword completed here from Betty. Rest! Almost solo killing out Lakai. Lakai going to have to flash away, and Rest maintaining both of his summoners. It wasn't ult for ult trade, but certainly going in favor of the Jax in this instance.
Not how you wanted that top lane to start whatsoever.
No, it was just Rest got a free recall off at some stage and came back and heavily punished Lakai. Now, admittedly, he was able to get back. He's picked himself up a Candle Gen and a Sheen, so trade should go a little bit better for him now, but losing Flash is a very important cooldown to have just randomly lost.
So CFO, currently they don't have priority in mid or bot, but I think if it comes to a straight skirmish, they are fairly favored right now, especially without a Dirk on that Jace for more damage. Bot wave does crash. Where will Beyond look with this? Looks like for now they might just back off. Not going to go into that river. This Kongyue, he's halfway to 6. So if he can get that, or it'll be big. And CFO, there's no flash on the Blitzcrank. They're going to look.
Shun does have flash. He dodges out. He's going to get stunned up, but here comes the Nature's Grasp. Cleanse used, and Kongwei is going to get stunned up here, and so much damage to come out to Betty. He's very low, and Gemini goes forward with that twisted advance, picks up the kill. Kongwei flashes over, but it's too late. The auto attack comes through from Shun, picks himself up a second kill of the game, and now Kira's the target. Gemini going to be able to root him up. He's now going into the waiting arms of Jimian. This is going to be a kill over to the Cassante, 2-0 Zaya, and we're only 8 minutes in.
What a fantastic start for CFO. They now have winning mid bot, and it looks like top is going very well for Lakai, or for Rest as well. And that fight there, I think Beyond, they got so aggressive when they really had no right doing. Shun did, well, a lot of damage with the E. Oh, actually, we're getting a mid lane replay. Was this a solo kill?
Did he? I think there wasn't a kill, but was there? No, okay.
No, okay, got his flash. Okay, he's come back to bot, and I think grouped up here to try and avoid the Malkail.
Oh.
Betty somehow got rooted by Malkail, even though I think he was behind Kongwei. So must have got caught there just ever so slightly, and it makes a pretty big difference because he's just taken out almost instantly. And then able to, you know, this was a clean 3 for 0. It wasn't even close. Another kill goes over to Shun, and you're already pretty worried about Beyond in game number 1.
Absolutely. I don't know if you noticed in there, but that's why you take Bickies. Chelsea getting enough mana to use his knockup.
He's got the Moby boots. That's my boy.
Anyone that plays solo queue knows that once a hook champion gets Moby boots, it's way easier to land the hook. Not sure why. It's just a placebo effect, and it always happens. Lakai being flashed on, obviously does not have flash from before, and now Rest going to pick himself up a kill. It's traded though, Rift Herald was picked up from Beyond. And Betty deploying out now to this top side. All the while though, Shun is getting a lot of gold for himself down in the bottom lane. Lakai's going to have to teleport there, but he's still dead for another 10 seconds, so there's a potential for another wave and even possibly another plate. In fact, almost certainly, plate's going to get picked up. The wave should get picked up as well, and now you've got what was already a very strong Zaya is even more accelerated now. They're going to trade it for some gold on the top side, but Hook lands onto the Rift Shield.
Wait, can they get it?
Are they going to kill it? Oh my god! Oh.
So close.
Gemini had smite.
Yeah.
He did. He could have just smited that one. I think they thought they had it anyway. Oh, wow. Lakai has teleported to the tower and lost the majority of his health.
Well, a little bit of gold traded back in the top side, but it's definitely not enough to even up this game for now. And I think Shun as well, it got so much more gold than Betty did with how this worked out. And that's huge because I think both the AD carries are the ones who need to carry this game for their side. And I want to see the player gold difference between the two ADs right now because it feels like Shun is miles ahead.
Yep. Radiant Virtue completed now for Gemini on the Maokai, having a very good game for himself, of course. Iceborne Gauntlet, very close to being completed from Jimian. And I think the one item power spikes here for CFO, they are just so much stronger. Because again, you're going up against full AD as a bunch of tanks, plus a Zaya and Jax. I mean, that's one thing we didn't mention as well, is that while Jax isn't necessarily a full tank, going up against AD champions, he is probably one of the, if not the best bruiser to have.
Yeah, pretty much. It does feel really hard, I think, for Beyond. And where are you looking to get back in this game? I mean, I think you're just trying to stall it out and get, you know, your pen items. I think 3 items has to be it, right? The Cyrildas, the LDR. And obviously Fiora, if she can have a strong enough split push win condition by there. But it's not looking likely because Lakai's falling pretty far behind, and what you would say, obviously the kill picked up was off a jungle gank, but had already been forced to flash out in the 1v1, had been losing plates individually as well.
Yeah, now the saving grace is this is the first dragon. It's coming out 11 minutes in. Betty, though, he's going to get stunned up, going to have to use that cleanse, but Kerez doesn't have that luxury as Shun's going to secure himself a 3rd kill. Very disrespectful. You realize the dragon's gone down. Staying so far up in your lane just means your imminent demise. Betty being looked here at the tower, but Kongwei is going to be here to protect him, make sure he picks up this CS. Can't afford to lose any more of it. Looks like Lakai winning out on the trade there in the top side.
Saving grace here for Beyond is that Betty did not go down, but he did lose his cleanse and is still forced away from the wave. So it feels like CFO, you know, another kill onto Shun, getting everything they want. As shall see, he's around mid. He has a lot of tempo, the ability to use it with all that movement speed he has. Lakai's starting to get a bit more aggressive in the top side. Rest still has TP though, so he shouldn't be too worried. Obviously these plates did go down from that Rift Herald. Dustblade is completed for 1116, and I think that's not the spike it normally is, just because of how much armor will be coming in very, very early. I mean, you look at the Iceborne on the Cassante already, and you're thinking, okay, if he just blocks the QEs, there's not much the Jace is going to do.
Yeah, absolutely not. I'm excited to see really, Divine Sunder as well, picked up by Rest. That's a big spike for him, especially in that 1v1. It is matched, so I feel like at this stage, it really still, despite like a slight edge, it is really only the boots and Dawn Shield that is ahead here for Rest. It still comes down very much to who plays better in the 1v1. I think Fiora and Jax, possibly one of the lanes with the most skill expression, as Nature's Grasp will come out again. It's going to connect. Oh. The hook will land onto Benny, and he's taken out. Shun is on a rampage. He's 4-0-2 on Xayah. And Betty tries to flash away from the Nature's Grasp and just gets hooked by Shao C.
Shao C with the flash predict. That was so, so nice. That's why we were so hyped about his Blitzcrank. Man, I want to see that again. I even saw on Betty's player cam. He was laughing because he knows how ridiculous that was. But just look how far ahead Shun is now. This is a tower that I think will go all the way down before plates are even off. And that means, you know, just so much gold has been picked up here. And Shun, he hasn't recalled in a while either. So we'll have to see what he ends up picking up.
I'm excited to see how much gold this guy has. Oh, Rest pretty low. Kongyue in the area.
Oh.
Blast Cone used. Rest is going to have to take this 1v1 against Kongyue. Admittedly doing a lot of damage. Kyrus is in the area. Rest, not long for this world, you feel like. He's going to pop the ult. He's going to have that counter-strike. He's still looking for the turnaround kill, but he's going to get stunned up, and that's going to be a kill back for Lakai in that 1v1. Obviously, a lot of help coming through, but big kill. That means the split push win condition possibly going to come online, but is it too late?
Potentially. We'll take another look at this bot gang. This is the second time that Gemini just starts off with the Maokai ult from so far away, and it ends up still being able to catch him. And I thought here that Xiaoxi would go for the hook onto the Nort, but he just goes for the flash predict onto Betty, and he finds it. Just, he's an insane Blitzcrank.
He has CFO coaching staff, of course, very, very happy, as you would be.
Yeah.
Shun, the best AD carry in the league here, 4-0-2.
He's
almost at Navori.
Exactly. He's almost at 2 items before the second dragon is even up, and they've already secured the first one. Everything coming up CFO right now in 1116. He's got the flash, but if he doesn't leave soon, he's a goner.
There is a Nature's Grasp. Rest trying to push them anyway, but maybe it's not even needed. Goes under the tower. 116 not going to be able to flash out. That is Rest picking himself up a second kill.
The CFO hit squad, they're just running around the map, finding people time and time again, and this Blitzcrank Maokai duo is just, I mean, they're spoon-feeding kills to the carries right now. Take a look at Gemini. He's 100% KP here, 107, and Xiaoxi is just one behind.
Yeah, insane. I think so well played thus far. I think the 1 KP that Xiaoxi hasn't found was on the top side onto Kongyue at one stage.
Onto Lakai, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And now, well, it's going to be Bramblevest coming through. Kind of curious that Gemini didn't opt for the steel plates, but I guess it kind of makes sense because at this stage you are just so strong that getting your ult up more and more means you are just going to push the issue faster. So I kind of understand it from that point of view. Maybe later on, if the game does extend, you can just swap over to the plated steel caps. But it looks like Thornmail will be the third item here.
I think there's something to be said for the flash cooldown as well, because I think if you can just flash on one of Jace or Aphelios, it makes their life really, really tough.
Yeah.
2 items here now for Shun, and he's got a Herald as well. So they're going to really try and push the pace of this game.
Dragon spawned, and no one really on that side of the map, so maybe CFO not really thinking of it as much of a win con. Now, admittedly, it's the Mountain Dragon, which I feel like they should just take for the bonus armor.
Yeah, it'd be a nice pickup.
Pings are going that way. Shun has his Navori. This dragon isn't going to stay alive for very much time at all. Do you see? Obviously, CFO taking that objective for themselves. Baron as well in 3 more minutes, and with how far ahead CFO are and how tanky their team is, it does feel like they can just start it and maybe force Lakai away from a side and just win a 5v5.
Yeah. I mean, you can see there, Maokai, he has 157 armor already, and the Cassante must be even higher. So those 2 beefy boys, they're not going down anytime soon. And I'm not even sure where you look for your win condition this game. It almost feels like it has to be from Fiora, because I think Betty and 1116 are basically out of the game at this point.
It even feels like it. Now, LDR is going to come through second here for Betty, and I think he had to.
Yeah.
I think Betty, traditionally on the Aphelios, likes to go for the Kraken Slayer into whatever mythic. I mean, you can go IE, you can go Gale Force, but this game, realizing that they have picked entirely physical damage, is going to be forced to go LDR second, and thus Gale Force first. Makes his life a little bit safer, but he does a little bit less damage, of course. And now, Nature's Grass going to come out. They're going to look for actually the first charge of the Herald. It's going to land there onto that inner turret. Roots up a bunch of the BYG members, but no tower will be found just yet. Teleport coming through here. They're looking to claim themselves a tower, but this seems really desperate.
Yeah, they are going to get it, but the gold is shared, and you had to invest a TP for it. So it definitely doesn't come for free, and the question is, does anything get traded on the other side of the map? I'm expecting not. Shun wasn't base, so they did find a nice little window there beyond to trade something back. But it doesn't really feel like enough. I think you do need kills, and if you can get the Xayah shutdown, that would probably be the way, but it just feels so hard to deal with a Xayah that's this fed, right?
Yeah.
She's really hard to kill, has the flash cleanse, and I think that, you know, if you reverse the scores right now, there would be potential to kill Betty's Aphelios, just because it's a champ that he's still hard to kill, don't get me wrong, but he's more vulnerable than a Xayah, right? Xayah's just the safest AD carry by far.
I'm not even sure I've seen Shun use flash this game, by the way. I actually don't think I have, which is a concern, because he's now 4-0-2. He feels completely unpressured. He's almost at 3 items. And, I mean, there's no one that's going to do legitimate threat of damage to him reliably. I mean, Jace, probably the only one that can maybe look for the kill, but even then you might just need the Mirror Mana first. And if you ever go into that hammer form, probably you're just going to be met by a Featherstorm and go down yourself.
It's very, very possible.
And I think one thing that's... Wow, okay, hold up. Rest is just taking it to Lakai. Going to pop that grand challenge to get himself away. Flash will be matched, and looks like Rest having a pretty good time for himself down here in the isolated 1-for-1. Now, what I was going to say is that teleport from 116 to pick up the tower, like, while you do get a little bit of gold for yourself, it now means you won't have teleport for the Baron. And CFO are just so far ahead that as soon as it spawns, I almost expect they just start it up straight away. And if they ever BYG come to try and fight it, it'll just be turned and they'll go down.
For sure. A lot of topside control here for CFO. I wonder if they do just look at it right now. Yeah, there's pings onto it. I think they can just do it.
It's only 20 minutes, but Shun has the items of about a 30-minute AD carry, so
yeah,
it does feel like this will just be taken out. As well as Gemini's not going to really take much damage for it. As you see, it is started up here, and it is going down very, very quickly. It's spotted out, and so BYG...
It's just gone.
Yeah, no, they're not even going to get here in time. 3,000 health. Nature's Grass comes out. It's picked up. Now they're going to look onto Kongyue. He's going to go dismount, but that loses a lot of movement speed. Hook will connect. It's point blank range, of course. And now a 5th kill comes through onto Shun Xayah. As Baron's picked up, they're all full HP, so resets don't really need to come through. And they are just going to charge down this mid lane. Betty will not be able to defend. Chelsea, he's popping it.
He wants more.
Oh, he secured the CS.
It did connect. Black Cleaver here now for Rest, so CFO, they're going to keep sieging, and there's no wave clear to speak of. It really is just the Jace, and I'm not even sure if you can walk up as the Jace.
Kiriz hooks Chelsea and immediately flashes away.
Jace forced to flash.
Yep, Jace flashing away from that rocket grab as Betty and the troops are going forward. Lakai in the waiting arms, but Jimian buffering that W will block out any stun coming through from Kiriz and his hook. It's going to be Jimian being looked at. Gemini does go down immediately, but Rest is here on the flank. He's going to find an angle. Shun, he's going forward. Jimian picks himself up. 1 kill, and Chelsea lands a hook over the wall. It's 116 who picks up the shot down there from long range. Jimian, though, trying to take down this Jace. Chelsea will confirm the knock-up. Flash away, so he does not go down. All things said and done, it's going to be a 2-for-4. But importantly, a shutdown does go through. It's picked up by 116, and it's also CFO that cannot push any further.
Shutdown is nice, I think. Delaying the Baron play is even nicer for the side of Beyond, but something you still worry about is that Shun, after that fight, he picks up the BT, so now feels like even more unkillable than before, and the Jace, despite being stronger, is still really going to struggle. And I want to see this again, because I think Shun might have misused his flash.
He didn't even ult, so...
So Hook, it did come out early. And Chelsea, he almost gets the turnaround hook here onto the Jace. Nice flash away. And I think Beyond, they're really desperate. They know that they need to find some sort of pick, some sort of fight, because they're not going to win if this game keeps going like this. Now, Chelsea, or Shun, I think he just flashed Eid. I'm not even sure, but it felt pretty unnecessary, honestly. I see what he was going for, right? But I think, honestly, when you're this far ahead, if you just save it, you shouldn't be in any trouble. Probably could have gotten the ult off somewhere in here and would have been fine.
Yeah, absolutely could have.
It did end up going down, and while it is gold over to Beyond, I still feel like it's so firmly in CFO's control that there shouldn't be a way back in. But if there is, I mean, maybe one more team fight while Shun doesn't have sums could be what you're looking for. He doesn't have a stopwatch either, so he is vulnerable. Of course, though, he does have the ult.
And does have Bloodthirster, as you touched on. And now, there is still 20 seconds of this Baron. It's available on Chelsea as well as Jimmy. And they're headed towards this bot lane tower. Nature's Grasp available too. So you do feel like Gemini, if need be, can just drop that ult and secure themselves yet another tower. All things said and done, it's still a 4,000 Baron power play despite the 1k gold given over to 1116. So you definitely feel pretty good about that as CFO. They also picked up the third dragon in the wild. Now Nature's Grasp coming out. Teleport as well, so that minion will not be taken out. Kongwei going to use that Magnet Storm. Hook lands onto him as Shun wailing there onto this. Ral going to take him out. Gemini is traded back though, and the teleport behind for Lakai. He does not have flash available, does have his ult, but ultimately CFO turning around to look at him means that he is going to scurry away.
Can they keep sieging though? I think they can. Obviously the Baron buff has expired, but what's really left here for Beyond? They're going to try to keep up the inhib for now, and Lakai, he's got a flank, but I mean, this is the least useful Fiora, at least for now.
Hook lands on 116. Shun's going to take that one. Chelsea actually going to take that one, but a lot of damage. Immediate burst, 116. Wow, the flash predict from Rest. He got called washed by Nash, but he certainly is not after finding that stun onto Betty. It's going to be another kill. Rest picking that one up there onto Kirez. As they're kiting back, obviously low health bars are coming through, as well as the respawn timers. Does allow for Kongwei to come back up. One inhib taken, mid inhib being looked at now. Shun remaining at full HP. Chelsea remaining to be on the offensive. Knock up lands there from that. Natofo strikes there. They're going forward. It's going to be at least some damage through onto Jimmy, and Rest going to have to leap strike away. Australians should confirm that they are able to disengage, get back, get resets with the two inhibs being taken out. The hook actually lands on a Kongwei. Gets a bit too far ahead of himself, and Chelsea is an absolute menace on the Blitzcrank.
He's having a demonic game here. He's just finding, Kongwei especially, time and time again, found 116's Jace that fight. And I think if you can shut down, if you can take out that Jace from the fight super early, there really is no other damage to speak of. As Betty, he's still working towards his items.
Look at Jimmy's items.
Yeah. That's a good build.
It is.
The best build.
What does he do next? Randomins, I suppose?
Yeah, I don't see any reason not to.
Maybe Frozen Heart. There is a lot of auto attack
do.
speed. I mean, we'll see. We might not even see, actually.
Look, as long as you're building armor at this point, I think it's fine.
Yeah, Baron spawning now in 50 seconds. It will be just vision, clearing out the vision that Kirez just placed. We'll take a look at the replay. I think this all starts off with Kongwei's Magnet Storm, and then Hook onto 1116.
Yeah. And just having this Maokai ult to zone off every time feels so good. Kongwei, he's really not having a great game for himself, taken out pretty much immediately here. And Beyond's carries, they try to get forward to salvage something off it, but Chelsea eventually somehow threads the needle, and so much damage coming in there from the pullback. Had them pretty low to siege on wave number 2. And Betty, admirable, I think, to try and walk up, but honestly has to play so safe. And 116, just super disrespectful.
Yoink.
Yeah, he's taken out immediately without flash. He's not long for this word whatsoever. And Rest, this was the longest flash ever. I didn't think he was going to make it.
That was crazy.
Yeah, that was really, really nice.
Betty getting out kind of surprised me.
Yeah. That's pretty much all she wrote for that fight. I believe it was. Did they get double inhib? Yeah, they did.
Yeah,
so they got 2 inhibs on the way out, and Lakai.
Nice true damage you're doing there,
the
Lakai.
Grump just got hooked.
This Cassante is absolutely unstoppable. I don't think we're going to see a full AD team comp again this series.
I certainly hope not. Now, it should be CFO just starting up the Baron. They know if Beyond come to them that they will just wipe them in a fight, so no reason not to start this up. I think unless you're scared about Kongwei stealing it, but it feels like you can just pop the Maokai ult early once again.
This could be just the final fight. Rest is also just looking to end.
Here it comes.
Nature's Grass comes out. They are able to disengage as Rest is getting to work here on the bot side. Very soon, we'll be able to start hitting away at these Nexus towers, and Lakai's going to have to recall to stop it. Recall is coming through and Shun is remaining safe here. Magnet Storm comes out. Gemini getting very, very low, but it's going to be Jimmy who's in the middle, and the hook lands onto Betty, who's going to have to flash away. Shun is just running forward. 116, the last left alive. Featherstorm will not reach. CFO, you don't have to chase this. You can just run it down mid. Rest even getting to work here on Lakai and feeling pretty good about himself. Teleport was stopped. It is going to be 116 who does go down, and now Rest is going to be able to end the game here. Jimmy in teleporting in, and shall see. He arrives. He lands the hook yet again, of course. This guy does not miss. Lakai able to survive, but the Nexus will not. In 28 minutes, it's going to be CFO demolishing Beyond.
Yeah, game one. Absolute shellacking here. It is now 21 kills to 4. And I have to say, I think that's one of the cleanest games I've ever seen CFO play, and up against Beyond, you know, in the series where if you win, you're going to the grand finals and to Worlds. You know, what a time to come online as a team. And sure, you can look at it and say, you know, they had the pieces there in the draft of they can just build armor. It makes things really easy. But I don't even think that's why they won the game, right? It feels like just everyone on CFO played really, really well. And honestly, a lot of members on Beyond that you'd expect to perform completely invisible. I think Kongyue especially, a guy who pretty much always is finding something in the jungle, he wasn't even here.
Yeah, absolutely. And I honestly think so much of that does come down the draft. And obviously the game win, not entirely, because I think Gemini going bot over and over and over again. Every time his ult cooldown pretty much was off, he just went bot, used it, and kept getting Shun further and further ahead. But ultimately, I do think the draft was an absolute masterclass from CFO, because they picked up the Cassante third. And obviously you're thinking that's probably going to go top, but they held it as a flex. And then in their second bans, they ban out the Gragas. And I can't even remember the second ban, but it was, regardless, the banning the Gragas there was the main point, because it takes it away from Kongyue. It's a carry jungler that he likes to play. It's AP, which the team desperately needed, and it's a counter pick into the Jax top.
Yeah.
And then picking the Jax top, not even blind picking, I mean, sort of counter picking your red side 5. You just pick it as 4 to deny Gwen to be able to come through, because you can't pick Gwen into Jax pretty much ever, which means what's left? I mean, Rumble, perhaps. I don't think Rumble was banned. In fact, it wasn't.
I think it was up, yeah.
But obviously, Lakai doesn't play it, so they left it open, picked the Jax, and then there was no AP to come through. It was answered with a Fiora, and honestly, Rest almost solo killed Fiora there at level 6. So it just was, I mean, the draft was so phenomenal, I think, from CFO.
Yeah, and clearly they have thought about it quite a lot, right? I think they might have almost prepared more for this series than Frank, because that is something that happens if you're expecting to walk into a series, you know, and just clean it up. You oftentimes do, you know, you almost can't help yourselves preparing for the next one that you know is going to be the big roadblock. And, you know, from the side of Beyond, you know, of course, CFO, I think, played very well in both the game and the draft, but I think the responses to what CFO was showing in the draft were quite weird from Beyond, right? I feel like putting Kongyue on Rel was really strange. He's not confident on it, I don't think, and he hasn't played it all split long. And I also think Lakai, he doesn't, I don't know, he is somewhat known for carry top laners, but it feels like he never really performs on the carry top laners. So it's hard to say, right? I don't really look at this team and be like, sure, you know, we've got Lakai on the Fiora and Kongyue on the Rel. Like, even if the draft is more even, I don't go into that game with a lot of confidence, right?
Yeah.
So I do hope that Beyond change things up quite a bit. But yeah, again, CFO getting that win on the red side is a really great start. And also with that, you know, the game being that destructive, I mean, that does something to the mental of the other team, for sure.
It does. And I think, honestly, though, if you come through and the draft looks a bit better for Beyond, you should probably feel better going into the game. But again, I even think the sort of rally for Kongyue was because of those second bans. You can see it there on your screens. It was Gragas and Poppy, which are two of the champions that Kongyue likes to play. I mean, he's played Lilia, but maybe you just had to. Like, maybe you just had to play the Lilia. Honestly, his Lilia hasn't even looked that good. No. It's just, at least then you have some AP. Does very well into tanks as well, notably. So, I mean, it's something that he probably just had to do, but wasn't willing to, and so it was the Rao that came through. And then it's like, yes, you've got some tankiness, and maybe you force out Merc somewhere, but it doesn't feel like you really had to. And you saw Jimmy's build. I mean, what was it? It was Iceborne Gauntlet, Thornmail, Sunfire Cave.
Yeah.
At which point it was like, well, this guy's never going to go down. And if he goes down, you have committed so much time to auto-attacking the Cassante that it doesn't even really matter. And so I think coming into game number 2, Beyond can still have confidence. And just as long as the draft goes better, they should feel pretty good, because I think this truly was a disaster draft for them.
Yeah.
And a clinic really put on by by CFO there.
I think there's definitely some adaptations that can be made. You know, I think you look at the Maokai and the Blitzcrank as the ones who really started off so much of that. And while it's hard to target away the Blitzcrank, I think the Maokai is something that probably should go. And something you got to think about is that Beyond have been banning Maokai and the Sedge pretty much all split long, right?
Yeah.
And so I think they didn't ban it here, expecting Jace to be gone and to first pick the Maokai themselves. But actually, you know, ended up picking it. And then, you know, the Maokai goes over, and we saw how good Gemini was on it, because him and Shao Si, that duo, were just finding things absolutely everywhere. And I think the Nature's Grasp just, it gets so much, right? It's just such a consistent ability at, you know, denying people off towers, at finding engages, ganks. It just does everything. I think that if they will be on the blue side again, which you have to expect they are, I would expect the Maokai to be either picked or banned away.
Yeah, you think maybe it's an angle where you give over the Jace, pick the Maokai for yourself? Because I mean, what else really is there for Gemini? I mean, honestly, I think Gemini, if he's on the rail, I feel a lot better.
Yeah.
Plus, Rest notably plays a lot of AP
APs,
top laners. He can play the Rumble, he can play the Kennen, he can play pretty much anything really that is AP. I'm sure he can play the Gwen as well. So I think that is something that CFO have going for them a lot better than Beyond. Because so far, we have not seen Lakai pick an AP top laner. He's really only gone to the Jax, the Aatrox, as well as, of course, the Renekton. But it does feel like the versatility that Rest is offering in that top lane is significantly more than Lakai. And so maybe just you can take away that Maokai, but it still looks like CFO can get what they want if they get the Jace, some AP in their team.
Yeah. And Shao Si, I mean, how good was his game on the Blitzcrank? Who do you think you even look for towards MVP? Because I think Shao Si maybe for the flashiness.
Yeah.
I think Gemini for the consistency. You know, Shun for bringing it home. I think just every member on CFO played so well.
I actually think not Shun, because that one team fight where he gave over 1k gold whilst having Featherstorm still available, I think when you're that fed, you can't really afford those, because if the game's slightly closer, you could just lose off that one mistake. In fact, that's what we saw last playoffs in the grand final against PSG, where he got caught out one time while up 8k gold and they ended up losing. And so I think I would give it probably to Gemini. Or Shao Si or Gemini would be my obvious picks. Maybe it's even Shao Si, because he had some pretty incredible hooks.
I mean, I think for the flashiness, for sure. But, you know, Gemini, he was 100% KP for so long in that game, just absolutely everywhere, and being the one who started off just absolutely everything. And I think as well, so much of that, to me, that's impressive is that he's up against Kongyue, right? A guy who is kind of lauded as one of the best, if not the best, you know, carry jungler, and forcing him over to the tank, Gemini's territory, right?
Yeah.
And they're just blowing him out of the water.
Yeah, you're in the wrong neighborhood here, Kongyue.
For sure.
I honestly do think it though. Like, it doesn't seem like Kongyue is as comfortable playing those tank junglers, because one thing that's notable, while obviously the draft was a big thing, one thing that's notable is Gemini was looking for a lot more ganks than Kongyue ever was. And it's sort of something you get away with when you are the tank junglers, where if you're those carry junglers, you like to farm your jungle, and then while it's on cooldown, you look for skirmishes. Whereas the tank jungler can be like, oh, I've got 2 camps up, but I can't gank bot here. And that's sort of what Gemini was looking for. I mean, even here on your screen, of course, they 3-man up here, got 116, took him down, and that's more gold over to Rest, who ultimately it felt like, at some stage, it felt like giving him the gold was best, because Lakai became almost the only win con on the split push Fiora.
Yeah, that CFO hit squad just running around the map. Because the thing is, Chelsea was only like 1 KP behind as well.
Yeah, they really did play very well together. And maybe it's something going forward. Maybe you don't want Chelsea to be on the Blitzcrank, and almost certainly you don't want Gemini to be on the Maokai. But of course, game number 1 now in the books. It's CFO picking up the first win of the series. When we come back, we're going to see if Beyond can bring it back.
我想吃花雕鸡面呢，可是还在加班。
阿嬷，
加班也能来碗酒香补一补哦。
就是这味道。
这碗花雕鸡面帮你补身又补心，
好满足哦。
还有麻油鸡面赶走你疲累的寒意。要不要再来碗花雕酸菜牛肉面？暖心酒香的丰盛美味，台酒酒香经典系列。
这不就是我们以前常吃的3杯鸡啊！现在好想吃哦。
笑脸嘞，要不要来碗3杯鸡风味干面？来，跟回味一起拜。
就是这味道，
这碗浓郁咸香的酱，搭着葱花，再加上 Q 弹弹的面条，再淋上招牌米酒，吼吼。
这真是记忆中的美味啊！重现记忆中的街边美味，海酒面摊系列。
难得皇上莅临蒙古， 谷，臣等备好贡品，向皇上进献。
好想吃哦！
特此献上，此为酒香蒙古锅牛肉面，
就是这味道，浓郁的汤头为牛臀骨风味，还有孜然香，淋上五加皮料理酒，更有层次。这真是宫廷御膳顶级享受。
台酒御膳堂酒香蒙古锅牛肉面。
be a warning.
we are back here for game number 2, of course, of the PCS Summer Playoffs between CFO and Beyond. And if you missed game number 1, it was an absolute thriller. We got the pleasure of watching once again Chelsea on the Blitzcrank, and I personally hope we get to see a whole bunch more of it, because that was one of the most fun games to cast. I love watching Chelsea's Blitzcrank.
It was pretty fantastic, right? And he wasn't even the MVP of the game. That's how well all of CFO were playing. And I think going into game 2, there's a pretty high chance that CFO won't be able to get the same comp they had. I think second phase ban on the Blitzcrank, first phase ban or pick on the Maokai is pretty likely, I'd have to say.
Yep, I do definitely feel somewhat similar there. I'm not sure if the Blitzcrank ban will come through, because it feels like,
it's
honestly,
hard, right?
Chelsea, if he's not on the Blitzcrank, he's going to be on the likes of the Alistair. Like, how much does the Blitzcrank matter? Of course, in this game, it looked pretty phenomenal, but if Beyond play a little bit better, maybe it doesn't find as much in the game. And obviously, I think going forward, we're going to have some ability power on the side of Beyond.
So.
Because the Fiora Jace Aphelios didn't really do a whole lot when you were going against the guy Cassante Jax.
No, didn't even get close to the pen items.
No. Well, Benny did, but it was a second item LDR.
Yeah, it feels pretty bad.
You don't do damage, really. You do a little bit more than if you had have gone anything else, but you don't do Aphelios levels of damage when you've been forced into pen second item. And now back into the draft. Things remaining the same thus far. Of course, Beyond back onto the blue side.
Okay. Well, for me, I think eyes on this third ban. Will they go for the Maokai, or will they just try and pick it over the Jace? Okay, they do ban away the Maokai. So I think that's step number 1 for making this a more playable draft for Beyond.
Now, Poppy priority, I think, is something to look out for, because Kongyue does like his carries, but if he plays a tank, he plays the Poppy, and he looks really good at it. So maybe it's something that CFO now have to look to ban, and that would leave the Jace once again open. It would force Gemini onto something a little less conventional. Maybe the Vi is something you can look towards again, because honestly, I don't see a reason not to pick Vi. Feels like Vi is just pretty much as strong as she was before. It's going to be the Kai'Sa, though, as banned. Now, Xayah looking like it will be picked up.
I like it.
I do too. And now Poppy, Jace, Aphelios. I don't know if I want to see the Aphelios here. I think you could just go for something like the Poppy, Jace, try and get the Rumble in third.
Yeah, I kind of like that as well. I think that Jace is a champ that works much better for CFO just because of the champion pools around it. You mentioned Rest. Has so many AP champs that he can play. You know, the Rumble, the Kennen, even the Udyr. So they're not really worried about not having the damage balance.
Yeah.
You know, with that Sedge Maokai band.
Yeah, there really is just so much. There's the Gragas as well, the Gwen. So there's just 4 AP champs that Rest can play up and top that Beyond can't ban them all. They can take away the Gragas if they want. And now, Rel, this does remain a flex for the side of CFO. Not so much for Beyond. Obviously, last game, it was Kongyue who did end up playing at jungle, but I think that was more of a result of how the draft went. Now, Poppy, I like this lock-in. While it doesn't do so well with the Jace, the fact that you can get AP in your top side feels very, very good. And now, Nocturne being hovered, I don't hate it, but I don't like it so much against the Poppy, because it feels like the Poppy can isolate the rest of the team off so well that the Nocturne might just lose a bit of value.
I kind of agree. And I think that was maybe a reason behind picking up the Poppy here, because I think that you can expect carry jungler to come out from Kongyue, especially after the game 1 performance. And Poppy does well with most of them. And I think also, you aren't really that afraid to give over the Rel, because it's only ever going to be going into the support role, at least in a viable sense. So Ahri, it could be the pickup alongside the Nocturne, and this is honestly kind of a CFO-esque comp if they do lock it in, but it's made really to kill the Jace, kill the ADC that won't be a Xayah. So it has potential, but I think CFO can really heavily draft around it.
I would arguably like the Annie more.
Yeah, I think I like the Annie more as well. I think that Poppy does shut down a little bit of what Ahri wants to do, and it feels like Annie will always get that consistent output that you're after. Maybe an argument that Ahri does follow up with the Nocturne a bit easier.
Now, I don't think we're going to see an immediate lock-in of a top laner, unless it's Rumble. I don't think you want the Gwen. Although you can pick Gwen into 2 bans, which might not be too bad.
Yeah, I think you can just pick up your ADC, honestly, and just try and 4-5 some strong duo, but it looks like they're going to go for the Rumble instead.
I like it.
And I think there are enough engaged supports open that you're always going to have some setup here as the Rumble, and of course Rumble into 2 bans feels really good as well. We'll probably see the Jax. I'm not sure what else would come with it.
Yeah.
Feels like maybe you just...
It might just be Jax. Aatrox, just because
Yeah.
maybe Aatrox does get punished early, but it's just annoying to deal with later.
Or maybe you just ban out supports, honestly, because I don't think you're that worried about top matchups as Rumble. I think most of them are pretty decent. And yeah, that first ban is Rakan. Make sure there is no Zyra Rakan coming through. On the side of Beyond, I think banning away, they go for the Blitzcrank, but you know, to their credit and to Shalcy's credit, he is insane on any engaged support. So it's going to be real tough, I think, to get Shalcy on a champ that he doesn't feel impactful on, because there are just too many engaged supports in the meta. Now, second ban, this could be... Oh, okay, so they go for the Nautilus. So Alistair Rel feels like they're very high priority now. There is a Leona behind them, but those two feel really big, and you might just see those traded here.
I think the Nautilus is setting up for a Zeri.
Phelios is banned. So yeah, I think unless you prioritize the Rel or Alistair super highly... Okay, I was going to say you could take the ADC and counter pick support, but support counter doesn't feel that
It's
valuable.
probably just Alistair Rel trade.
Yeah. And I also think that, you know, you've seen most of the relevant parts of the comp, so you have a pretty good idea of what's being shown. Shalcy's Alistair, also a treat to watch, and I like that pickup. For Beyond, Rel remains the kind of premier engaged support, so should see that. And then it's going to be whatever the top lane answer is to Rumble. Jax feels like the most likely, but I don't even think it's that good for the Jax. You know, it gets good later on, but Rumble is completely fine with playing later in the game as well. So I guess we'll see what we go for. I mean, other options, maybe something like the Gragas, again, feels like it's more of a neutralizer rather than a winning pick. And straight up, it is just quite difficult to pick a winning lane into Rumble. One of those champs that just really goes off. Now, Renekton is still open. Has gotten all the way down here. Lakai, though, most played this split is the Jax. Is locked in. Okay, now last pick.
Probably Zeri.
I think, yeah, should be the Zeri. I mean, I think you'd want an ADC with some safety, and I think a champ with a dash is probably the best you can get. Caitlyn, there's no shot we play Caitlyn into Nocturne, so it's not going to be that. Oh. I'd be down for that.
Me too, but I don't think so. It's probably just going to be the Zeri.
Okay, Zeri is locked in, so overall, I think I do favor CFO's comp once again. I think the difficulty of it, though, mainly comes for Jimmian, because he is going to be the target of all this engage, and I think he is the one who has, probably the most difficult job. Maybe Rest and Shun, you know, they can also be engaged on, but it's not as easy. You know, Rest obviously a lot tankier, Shun a lot more mobile, and I don't think Beyond's comp is bad by any means, and I think it does pretty much fit exactly what they want, right? You've got that facilitatory mid-jungle, Cognue on the carry jungler, Lakai very confident on the Jax, and Betty Carey is playing Xayah and the Rel. You can't really ask for more than that, so I think this should be much closer than game number one, but I still like CFO's chances with their draft.
Me too. I kind of would like to see Ghost on Shun instead of the Cleanse. I think maybe the Charm is really the only argument for the Cleanse most of the time. Maybe a flash Counter-Strike from Lakai on the Jax, but Zeri does just do so well with the Ghost. If you are able to use Ghost while your ults pop, you are able to just continuously stack up that movement speed. Feels very good, helps you kite a lot better. And we're going to get to see Rest on the Rumble. That's always a pleasure to watch as well. And you do favor him, of course, up against Lakai's Jax. Feels like Rumble should take a lot of advantages up in that top side, and it could also lead to around the level 6 mark, or level 7 even, when the Rift Herald spawns. Should be CFO probably favored to take that objective as well. But admittedly, the comp coming through from Beyond is far more Beyond-esque than last game. You have 116 on something that can facilitate Cognue on a carry jungler. A bit of autonomy given over to the Nocturne, of course. As game number 2, we are now loading in. Definitely a different look from both teams ultimately coming through compared to game number 1, but I think both teams should feel pretty comfortable on what they've gotten. And it is always scary going up against Jimmian's Jace. I think he was one of the premier Jace players even prior to it becoming meta in the middle lane.
Definitely was. 5-man up here in the top side, and they might be able to get Lakai. They'd have to go around, though.
See if Rest can play enough mind games. There's lethal tempo on the Jax, so a bit more kill pressure, a little bit less survivability. Does have second win. Definitely need that up against these laning runes coming through from Rest.
There was a lane ward in that top bush drop there for someone, from someone as well. So that's kind of interesting. We'll see if anything ends up coming of that. And Jimmian just going to be escorted by Gemini through the jungle here. Make sure he can get back to mid lane safely. It also is the heal for Betty, so he doesn't have a ghost either. And I kind of wonder about that because I just feel like pretty much always the ghost is better than the heal. Unless there's some, really heavy all-in threat coming out. And I don't think that's really the case here. But I trust him. I trust Betty.
It can help in lane more than the ghost in terms of defensiveness. Obviously, for offense, you do like the ghost more. Gemini, 9-1 here in the PCS on his Poppy. And he has looked very good at it. So
he has.
I'm excited to see. He starts off with his Raptors, but immediately comes down to do his blue. Could be the potential of a 3-camp into bot lane here. That's something we see Poppies often do. Lakai getting burnt to a crisp here in the top side.
Does have the priority, though. Now, I wonder if this is one of those matchups where you start proxying, because that would allow you to avoid the laning runes coming in from Rest altogether. It is, of course, TP from Rest. Sometimes we do see the Rumbles going with Ignite, just for more laning pressure, but I think especially as you start to face better teams and, the just straight-up team fight becomes more important, not having the TP to always be there feels pretty risky.
Certainly does. Now, bot lane priority afforded here to the side of Beyond is similar to top. Now, mid lane, I feel like maybe Jimmian might be able to edge out a little bit, especially once Dirt comes through. And again, it's important to see if the Dragon can be delayed long enough for Jimmian to pick up Dirk. Really gives them a better fighting chance in that skirmish around the first objective. Certainly should have it by the time Rift Herald spawns. And he has gone first strike this game, so not the Phase Rush Jace.
That's a little interesting because I wonder if Phase Rush would have been better up against the Nocturne. Maybe thinking that if you are engaged upon, there's not much you're going to do either way. But I think, of course, if you can get away with the first strike, it's really, really good. It adds up to a lot of extra gold on the Jace. And it's a champ that if you get towards 2 and 3 items quicker, it means a lot. But I do worry about it a little bit as Rest. He's being looked at, but even in the 1v2, he fears nothing. And Gemini is right behind him, so here for the counter gang.
Fear will come through from Kongyue, but Gemini is here.
Big minion wave.
It is a very big minion wave. This is more like a 2v3 as Gemini's going to flash forward. Lakai getting very low. Electro Harpoon will connect, but it might just be turned around. Lakai with that lethal tempo picks himself up a kill. Rest flashes under the tower. Does pick himself up the one in exchange, but it's going to be traded back. It's a 2-for-1.
Oh,
actually, Chelsea has just arrived in the middle lane and taken care of this Ahri. So 2-for-2 across the map, but First Blood does go over to Lakai on the Jax. Is going to be able to pick himself up some magic resist in the top side.
Well, that was a wild start of the game. Swifty Boo just come in for Rest. That's interesting.
He's a fast man.
He is. Gemini's going to come over here, start up this camp, and I do hope we get a replay of how Chelsea managed to find 1116 in the mid lane, because I think normally, Ahri, one of the safest mid laners, but doesn't really reach that point before level 6. Only has the charm and maybe some W movement speed, which a lot of the time is enough.
Oh.
As we'll see here, Chelsea, level 3 roam.
Well, they just probably thought he recalled.
Yeah, he just walks all the way up, 1116. He is hugging maybe a bit too far in the mid lane. Could have been hugging a bit more to top, but hard to respect. Oh, the charm misses as well. Oh, Chelsea.
Wow.
That's my go.
Yeah, you've banned his Blitzcrank, but now look what you're dealing with. Arguably the stronger champ as well.
That's actually absurd. The engages this guy finds.
Yeah.
They shouldn't be found. He's a really good player. Now, Dragon can be started up here, I think. There is currently mid and bot priority for the side of Beyond, and being able to pick up their first Dragon, give Betty some time to scale, feels like that's pretty good for them. Now, there are some flashes down. Of course, Chelsea doesn't have his. Rest's gone as well, and I think Kongyue, especially with how accelerated he is now, can hit level 6 and definitely punish one of those flashes, which I think is where he's going to look. Maybe mid lane could be looked at level 6 as well. There is a lot of gank setup that can come through. Top lane, Rest, he's getting very aggressive. And with the Swifties, he can just kite out from these trades and roast Lakai on the way out.
Yeah. This is looking pretty hard for Lakai.
Wow. Yeah, it's destruction.
Rest is laughing.
Yeah.
Rest is laughing pretty hard there. How unplayable is that for Lakai?
Yeah, especially because, they both... He's flashing under the tower as refs and giving over a kill, and then he's just still up there absolutely dominating Lakai in the top lane. Hex Drinker comes through, which feels like it might just be necessary at this point.
Yeah, but feels terrible on Jax.
It does. It's going to be a long time before he has those items.
Delaying your Divine by 1,300 gold.
Was he not spotted? I don't think he was.
Okay, this
Nice
is sneaky.
angle.
Chelsea is going to get stunned up, but it looks like Gemini is just going to recall. And ult's traded on the top side, but it is, once again, Rest who does feel favored, as he hasn't recalled. See what he gets here. Maybe, okay, just an amp tone.
Oh, he's
And
got a Dark Seal.
Okay.
We love that. Jimmy's got a Dirk now as well, and I think that CFO, they should feel really strong in any fights here, and I think 5v5s in general do feel good for them. The side of Beyond, they have a comp that is built around finding picks, right? The Ahri and the Nocturne, will they perform at the same level as the Jace Poppy in a fight? I don't really think so. So they have to find some sort of pick, or at least some sort of chunk onto a carry before the fight starts, and if it does just come down to a straight 5v5 of the Herald, I do like CFO's odds.
Which it certainly might do. Chelsea's already in the area. Kongyue looking
No
here
flash
for
on
Rest.
this Rumble.
There is no flash on Rumble. There's no flash on the Kai as well, and Chelsea is here, which they will not be aware of. If there is an engage to come through, I almost favor CFO. Equalizer not up, which could be an important cooldown. Gemini in the area as well. Kai not having a good time for himself. Paranoia might just be forced out here.
I think he's just gone.
Yeah, he's gone. Hex Drinker popped. Rest staying out of the Counter-Strike range. In fact, no, he's not. He's just going in. Chelsea's going to gobble himself up a kill.
Does. And with that kill, they didn't even really have to invest anything for it. I think it was just Hex Flash from Alistair. So Chelsea finds another, and that should lead them to picking up this Herald. A lot of damage traded there onto Keres. And beyond there, they're playing to contest, but I don't really see it.
No.
There's level 6 advantage here for Alistair as well, so I think he should just back away. I think Keres is wasting time by being here. Better off to just go bot and threaten Shun off at least a couple more creeps. I mean, what are you trying to accomplish here? It doesn't feel like you're really delaying anything. Maybe you waste a bit of Chelsea's time, but I think you're very happy with that if you're picking up a Herald.
Yep, for sure. Herald is picked up there. CFO picking up their first objective, of course. And 2 minutes until the Dragon, I think. Herald, where do you put it? It feels like mid might be an option, of course. While often you do it there against the Static Shiv champions. Xayah is basically a Static Shiv champion without the Static Shiv. Shouldn't be looked at. Is going to have to dash away. He's
going to try
turning around.
back.
Yeah, there's 3 members here. Chelsea as well as Gemini. Flash back up for this Alistair. Oh, he's very angry. He just smashed the ground.
Yeah, he let him know. That's the heal burn, though, in exchange for the Zerial. There's a Dragon in a minute and a half, which I'm sure will be contested. Now, where will the Herald go for Gemini? Right now, all the plates are up, so it's difficult for...
Kai's trying to proxy, but there is no minion wave hitting this top tower for a long time. I think he may have missed his timing. Stopped by that Electro Harpoon, and the Shock Blast will not connect.
Yeah, Jimmy and Jace combo did not find his mark.
But Rest able to pressure Lakai away from the wave and not lose anything himself. Maybe just 1 or 2 minions. But when you're 20 CS up, feel pretty okay about that. Scuttle Crab going to go to Kongyue, which will be up for when the Dragon spawns. And that could be something that changes the fight a little bit, but it does feel like CFO are just strong enough to perhaps be able to take it. Maybe Zerial being down might dissuade them.
Well, this wave looks like it should be pushed in. And maybe they can be the ones to get control of this river, because I think you are going to have control if you want to find the picks. And I'm feeling very good about CFO around these neutral objectives, because Beyond, I don't feel like they have the ability to find either of the carries. Now, really good chunk onto Jimmian. That could be the start of all this. He does have himself the TP, though, so it's a small window to punish. Kongyue is around, though, and maybe if an ult charm comes through, he could follow up. Instead, he's going to find Gemini in the jungle, and Gemini just wants to make sure that Jimmian can catch this wave without taking any further punishment.
Does have teleport. It is also unleashed, so can teleport closer to the Dragon.
Starting
being
this
stubbed
up.
up. Jimmian is recalling. Chelsea in position, though, to defend. And grounded is Jimmian, and that Keeper's Verdict going to hit both of them away. And now Jimmian's going to be first here after all is said and done. There's no ult for the Ahri, and this is just going to be Dragon after a fantastic Poppy ult there from Gemini, given over to CFO.
Beyond, they're pinging to contest. I don't think they should. They're lacking the Ariel.
Shun
It's going to be up to
back
Keres.
up. Paranoia comes through. Shun pops his ult there, and this Dragon getting very low, and with Rest teleport down, it means that this should be picked up. It's important gold going over to Lakai, but getting the Dragons away from Beyond means that this Dragon win condition no longer really on the cards. And in fact, CFO finally getting to start to stack their one up. Hextech Soul, it's an incredibly important Dragon this game.
Ooh.
Flash forward, he is going to land the charm there as hits him away, but does not connect on the stun, and Kongwei flashing over the wall secures himself a kill, but Jimmy
deletes him.
Absolutely deletes him, and going into that Dusk Blade means he is going to be fine to get out. Chelsea being looked at, has ult available, and Shun does not, as Betty unloading damage here onto this Alistar. Featherstorm will come out, secure the first kill for Betty this game onto Chelsea's Alistar.
Chelsea caught out, did invest his ult in that earlier skirmish. So still just fights all across the board. Who it favors, feels like, well, CFO, they have the gold lead for now. A lot of gold was picked up in top lane, but somehow, I guess Lakai had a bad reset. He trades back some plates anyway, which doesn't feel that good. You know, I think you're really expecting to get a real big lead there in the top lane.
Oh,
wants to get aggressive.
I don't think you want that, Lakai.
No, I don't think he can do much here.
This Rumble was a little bit scary. Teleport comes through from 116, but this Herald will crash. It's only going to... Oh, it doesn't. No,
it's
okay.
Gone. It would have only been gold onto the poppies, so I don't think it's the end of the world, but
I think
damage,
the
on the tower.
Yeah.
Well, let's see. I guess Rest, he found a window here to TP out of the lane, I expect. Stun was used, and he just TP'd in front of him. I did walk all the way back.
Oh, he gets it off just before the paranoia, too.
Yeah, well, Lakai, he did manage to get himself one plate here, but I think once the Rumble is in this fight, you do just have to back away. An Infernal Dragon is picked up, and Gemini, he knew that 1116 did not have the ult, so he did try and get aggressive, but it feels pretty tough, and Kongwei, he really thought he could take this fight, and he could not.
Yeah.
I'm not sure if he could have gotten out, but maybe could have tried.
Now, I think really bad things for Lakai at the moment.
Yep.
Still doesn't have that first item online, and neither does Rest, admittedly, who's going towards that Night Harvester, which is just going to mean even more punishment onto Lakai.
It is nice for Beyond, though, that they have gotten 2 kills on their Nocturne and also a kill on Betty, because those are big-name players for this team. And I think next Dragon fight will be pretty crucial, not even because the Dragon itself is that important, but just any fight right now gives the teams potential to snowball. And I think whoever does start to get ahead should quickly take over. Because, you know, you look at the side of CFO, if you have a strong Jace, a strong Zeri, and you can't engage on
might be in trouble here. Does have flash available to himself. Is going to still get fed, but does get out of Counter-Strike. Running back towards his tower. He's got that shield available, but he is just going to be taken down. The power of lethal tempo there on both the Jacks and the Nocturne confirms that kill. 3-1 now on the Nocturne. And Jimmy coming up to this top side, he actually might just be able to one-shot Lakai.
Yeah, and if all this is a kill, then it's not amazing for Beyond. It's still gold that they're very happy with picking up, but if no objective is picked up after, that would be rough from Kongwei. He wants to look at this Herald, but I think without the cooldowns, going to be unable to. As CFO, they show presence in the area, and that will scare him off.
And I think this should actually just end up being CFOs. It feels like right now, pound for pound, Jimmy probably the strongest champ on the Rift.
Yeah.
Rest does pick himself up a Night Harvester, which obviously is a massive power spike for that Rumble, and Hextech Gates allow him to get back on the map very, very quickly. Looking here for 1116, but he is just going to recall. Of course, AD Carry's just trading waves back and forth here in the mid lane. Now Rift Herald, they're going to sweep out this ward and likely start it up. Jimmy's pretty low on mana. Does have teleport available to himself if he wishes to recall.
Some damage on this bottom tower, but the guy hasn't really been able to get much for himself, and obviously going the Hex Drinker slows down your first item significantly. And I also think that delaying tier 2 boots on Jax is a pretty big deal as well, because a lot of the time, just having the movement speed to chase down is so valuable, and up against the Swifties, you just can't. Beyond, they're showing presence in the river. They want to be able to contest. Jimmian's basing. I guess he has 2 items and can TP back. Let's see what he does.
Also could just be for mana.
Wow,
okay, he has 2 items. Okay, this Jace, he is going to do a lot of damage if there is to be a fight. Now, admittedly, we're seeing a recall. Okay, he cancels it. Gemini is sticking around. I think that's the correct decision.
Yeah.
Hextech Gate comes through, and top laners are still both bot side. They do both have teleport available to themselves, as Kira's going to have to back out of that river and give over pressure to CFO. This Herald very hotly contested. Dragon also spawning now, and maybe it's something you can look to trade away is give over the Herald for that Dragon for yourselves. But it looks, at least for now, that both of these teams pretty content over looking for this Rift Herald. Kongwei is wasting a lot of time where he would much prefer to be farming. Poppy can, again, give over a bit of that sort of gold to be able to look for this, whereas Nocturne doesn't feel like it's as good.
Takes a little bit of damage there, but nothing to write home about. The Jace does have to respond to that wave, and so it's now Beyond's turn to start this one back up, but Rest is recalling, has TP, and I expect CFO to fight this, although... Okay, Shalsey, he cancels his recall. The Herald, it might go to Beyond, but the fight, that's what CFO are
Keep his verdict coming out. He might just hold it. Shalsey going to get stunned up, does pop the ult, and it's going to be Betty, who is completely taken out of the fight, but it is the Rift Shield picked up by Kongwei. He uses his ultimate there, and it looks like this fight might just fizzle out. It's going to be Rift Shield there for Beyond for essentially free. They might even look for this tower afterwards, as it is CFO headed towards that Dragon.
Yeah, it looks like it will be a Dragon for tower trade, and you might even prefer the gold at this point because you can use it to snowball so hard. And I think the paranoia in that fight was the MVP. That was a fight that I think if CFO had more vision, probably would have gone for.
Oh my god!
Just annihilated by Jimian. And also gets 99 extra gold from his first strike. This Jace, it's going to be a problem. They do have a Fed Nocturne to deal with them, but Nocturne, you know, they don't really build the lethality these days, so it's only really there for the CC, and I'm not sure if the Ahri is going to be strong enough to capitalize on it.
Yeah, that's yet to be seen, of course, as Dragon was picked up by CFO. They're able to stop that Rift Shield from taking the inner tower. Take a look. I mean, Kira is actually just annihilated.
Let's see. So he's just found here, and Jimian realizes, hey, you have no business being here. Just one-shots him.
Yeah, he even gets the Ignite out. Kira's padding the damage there.
Is important. So, Jimian, this is the scary part of the game, I think, is going into the side lane as a Jace with a bounty. You know you're going to be the target. Does have Flash to deal with it. And looks like he has Shalsey in his back pocket as well as a lot of bot side vision. So he should be good. But without having knowledge of which side the Nocturne is on, it does make things a lot more difficult, and he's going to need some help for sure. Rest, I think, similarly under threat. He has the ulti, so he should be fine under the tower, but Kongwei, his position will be revealed here, so they know he's now on the top side.
Lots of pings, Paranoia comes through, there's teleport as well. This is just going to be Rest going down, but he does manage to ult the wave. The teleport might just deny that minion from going down for long enough, and they are going to be able to pick themselves up a tower. It does cost them Nocturne ult as well as teleport though, and Jimian is looking like he'll be able to pick himself up this bot lane tower as well. So it is traded, but certainly gold in favor of BYG for picking up the inner.
And I think Beyond, they are playing this Nocturne comp pretty well. Oftentimes I think you do just see the Nocturne relegated to team fighting, which isn't always the worst. Again, the paranoia value is pretty nice. But being able to find kills on these side lanes is so important. And Rest, I'm not sure if he didn't have Flash or just didn't find an opportunity to use it, but either way, he did go down. Now, 3 minutes away from another Dragon. It would be the third for CFO if they can pick it up. And I think Jimian, he needs to get this Manamune stacked up before this fight. Really wants to be strong for it. Shun, he's got 2 items as well, so they're looking good. Betty can't be too far behind, though. And if he can get Navori in 3 minutes, which I expect he can, oftentimes with Beyond, it is just the Betty show.
He might even have it when he recalls now, I imagine. It feels like he should be ahead of Shun in terms of gold.
Looks like he wants a red buff first. And poor Rest, I mean, he has been getting camped. But he's been doing pretty well for himself, I think.
Yeah, I think importantly, on Rumble, you still will just find value anyway, despite being 1-3-1.
Has a stopwatch now as well, so going to be even more difficult of a target. And Kongwei might have to start thinking about going for someone else. But with all the flashes up, that always feels really bad as a Nocturne. It doesn't give you an obvious choice. And, of course, the Poppy can be the one to disengage. Now, Rumble ult was used on this wave. So it looks like it will be up in time for any objective. But in the meantime, that's stalled down the bot side. Jimian gets another one on top, and this Jace is so strong.
Oh,
Gemini.
6, positioning aggressively, forcing out that flash, and somehow Shun is actually ahead in gold. Very, very even actually, is going back and forward, but Jimian is obviously the person to watch out for here. The 3-0 Jace. He's having a good time for himself. He backs and picks up an entire Serelda's.
That's insane. He has Cerulus before he's even finished stacking this Manamune.
Yeah. Baron's up. Now, both teams can obviously do it. We say that every single time, but there is just so much damage that can come through from either side that it is a viable objective to look for. As Dragon in 1 minute.
Okay, currently CFO, they're the ones with control, which is a big deal when you've got this Jace. I think as long as you can keep Jace alive, he's going to 1v9 the fight for you pretty much. It can be difficult for Betty to take these team fights as well. While he does have the 2 items and the sums, there is a lot of poke and he doesn't have a lot of lifesteal. So if he does get taken down, you know, even a 70% health, that can make a pretty big difference between being able to contest the fight or not. First set of poke does go wide, and right now every rotation of cooldowns matters. As we head towards what is a pretty big dragon. That was just a regular Q, and it chunks out Keres pretty significantly.
For 28 gold.
Yeah, we take those. I think it is really nice as well that Jimmy, despite having the first strike, hasn't gone down at all. You know, you perhaps worry without the phase rush, but...
That's Mana completed too.
Yeah, really, really strong now. He's a scary boy to deal with. One does go wide. I mean, if the poke isn't found, I think Beyond can find themselves in somewhat even footing for this fight. Still would be preferable to find some sort of pick if they can. But I think as long as you're not poked out, you still have a chance to, you know, have a big engage from Keres and have Betty be the one that finds so much DPS. Jimin, he's waiting. He's trying to get Betty again. Ooh, gets him this time, and suddenly...
You said 70%. That was 50.
Yeah, suddenly this doesn't look fightable, right? He doesn't have anything to lifesteal off of. Maybe if they can delay for another wave, but I think if CFO just can commit to this, it's going to be so hard. Oh, Betty, he's coming into the river. If he can hit the dragon, that would give him the lifesteal he needs. Alternatively, the delay coming through.
I think this is very smart by CFO, though, getting off until some more poke can land.
Yeah.
This is something we don't see the PCS teams do a whole lot, but I think CFO realized there's no point to start the dragon when we can just sit here and wait for our 3-item Jace to connect with the shock blast. Keres now pretty much out the fight. Gonna have to dismount over the wall, and in fact, he's gonna even get hit by Shun there, taking that shield away. And without Keres, it does feel like this fight is certainly not fightable now. It looks like both bot laners are looking for a recall. And it is going to be this 3rd dragon now picked up by CFO. And a 5-minute timer perhaps on the game.
Feels like it. Dangerous territory, I think, for Beyond. They need to be able to get Betty to some lifesteal before the next fight. And I think he will. He'll probably be able to get the Vamp. But even then, you know, Betty's not the only one that matters. You saw Keres there. He eats 2 combos and suddenly that's your main engage sent home. And if you don't have the engage healthy and available to engage on the poke champs, right, they're not going to stop. So I think difficult here for Beyond.
Lakai has learned a thing or two from the Doctor.
Oh, he's got the Skull Breaker.
That's right. And now all of a sudden it's not very easy for Rest in those side lanes. But I think something important is that similar to how the Dragon went, you can do the same as CFO around the Baron now, is try and poke out some members of the side of Beyond and then start it up, and you do it very, very quickly. Having that Zeri and having that Jace, it was so far accelerated. Stopwatch even now picked up, so Nocturne ult not feeling awfully viable onto the Jace anymore.
No, that's the target you really do need to find. I think forcing Jimmian home, or I mean killing him would be best for the side of Beyond. If you can get that shutdown, I think onto Betty, maybe then you have a really good chance in this game. Because I do think once Betty has lifesteal, the team fights look a lot more playable as long as you can engage early or can avoid out the poke.
Oh, they're looking here.
Keres
Keeper's Verdict comes through. This is just going to be teleport away from Lakai, and this is almost best case scenario for the side of CFO.
How good is that? The split pushing Terra with the Hullbreaker is forced, well, not even forced, just proactively TPs into a fight to try and find something, and all they lose for it is the Poppy Flash, which at this point feels like, you know, not a problem at all.
I think the Poppy's more there to keep people away from the Jace than she is to find anything. And Betty has lost half of his HP. Still does not have a Vamp. And honestly, I think CFO, they don't realize all the recalls have come through. Otherwise, I think they would have just started up this Baron.
Yeah, maybe just don't want to take the risk at this point. Feels like they're well and truly in control of the game and probably can just play around the Dragons if they want. That might be the easier way to do it. But it is much closer. And I mean, the gold ever so slightly favors Beyond, but it doesn't feel like the gold is really relevant at the moment. It really just comes down to, can Beyond actually get to the fight in a strong enough state to then contest? And that's the difficulty, really. And that's always the case as well when poke champs get fed. They're really, really hard to deal with from ahead, easy when behind.
Yeah. I really hope for the side of BYG that Radiant Virtue's picked up before the next fight for Kerez, because obviously supports, they pretty much get one item in the game, and that's mostly it.
Another one.
And the fact that Mythic already through here, and it will be picked up by Kerez on the rail, so matching the support items now, which is very, very important ahead of what could be the Hextech Soul in favor of CFO. And man, CFO have just played pretty tight games. I mean, they've played very, very well. Rest really the only person that's had a rough game, and that's because all of this Nocturne focus has been on him, the entirety of it. So you're almost expecting to go down a couple times.
Yeah, I think Rest has done pretty well, all things considered. Still up CS and is still hanging on the side lane. A lot of group members around mid right now, and it feels like it's a little bit early. Maybe just trying to fish for some poke and go for a Baron off of it, but the Dragon's not up just yet. Although, is there much else to do? Probably not. It's quite risky, I think, for CFO to play the side lanes. They can just play for that group fight, and as long as someone eventually marks the Jax, it should be okay. And I think Kerez might find himself the target more and more here, because he really is the only consistent teamfight engage, right? Like, Nocturne can go in on a single target, but what single target is viable here? You've got two stopwatches on the mid and top, and Shun at this point, I don't think he can be killed by Kongyue whatsoever.
No, I think at worst he jumps over a wall and he's feeling pretty good about himself.
He's got some pretty solid items on him as well.
Yep, 3 items. Shun definitely ahead of Betty. I don't even know really where that's come from, but I mean, he's 0-0-0 with a 500 gold shutdown. So obviously the CSing. He's at 350 at 28 minutes, by the way.
Yeah, I mean, the Shiv makes it pretty insane. You can't really miss, and you got so much tempo to go and do other camps. Now, Betty, he gets himself the BT, which just in time, and it's going to make it possible to win this fight, but I still think it's more up to CFO to misplay than it is for Betty to play well. Poke does connect. He will be able to sustain this back up if he's forced to ult, though.
Okay, that's the fight.
Massive.
I think that's pretty much the fight. You're going to have to misplay pretty hard as CFO now to lose it. And Betty is going to have to play out of his absolute mind. Charm goes wide.
Beyond, they do have some flanks on the bot side. Lakai, in the meantime, is pushing.
Ooh,
and I think pushing bot is good. It's going to force CFO to start this up.
Okay.
Engage.
116 going to get engaged on. Does go golden, and in comes the engage from Kerez. He does find 3 with that Magnet Storm, but Shun is untouched. And he's had a quiet game, but now he's unleashing as he picks up 2. That's a kill onto Betty. 116 in the Spirit Rush, and Kongyue now being looked at as Rest. Takes that Hextech gate. Shun takes it as well. Going to have to go quickly back over that wall, not wanting to face off up against that Jax, but it's going to be the Hextech Soul here, uncontested and picked up by the side of CFO. Kongyue might not even be able to make it out. Looking like they might even just claim themselves a kill. W does go wide, but Shao C's going to claim this one for himself.
Oh, he's trying to make the run for it.
Okay, Kongyue's dead. Shun's here. That's another kill. Now
Shutdown
Lakai.
even.
Kai will be going down 2. Oh my god, he picks up 1. Jimmy only just living. Almost a heroic effort there from Lakai. But all said and done, all he was able to find was Shao C on the Alistair. The shutdowns remain alive. Redeploying on the map now are BYG towards this Baron.
Now Beyond, they can take some vision here, try and make sure that CFO can't just start this up immediately. Because with their jungling top dead, they won't be able to get here just yet. But for now, CFO aren't going to start it up. They did just get the Hextech Soul though, which feels like a big deal. And I think you're right. I think the fight was pretty much completely lost once Betty used that Featherstorm, because you need that against the engage that can come through. Now, while poke didn't necessarily land, I think the engage found here was really, really nice. And while the E didn't connect onto 116, they forced him into Zhonya's and he had nowhere to go. Nice engage from Kerez, saves the Ahri for now. But really, it just delays things, right? And then the engage coming out from Xiaozi onto Betty, there's nothing he can do about it at that point. And from then, just mopping up the rest of the team fight. And really happy, I think, as CFO with what you're putting forward here, because you're looking so confident now in game number 2 with this Hextech Soul. You know, you could be looking at a 3-0.
Could certainly be.
I can't believe this was a shutdown as well. You know, after all this, Kongyue probably should have let himself die to Alistair. Oh, okay. Shut down
back to
on
life.
Jimmy.
Yeah, Jimmy going down there to Betty. There's going to be a nice equalizer, splitting this team fight in half there. Shun does remain alive, and honestly, he's even more fed than Jimmy is right now. So perhaps if he has anything to say about this, it still could be a one fight for CFO. Lakai coming in, Kongwei flashes forward, Shun gets away. He's now looking for the damage. That's 2 kills. Shun is untouched. Is he going forward here? But Lakai going to have to run away. It's Betty and Kongwei both dead. Chelsea being looked at, but the knock up, the headbutt. Lakai getting so low that Runaz will find 2. And it's going to be a double kill for Shun, putting out 8,000 damage in the fight, and Baron secured as CFO look to take game number 2.
Game number 2, it looks so good here for CFO. They've got the Baron, they've got the Soul. What else would they need? And this was even with Jibian being caught. That was a 4v5. Pretty much landslide victory. And if that doesn't worry you as a Beyond fan, I don't know what to say. Betty, I hope we do get a replay because I think he maybe could have done a bit more there. Got a bit greedy, got taken out. Let's see what happened to Jimmy. Yeah, he actually is. Let's see. So Jimmy, I guess engaged on... Oh, okay, so there's an Ari above him. He's caught out. Nice Zhonya's, but unfortunately just has nowhere to go. Stuck in the middle of the team. Betty gets the shutdown. And I think here, things are looking good. The equalizer, very nice to split the fight up. This forces Beyond into a tough decision. They take a lot of damage before they finally decide to disengage. And I think Lakai, you know, he's coming in for the flank. Things are looking good. Probably should have jumped over the wall, I think, and come from below. And I think going here as Betty, you have no right being here. I mean, right next to the wall against Poppy. That's why I think the fight has to go down the river as opposed to into the jungle. And I think that's almost all from Lakai, just not going over the wall. And it ended up costing them pretty big as, well, they're wiped at the end. They did manage to take out Chelsea, but CFO, they're certainly on the path to pick up the 2-0 so far.
Absolutely are. They're charging down mid. They have the Hextech Soul. They have the Baron. Inhib now being made quick work of. What's the choice now? They honestly could just look to end. Out comes the Keeper's Verdict. Will miss, though. This tower's getting very low. Paranoia does come through, and Chelsea being the brunt of the damage. Kyrus comes through, finds 3-man with the Magna Storm, as it's Lakai who's looking for Shun, but won't be able to find him. In fact, Shun finding 2. Going forward is Jimmy, and they're looking for more. It's going to be 1 kill back there for Jimmy, and it's 5 still alive for CFO as 1 Nexus tower separates the team of CFO from perhaps game number 3 with match point as Lakai and Betty are trying to do what they can. Betty remains, does not have ult, and with 5 strong. The poke lands, Shun jumps over. He's going to confirm this last kill. In fact, actually, maybe not. Going into GA, Chelsea going to look for the CC. It will be picked up there. Shun, 10-0-3. He's the best AD carry in the world, and he's got match point up against Beyond.
Just like that, and CFO, you know, finding themselves up 2-0. Not the way we would have expected this series to go at all. And honestly, the way CFO are playing, they look like a team that could contest PSG. They are playing so cleanly here. And I'm honestly just really impressed by the side of CFO. I wonder, you know, what adaptations do you think Beyond make going into game number 3? Because, you know, I think, sure, maybe the comp isn't as easy to execute right. I think I would have preferred it with the Annie, but I think that game, you know, Betty, your consistent win condition really had a poor game for himself. It is hard, right? There is so many things that can kill him, and if you get hit by 1 poke or 1 engage, you are just pretty much out of the fight. So there's a lot of weight on his shoulders, and he wasn't able to step up to the plate. So now CFO, lead 2-0.
Yeah, I wonder if... I mean, I honestly think the draft is fine, but maybe you need to put something that has more pressure on Jace early, because honestly, Ari can set up for ganks earlier than level 6. And it felt like Jimmy pretty much just got to do whatever he wanted the whole time. I mean, he was 3-0 at one stage, and he really was what bridged the gap between Shun being 0-0-0, had a lot of CS admittedly, but it came to 1 team fight. Jimmy got caught, but by that stage, Shun had really come online, and I mean, you saw it in that fight. He picks up so many kills. He finishes 10-0-3, and I think 5 minutes before ending the game, he was like 0-0-0 with just an immense amount of CS. And it does feel to me like it stemmed off the back of Jimmy and on the Jace. And it felt like the Nocturne, while yes, it pressured Rest a lot, Rest was still completely fine to be in the state he was in that game. And it feels like you had to punish the Jace a bit more than you did the Rumble.
Certainly, and I think something you got to remember is that Chelsea found that roam mid
that
really,
was crazy.
really early. And that was Jimmy, and I think that picked up the kill even. So that was super nice. And I think that Chelsea also just found some, again, crazy engages. And I think, you know, when you look at MVP on this game, again, some big ones like the 10-0-0.
I think it should be Shun.
Yeah, and even like, you know, of course, Jimmy and bridging the gap. But I think it might be one of those cases where it's 3 MVPs that don't go to Xiaoxi, but Xiaoxi could very well be my MVP of the series if he keeps this up.
Absolutely. I think I agree with you. I think individually this game, the fact that Shun was 0-0-0, but he found, what did I say, 350 CS at 28 minutes, which, while you have the Shiv, you don't actually usually see that kind of CS. So he was constantly remaining alive, and he was being productive. He wasn't finding kills, but he was finding ways to keep getting himself gold, because despite Betty, who was 1-0-0, and you'd think, well, he's probably ahead in gold just a little bit, because the global gold wasn't too different at that stage of the game. It was Shun who was up a little bit of gold, and admittedly, by that stage, he was up 30 CS, which meant he was up even more gold, and he did find 4 items while Betty was still sitting at 3, and I think that is so important. While not having that much impact early, keeping yourself very, very relevant by constantly finding gold is kind of often overlooked.
Yeah, definitely agree. Again, I think looking at game number 3 here, you are worried as Beyond, right? You've put forward 2, I'd say, fairly different compositions, and it felt like that time, you know, you took away the Maokai, you took the Xayah, everything was kind of saying, yeah, we've got what we wanted, and then CFO, while it was a closer game, it was still pretty commanding, I think you'd say. There wasn't really a point in that game where you were really worried that Beyond were going to take it. I think maybe when they got that pick on the Jimmian, if that fight had been played out better, there is a possibility they pick up the fight win and then get the Baron. But by that point, the Soul had already been given over, and I think the Hextech Soul especially is so annoying to deal with, and it adds up to a lot of power. So I'm feeling very confident for CFO going into the next game.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that fight, I think one thing we overlooked was Shun actually played that fight really crazy. He sort of flashed into the Jax, got stunned, obviously, but had his cleanse, and he cleansed. And because he flashed into the Jax, he was actually away from every single other member of Beyond. And so it was only Jax that could damage him. He had the cleanse to get out of the stun, and then went back over the wall to where he was just able to freely hit, and nobody could do damage to him. So I think, like, it's pretty hard to have the wherewithal in the middle of a team fight to flash into the one champion that really will take you out, because you realize it is your best chance to get back to somewhere that you are completely safe. And I mean, after he got away from the Jax, he wasn't touched again in that team fight, and it was them picking up the Baron, and very soon after ended the game. So I think Shun has to be my MVP for this game. And I think, honestly, he's just the best AD carry in the world at this point, because he has really shown up. I want to say since game number 2 against DCG, where he had like a pretty pitiful Kai'Sa performance.
Just like dashing in and dying.
Yeah, since then, he has actually looked like he is... You'd compare him to, and I mean, in this series, he's better than Betty.
Yeah, 100%.
But you'd compare him to being on the same level as Wako and Betty have looked this entire split, because he truly has looked really, really phenomenal. And he's also playing champs that other people don't, like the Vayne. And so I think going into the next draft, you can't even be so sure as Beyond what to look towards, because there's 2 entirely different drafts that CFO have now bought out, and they look just as successful on both.
Definitely, and I think that is a good point. The champion depth really heavily favors CFO. I think mid is slightly favored, but I think you look at top and AD especially, maybe even into the jungle as just having much deeper pools to reach into. You know, Kungwei, he's got a lot of picks, but they're not all better at the moment, and we'll get into some replays, and I think a lot of pressure was put towards Rest, but every time he managed to either, you know, delay ult waves, and honestly, Rumble's a champ that even from behind still has a fair amount of utility, you know, even when you're just splitting up a fight with an equalizer. Even if it doesn't actually deal damage, right? If no one's on it, it can still cut the fight in half, and that can make positioning super, super difficult. And I think Kungwei, a lot of this game was kind of lost because there just aren't many targets to go for, especially once Jimmian ended up so strong, right? There's a very real possibility that you engage on him and you're just blown up immediately, which, I mean, if you're in that position as a Nocturne, especially a Nocturne that actually found himself like kind of far ahead, you're really, I guess, unhappy with how it turned out.
Yeah, for sure. And I mean, there was also a lot of time wasted around the Herald.
Yeah.
They did end up picking it up. Then they got a tower afterwards. But in the meanwhile, Jimmian was just farming up, and he was getting himself stronger and stronger, as was Shun. And so it almost felt like this 2-minute Herald dance that we saw at one point was just not worth it, because CFO afterwards just went and picked themselves up a dragon, and it was really eventually the Hextech Soul coming through that led to them winning. And it was also just the fact that BYG could never contest the dragon, because 30 seconds before it comes up, Jimmian was just posted in mid like a tower, throwing off these shock blasts, and if it ever connected onto Betty, and if it ever connected onto Keres, they were just forced to recall, and BYG could no longer take the fight.
Yep. I think this was another one of those times where Rest was looked at, but I believe it was, I think it was this wave or maybe the next wave. One of these waves, he just ults, and that shuts down any play on this side of the map, and in the meantime, Jimian just takes a top tower. And it feels
This is
like
all the same replay.
Oh, is it?
Yeah, it's all stayed the same.
No, either way.
It was a very long Herald dance, admittedly. As it started again, and then it gets de-aggroed again.
Yeah.
I'm starting to wonder, by the way, in these playoffs, it kind of goes unnoticed a lot of the time, but I'm starting to think that the top lane champion pool depth has so much meaning in these playoffs, because while it was somewhat a quiet game from Rumble, he absorbed so much pressure and then still just found so much in the team fights, and it's something that, looking back to game number 1, if Lakai was able to pick up the Rumble, could have been very similar, right? Because they needed AP and he wasn't able to find it, and he was going to be up against the Jax. It could have been a very similar dynamic.
Yeah.
I'm starting to think that the top lane champion pool is almost coming to be the most important thing, because...
I can kind of agree. I think the ability to play those AP champs does go a long way, not just for the damage balance, but also, you think of all those AP tops, you've got... the Rumble, the Kennen, the Udyr, the Gragas, none of those are easy to dive, or they can delay a lot.
Even Gwen.
Yeah, I mean, they just feel like they give you a lot of extra options that other teams don't have, and I think Lakai is one of the more shallow top laners when it comes to that top lane pool. And this one here, this is when Betty had already lost his ult, and I think this is where Beyond kind of lose the game. You can see that engaged on already is 1116. This is meant to be a safe mid lane pick, and you're just caught immediately. The re-engage from Kerr is to keep him alive, but what's it really for, right? Betty, he can't DPS, he's just standing on the equalizer, and the moment he walks forward, Shalsey, he's having none of it. That's a flashless Zion. You're not allowed to be there, buddy. No. So from here, I believe this was this third drag or fourth drag? I can't remember.
This, I believe, was Soul.
Yeah.
I think they picked up Soul off this and then also rounded out and killed everyone. Lakai had a heroic effort, though, at the end here.
He did. It was
He almost
close.
picked up like 3 kills in a 1v5. Look how impressive that is.
Yeah, that was the Soul picked up. So I think at this point, Beyond pretty much out of the game. Let's see how Lakai... I mean, he was pretty IHP, and obviously has the Hull Breaker active. There's 4 people on him. But health bars are low.
Yeah, Chelsea gets taken out. Jimian is on literally single-digit health by the end of it.
Yeah.
Look at that. I think it's probably double-digit health. It's very hard to tell when the health bar's at single digits, but it was an extremely close call. And I mean, I think Lakai, he did okay for himself. He was in a very tough matchup, and admittedly, he picked himself into that matchup, but I'm not sure. It's very hard to tell. Taking a look at damage, though, it was, well, Shun who pulled out the most damage, which is somewhat surprising, but obviously those team fights later on in the game, he was just having his way with pretty much everyone.
Yeah, he was pumping for sure. And it's always a good sign, I think, when all 3 of your carries are doing well, because that just means, you're not really restricted by kind of what happened there, I think, to Beyond, where if Betty dies, that's pretty much it, right? Unless Lakai can turn something around. I think, 116 on Ari, he did die at level 3, but he was pretty invisible this game as well. I think if that's Jimmy and Zari, the game possibly does look different, right?
Yeah. Jimmy and Zari definitely looks pretty good. It is going to be Jimmy who picks up that MVP, and I think that's fair enough because of the sort of bridging the gap there was between sort of Shun getting to his power spikes. But I do think you could make the argument also for Shun, I think, in this game. And obviously, Chelsea, I don't think he had an MVP performance, but he has been playing so consistently throughout this playoffs that so far, I think, between the 2 games, he is remaining as kind of the MVP in total.
Yeah. Well, fair enough. I think, Chelsea, I can't say enough good things about him. He just always finds everything. And I think, as well, so important is that there's so many engaged supports, right? You look at, again, maybe something like Kongyue, and you take away some of the carry junglers, and now he's really heavily shut down. But Chelsea, he's never going to run out, as we get a look at when Keras just...
poor Keras.
That was wrong neighborhood to a
That
team.
was, yeah. But he just evaporated. Unreal how quickly he went down there. And I think it was just like... He probably didn't even realize how quickly he was about to die.
Because he thought he was tanky.
And then at one stage of the game, it was kind of surprising to me that Jimian had I didn't even realize how long he'd been out on the mount, but he just eventually went back to base and picked up an entire Sherilda's from scratch, which was like, wow, this game is looking rough now. Obviously, game number 2 did go to BYG. Not BYG, it went to CFO. I'm surprised why it went to CFO. Jeez. And anyway... Game 3 will be coming up, of course. CFO on match point now, and it's very, very important times because the winner, if it is CFO of this next map, will be going to Grand Finals and Worlds. But it's BYG, who have looked so good all season, who are looking to bring back the reverse sweep. So do stick around.
好想吃花雕鸡面哦，可是 还在加班。
阿妈，
加班也能来碗酒香补一补哦。
就是这味道。
这碗花雕鸡面帮你补身又补心，
好满足哦。
还有麻油鸡面赶走你疲累的寒意。要不要再来碗花雕酸菜牛肉面？暖心酒香的丰盛美味，台酒酒香经典系列。
这不就是我们以前常吃的3杯鸡？现在好想吃哦。
少年嘞，要不要来碗3杯鸡风味干面？来，跟回味一拜。
就是这味道。
这碗浓郁咸香的酱，搭着葱花，再加上 Q 弹弹的面条，再淋上招牌米酒，吼吼。
这真是记忆中的美味啊！重现记忆中的街边美味，海酒面摊系列。
难得皇上莅临蒙古，臣等备好贡品向皇上进献。
好想吃哦！
特此献上，此为酒香蒙古锅牛肉面，
就是这味道，浓郁的汤头为牛臀骨风味，还有孜然香，淋上5加皮料理酒，更有层次。这真是宫廷御膳顶级享受。
台酒御膳堂酒香蒙古锅牛肉面。
I lie low, but in truth, I'm biding my time. Gonna mark what I choose, gonna sharpen my tongue. And I want to be free, but I need you. And I'm not gonna beg, so I tell you. It's not over till I say so. It's not over till I'm ready to let it go. Till I'm ready to let it go. Till I'm ready to let it go.
I'll challenge you, I'll challenge him, I'll challenge everyone, I am a king. I'll challenge statuses, I'll challenge me. Step to my game, you got no time to sleep. I run in the wind, I run in the snow. Outwork them all, best expect me to blow. I've tasted the low, I've tasted the high. Best I ever did was to not give it time, I just stayed on my grind. What you gonna do when they come for you? We just go hard. What you gonna do when you lose out? You just go hard. What you gonna do when they come for you? You just go hard. What you gonna do when you fall down? You just go hard. 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 time to sleep. I run in the wind, I run in the snow. Outwork them all, best expect me to blow. I've tasted the lows, I've tasted the highs. Best I ever did was to not give it time. I just stayed on my grind.
Flex on the beat. Flex on the beat.
Do you feel what the eyes can't see? You hear it calling way down deep. Trust your heart, it'll keep you true. This world expects so much from you. From the dark out into the light, it'll come in the middle of the night. You were raised in a secret place. Evil runs when it sees your face. Drama causing pain, know it's your time. Good will stand and the shadows will hide. Thousand souls will stay your side. Take a peek into the light. They won't take you alive. Stand here You must follow me, my friend. Stay together, we can make it home again. Take a look at this place once more. The people, the home that you're fighting for. Drama causing pain, know it's your time. Good will stand and the shadows will hide. Thousand souls will stay your side. Take a peek into the
Hello, everybody. We are back here for what could be the final time of the night for our playoff series. CFO leading 2-0 on match point against BYG. And now, Shock, I want to come to you. If BYG are to pick up a win here, what do you want to see? And obviously, it's going to have to start in draft.
Yeah, I think it does start with draft, and honestly, I would just like to see a very straight-up 5v5. I do hope to see like a champ like Annie or Nico come through for the mid lane, and I think while it's more difficult for Kongwei to pick up one of those team fighters because he does often go towards the carry junglers, which have some special requirements most of the time, I think if he can get, you know, maybe they just try and first pick the Maokai, because it has been banned away, and I think, well, by them, and he's comfortable on it, and I think it just... Maokai is one of the champs, sort of like Zyra Rakan almost as a duo, where they can just complete the comp by themselves. And I think that's what Beyond need right now.
Yep, absolutely does feel like that. And of course, on your screen, once again, it is the information there headed into the finals up against whichever team wins this series. It is looking like it might be CFO going up against PSG. And I mean, as CFO, it's a Cinderella story in many ways because they come in as what was the 7th seed after winning a tiebreaker up against Frank.
Yeah.
And now they are one game away from punching their ticket to South Korea, from punching their ticket to the grand finals up against PSG. And current form, it almost looks like they are the best team in the league because shaky starts even towards the start of playoffs. But now they are looking very, very formidable. It's going to be Beyond once again taking that blue side for themselves. And thus far, it's been all red side coming up gold here. The CFO winning both times. And I mean, I have to say, even on the red side, they have been getting the better draft. So I don't think going into this, I feel that much better that Beyond are on the blue again.
Yeah, and I mean, I think that Kongyue banning Sejuani and Maokai all split long, they have been finding success with it, and it's obviously too late really to change that priority now. But it's a problem, right? If you're banning away what you would say is, for sure the Maokai, maybe argue with the Sedge, the two best junglers on the patch, it feels pretty problematic. I'm not sure I'd put Sedge in the same league, but for whatever reason, they think it is, right? It has been banned all the time, and it's restricting them a lot. Imagine if you could just put these bans towards, you know, something like the Rumble that could come in later on and just really mess with your draft.
Yeah, and I think, honestly, looking at last draft, the fact that Rest feels confident enough to pick up the Rumble in the first rotation speaks volumes for really the confidence levels of CFO and Rest in particular. And now it is still Sejuani Maokai, but the Rumble will answer it. Of course, last game, a lot of focus was put towards that Rumble to put him behind, but he still output pretty much the same amount of damage as the 10-0 Zeri, as well as the Jace from Jimmy, and they got so far ahead. Bans from CFO remain the same. We'll see what their last ban is. There's the likes of the Jace, the likes of the Poppy, the Xayah, the Kai'Sa. Probably will be the Kai'Sa. It's what they've stuck with, and I don't see a reason to change that now.
What was the ban that Rumble was before?
Azir.
Okay, so they've dropped the Azir, and maybe we'll just see it come through. If you take Xayah Azir here, you've already got the best backline in the game right now, I feel like.
Yep,
and it's so hard to punish as well, because it feels like the way you punish those champs is by extreme range, because I think they are just too safe for you to play engaged champs into them. I honestly think if CFO just goes Xayah Azir, the game feels so over.
Yep, can be a Jace answered, but importantly, that would force some AP to come out. Now, Lakai could be playing Poppy top, but Kongyue has looked so good on the pick that it does feel like it will go to Kongyue, and the onus will be onto Lakai to find himself some form of ability power damage in the top lane.
I think that's just Harvard as a meme, right? There's no way.
Well, I mean, 116 hasn't really played the Azir. It is just going to be locked in.
Yeah, I really like that. I think that CFO, this is off to a great start. I think both the champs deal well with Poppy, and now it's really on to Beyond to try and punish this, but they're not easy champs to punish.
No.
Not with what's banned.
And it does feel like you have to pick an AP mid laner here as well. Yeah. Maybe the Ahri probably is the best pick of the litter, but... And you do have the Poppy on your side this time, which makes it a little bit easier, but honestly, it feels like Jimmian can probably answer whatever's picked here with a Vi. Obviously does well into the Zeri. Doesn't do so well into the Poppy, of course, but... I mean, are you too concerned about that when you have the Xayah as well as the Azir?
No, I wouldn't think so. What do you pick? I mean, I think Beyond, they're in a spot of trouble. They have that Poppy flex. They could grab the Rel for a bit of engage, but it doesn't feel amazing into Azir and the Xayah. Okay, so they're going to go for the Renekton, which is going to ensure that they have some early strength in these team fights, which I kind of like because it does take Azir and Xayah some time to come online, right? These are champs that play for 2 items, and there is a window where you can, you know, win every fight before then, snowball yourself to a big enough lead that they don't feel super relevant. And that's something that we have seen happen to Azir's and to Xayah's of fighting way too early.
Oh boy.
Will it be it? Game number 3.
So. I hope so. Lock it in. 2 seconds. 1 second.
Oh, he's done it.
Boy, we get a game number 3. It's Blitzcrank once again for Chelsea. If anyone in the chat has not yet witnessed Chelsea's Blitzcrank, you're in for a treat because this guy, he is the modern day Mad Life when it comes to Blitzcrank play.
Now, what do we look for in the second phase bans for CFO? Because mid and top, well, top's actually been picked. Mid and support then are what's available. Looks like banning away engaged supports could be the way to go. And I like that because I think that, again, if your Azir and Xayah gets DPS, there's not going to be much that can go up against that.
I feel like Nautilus as well as Rakan would probably be my choices. It doesn't feel like the Rel has that good of a time getting onto the Xayah or the Azir.
Yeah, even the Alistar doesn't feel that amazing, so...
Yeah, so Rel ban anyway, taking that away from Gemini. I guess it makes sense. Gemini would want to play a tank here.
Yeah.
Does feel like he still has options though. Obviously
Silas ban.
Yeah.
That's interesting. That's really weird.
That is really weird.
I don't think Silas does particularly well into...
anything showing.
No.
Maybe Blitzcrank, but...
What? Is this to set up for Malphite?
I was thinking something like that. And honestly, I don't hate it. So far, so much AD coming through. Kasante going to be that final ban.
Surely that means you're picking Malphite here, right?
You can pick it. I mean, you don't even have to pick it here. You can just wait to see what comes through. Oh,
Zach.
Junjia paving the way. I like this. I think you should just
Vi against Zeri feels really good. And I would prefer that he goes the tankier way as well.
I wouldn't even hate this.
No, I think anything that can frontline for Azir and Xayah, you're going to be fine with. I think the tankier the better, but honestly, we take those.
We do take those.
I swear, it is 5th pick Malphite, right?
I think so.
I think it is.
Now, we've seen one Trundle before. It was Hana playing it up against PSG, and it honestly did fine. It was just PSG who were the better team, ended up winning it. Rakan feels like the obvious lock-in, I think. Although maybe Blitzcrank into the Alistair doesn't feel so good.
Well, it's tough. Beyond, they've got to get some tools to punish, but it's not easy. Now, what does 116 look for? There is still the Annie, but it's gonna have trouble, I think, up against Trundle Blitzcrank. Playing something mobile like the Ari again, it's okay.
Oh my goodness, CFO of 1. If that's locked in, CFO going to Worlds.
I do understand why they're going for this, but I don't like it. I think that we've said it so many times, the static LeBlanc build is too weak now. It just doesn't find the value that they need, and I think in terms of consistency in the team fights, they're heavily favored.
Now, you do have Renekton and Poppy to somewhat bridge the gap, but it feels like the Poppy is going to lose so much value against the Trundle. Imagine. It's not going to be, but that would be very funny.
They can just go a top lane tank. I think Malphite, Ornn, Udyr.
Oh, it's time.
Okay. I don't know how you feel about this, but I think CFO
know how I feel.
Have the most landslide draft victory I've seen in a while.
I am inclined to agree. Now, Rest has played a game of Udyr before. Not this split. It was in spring. But it looked very, very good. And now, if he has learned anything from solo kill here in the summer split, this is probably just going to be a landslide victory, and it's probably going to stem from the amount of priority that Udyr gets, because Renekton often picked because he gets priority and he can get the Rift Herald pretty much every single day of the week. But Trundle skirmishing and Udyr lane dominance can lead to that not being true here. And, I mean, we're going to have to see how Rest plays it, but I think CFO very favored here in game number 3.
For sure. I think that what Beyond have going for them is they do have a lot of snowball potential. I think that Renekton has a lot of strength in the early game. Poppy as well, a champ that can really get things going. And I think for what you say about LeBlanc, if it does get ahead, it's extremely oppressive. Now, it normally has trouble getting there on its own. If it can find kills or be spoon-fed them by the Poppy Renekton, I think that can work. But I think what really just finds success in the PCS is consistent 5v5 team fights. And what CFO have is just one of the best 5v5 team comps of all time.
Absolutely. And I'm interested to see really how the Poppy versus Trundle goes, because it feels like Poppy often has quite a lot of pressure early game. But up against the Trundle, you can't really skirmish the Trundle in your jungle because he's just going to steal all of your attack damage away and beat you down. I guess a lot will come down to runes. You do expect maybe the lethal tempo for the Trundle, which again just adds to that skirmishing potential. Rest as well, not too sure what he'll take for his runes up in the top side. Could be something like the Grasp, but not necessarily the case. It is the Grasp.
PTA Trundle.
Okay. Imagine if the game started off like that.
That would be a wild start. That is going to allow Beyond to get some vision into the top side. Feels like not a whole lot will come off of that, but it's better than nothing. Okay.
Betty's gone for Fleet.
Oh, interesting. Something else I was about to say is that there's a second wind on 116, which I really don't think that's playing into your win condition here, because LeBlanc, with the early game runes, with having Manaflow Scorch, can actually get a pretty big lead against Azir in isolated 1v1, but going more defensive seems questionable to me. I really don't think you need it.
Might speak volumes about sort of the confidence levels.
Perhaps.
Oh.
The guys Renekton, though, speaking of confidence levels, they are down 0-2, but he's never lost on Renekton in his PCS career, and they need the series to be turned around. And this game, it feels tough. You're going up against Res Udyr, of all things. This is actually the God Slayer, this one.
It is.
He takes down any top laner with this pick.
That's right. I mean, we saw not even just Rest, But solo kill took down Driver with this pick. He's
Driver's
taken down
gangplank,
yeah,
no less.
Exactly. Yeah. Wow. He's taken down Driver's Rumble as well with this pick. It is just something that seems very oppressive. And I mean, already we're seeing it. Lakai, he's on Renekton. Level 1 Renekton, not strong.
No.
Let's not get that confused. But level 1 Renekton, often not at half HP on the first wave. So...
No, it's not the look you'd want. Now, there is, of course, still time, especially around the Herald. I think that's a place you can look.
Can you, though? Against the Trundle, feels pretty hard.
Yeah, I mean, I think still probably should be able to. The thing is, it feels like Beyond have almost played into what CFO want, right? Because you see the Azir, and, okay, you can punish it with the LeBlanc, sure, but it's not like you have these really big wins around the early objectives. In fact, you might even favor Azir at an early fight over a LeBlanc, which... not often, you know, the case that you're picking up, say, first Dragon, first Herald as an Azir, and if you do, especially with Azir alongside you, these two champs complement each other very well. I think that Azir obviously can peel for Xayah, and even the Root, you know, can lock up the engage just to allow Azir to DPS, so...
Oh,
Gemini,
it's time. The Troll King.
He has the buffs. Oh, he's here.
Oh, Kongyue. Oh, poor little Kongyue. You've run into a Troll King. He is going to have to run away.
Nice
he does
dodge.
proc the phase rush, but with that pillar going up, Gemini is going to disengage. He's now going to look for this blue buff, and there is so much priority top here for Rest that it does feel like it's just going to be given. Now, bot side, hook lands from Chelsea onto Keres. The root will not connect, though, from that Blade Caller.
Well, blue was taken away, but is that going to be it?
Kai does go over the wall. He has got Fury built up there. Stun lands here onto Gemini. Lakai losing quite a bit of health. It should be this Scuttle Crab at least picked up here from Kongyue, and might even just go over to pick up the second one on the bot side. And hook lands again, and Keres, he's 1 HP. Chelsea. He picks himself up, first blood. Much deserved there. Don't give that gold to Shun. Chelsea deserves all of it.
His Everfrost Blitzcrank might come through, but...
oh, true.
How good is Chelsea? He's so good at support.
He is. Oh my!
That was so close.
Oh.
I can't take it.
Well, I mean, 800 gold ahead already for the side of CFO. Take a look. I assume we'll get to see both of the hooks.
Yeah, I think this was the first one.
Oh, this one must be the second one.
Yeah, must be the second one. And remember, he is low from that first one already connecting. And the burst that comes out, level 3 advantage. They do just take him out. And we saw picture-in-picture there. 1116 lost his flash. And it doesn't seem like anything was invested. So I guess he was just ganked by Gemini. And while CFO, it doesn't reflect yet in the gold, they're starting to get advantages in all their lanes.
I want to say, I'm very happy that finally Trundle is seeing played. Because I think this entire split, Trundle was such an underestimated pick. I mean, how many Sejuani Magpies did we see? And Trundle feels like the perfect champion into this meta. And I mean, we're seeing it now. Early invade, gets himself a blue, just strolls into mid, gets a flash away from LeBlanc.
Yeah, definitely happy with that. Now, Garrett does manage to freeze this wave, which is going to be a little annoying for Jimian.
Chelsea items.
He's cooking.
It's Everfrost.
He's doing it.
It's time.
Oh, and they might find Chelsea here. He has flash, though. Oh, is he fast? What? That was unfair.
Oh, a lot of CC. He does have flash. He's going to get himself over the wall, and Betty does not feel confident enough to follow through. Maybe he could have. Just didn't know where Gemini was on the map. Feels a little bit too dangerous. Don't want to go down, especially with so much on the line. Chelsea, he's going to get Betty's flash.
Yeah, Chelsea, immediately after getting ganked, is forcing out the enemy ADC sums. Now, could be looking mid here.
Oh, Jimian, he's going to have to flash. Oh, the steadfast presence. It's going to be a kill given over. And you said you really need to find early gold onto this LeBlanc. Doing just so there.
Really
well played gank.
Yeah. I think especially, you know, level 6 advantage there on the LeBlanc means, he's found.
Betty's found. He does have his dash. He's going to get rooted up. And the pillar. One more auto. Shun has flash. But he's not going to commit it.
Shun. Betty is just having a gig on the cam.
He is.
He loves Chelsea's Blitzcrank as much as we do. Yeah, Shun, I guess he thought he was going to get it without the flash. Probably should have invested it. Let's take a look at this. So level 6 advantage for the LeBlanc means double chain is here, and there's no ult to disengage. Once the first chain connects, you're pretty much dead to right, I think, especially when Kongyue gets the block there. So getting advantage on your LeBlanc, that is a way into this game. But the bot side, it's not going as well.
Oh my goodness, look at Rest's items.
Oh, no. Not my proud Rest.
I mean, admittedly, you can pretty much just stack armor this game. The LeBlanc will eventually have damage, but will she really have damage onto the likes of an Udyr? Probably not.
No, probably don't want to be hitting the Udyr.
Yeah. And how balanced is that? Like, Kai's really having fun up here in the top lane.
Oh, bot lane. Oh.
Minion secured. Chelsea is yet to recall, by the way, as is... Well, Shun did. Shun went and picked himself up some boots.
Yeah,
although maybe he didn't back after the tower plate, though.
Well, I might get in that recall now and maybe go back up to the top side.
Huge CS gap mid, by the way.
Yeah, after that death especially, Jimin is starting to struggle, which is somewhat to be expected. Difficult matchup anyway. Ultimately, though, as long as he can get to 2 items in a relatively standard time, he'll still be strong, and Gemini is going to come mid, force the priority, and that's going to allow them to walk into the river, especially with Shalcy here. And I don't think that the side of Beyond can contest this. Now, Keres is pathing here. No level 6 on the Alistar. And I think you have to say that level 5 Blitzcrank, you know, much different than a level 5 Alistar, right? If that ult had come through, would be a very different story.
Yeah, Blitzcrank 6 feels pretty inconsequential for the most of the
Oh, TP is invested, and Zeri comes up. So I think if CFO just play it slow, especially once Betty has shown here, Shun can just get stuff bot. And all you really need to do here as CFO is play with them, just waste their time. And I think that's what they want to do. They do need to make sure not to overstep and get caught up by Keres, and walking greedily may be the way to do it. Now, the Zeri shows bot. It is a 4v4, and it's one that I think the Renekton has to carry for Beyond.
Oh,
that was close.
Chelsea, yeah, he almost mind-gamed 116.
Taking a look.
Keres does use that Hex Flash. He's going to stun up Chelsea, who does not have Hook active, and Lakai does go forward. It's 116 who picks up that kill, but Shun has arrived. That's 1 kill now for Shun on the Xayah as 116 goes back to his distortion. He's snared up, and Rest and Shun should be able to take this one down. They're going for the wrong thing. 116 might just get out. One more dual daggers. It's going to be the Feather Storm. Will commit it. Does pick himself up a kill. Meanwhile, though, Betty get himself a lot of gold here in the bot side. All things considered, a 2-for-1 around this Rift Shield. Rift Shield, though.
Wait.
No, Rest will be able to go.
Oh my god.
Wow.
Kongyue.
With the frog question mark.
How?
Well played.
I don't think I've seen that happen before. I like it, though, as I think it comes out pretty even then, all things considered, and getting another kill on your LeBlanc does feel pretty good. At the same time, 2-0 on Shun. He's been performing for us all series long.
He's the best AD carry in the world. Betty going to get hooked up. There is no follow-up, though. Will be annoying, though, of course, stopping that recall and allowing now for Shun to trade much of that gold back, perhaps even a tower plate with sort of how Xayah does work.
See it again then. Remember that the Xayah, that was a good idea. The Xayah is coming up, and now that Zeri was forced to stay bot, and Engage comes out, but I don't think Lakai was strong enough yet to really 1v9 this fight. They take out Shalcy, but Jimmy wastes a lot of their time in the backline and even manages to get out with a nice little shuffle there. Everything comes up CFO. I think kills, you can still be reasonably happy as Beyond. You got one on the LeBlanc, but now facing down a 2-0 Xayah, especially with how Shun has been performing.
Yeah.
That is just not what you want going into potentially your elimination game.
Oh.
Did Lakai die just then?
Lakai did die just then.
So it must have been a gank from Trundle.
Gemini must have killed him.
I'm sure we'll get a replay of it, but Renekton being this behind is a problem, right? Because Renekton, I think, can normally weak side. He doesn't. I think Renekton doesn't really need to get ahead anymore, just as a champ. But I do think he can't fall behind, especially not against a champ like Azir and Xayah. It's just too hard. And you look at his items now, he does not have them. Lakai, who was pushed up very far, dashes forward into rest, and Trade doesn't even look that good. I mean, it doesn't take him down at all, and Gemini waiting there patiently. Flash was here. Oh. No, I knew it was going to happen.
Yeah. It has to happen. Oh, Lakai's happy. At least everyone's smiling.
That's what counts.
Now, I mean, I'm worried. I think you saw there that 116 has Demolish. And so around the side lanes, we'll be able to take out towers better. But if Rest is matching, I don't feel like you're ever going to make any progress up against the Udyr.
No.
Sunfire Cape now completed on Rest, so Lakai really is not able to do anything. In fact, he might even just go down here. There is no flash available, and Udyr a very fast champ, but Rest going to opt instead to go for his minions. This dragon can be teleported to by Rest, and it is some aggressive... Okay, Hex Flash coming through.
I don't think this dragon's allowed.
Oh, Betty. Oh, Betty. There's a blast cone. Betty. Oh, my God. Shell C just finds everything he wants and more.
Yeah, that should be the dragon gone unless Kongyue can somehow steal it away, and he's going to give it a go.
Oh, Pillar comes through. Wow, okay.
I mean, this game is looking so good for CFO.
Yeah. Now, it is only just over 1k gold lead, so it's not like Beyond are out of this by any means, but the fact that you have a 3-0 Xayah this early on into the game, as well as 2 dragons while having a Xayah on your team, feels very, very hard to come back against, especially when you consider that you don't really have a good team fighting comp. And so playing around the next dragons is going to be very, very difficult.
For sure. And I think this game heavily just relies on the LeBlanc now. And the problem is those items are still so far away. And I think with Shun being this accelerated, Lifesteal should come in third. And that's going to make the LeBlanc's job so difficult. As already, you know, CFO, it's only 13 minutes in as well. And they have those 2 drags already. As the comp with the Xayah.
That's right. Honestly, I think this is another reason why I'm surprised we never see much Trundle, because it feels like, obviously, yes, a lot of this has been started off Shao C finding magnificent picks. I think the Trundle just offers you so much priority early game that the other junglers don't, especially when you are up against what is the current meta. I mean, seeing the Poppy, seeing the Sejuani, and of course the Maokai, the Trundle just does so well into all of them. And Lakai is having a really good time in this top lane.
Yeah. Betty, he's going to get out, or maybe not. Chelsea's also found himself a lost chapter, so we'll be working towards...
Oh, no. There's no way Betty expects this.
He's just standing there, menacingly.
That's right. Chelsea approaches the Zeri menacingly. Oh, he's going to find a Kongyue. He's actually hit against the wall, and maybe this could be a look to punish. Chelsea picking up a little bit of health as Betty will pop that ult, and Shun's finding a lot of damage. Kongyue getting burst very, very low. Not going to be able to find the kill though. Shun flashing forward. Featherstorm does come out and Kongyue flashes over the wall, but it's Rest who is going to turn up here first. Out of the top laners, and admittedly Betty's doing a lot of damage here, but is he doing as much as Rest? It doesn't feel like it. It is still a 4v5, but Kongyue really not able to compete. As any further, if Beyond go forward, it does feel like there will be certain demise, but at least for that trade, it was 1-0. And there's a kill picked up there.
Yeah, nice pickup for them. Going to be able to get a little bit of gold. Now, Gore Drinker does come in for Lakai. It's pretty late, you know, here at 15 minutes. Sometimes you even see the Renekton's just pick up a straight Gore Drinker with no other items, right? And that comes in, you know, maybe at around 9 or 10 minutes. So being this far behind on that item, it's pretty significant. And they're going to have to contest that third dragon in only 2.5 more minutes. Now, you will say that CFO haven't hit their big spikes just yet, but they're already so strong. And Shao C, he's been having a lot of fun, I think.
No one's going to claim the gold.
No, tower does go down, but Shao C, he was caught out here. So much damage comes in from Shun, though, that it doesn't feel super easy to just take this cleanly. Nice dodge from Betty to get away from that, and also a nice flash from Kongyue to get over this wall without taking down. So, all things considered, it's not a big deal either way, but there were a fair amount of sums used, and ahead of a third dragon fight, that is important.
Yep, certainly is. I think importantly, though, Jimmy didn't use anything in this fight. Barely participated, and coming back to live, it's going to be this Rift Shield picked up by CFO, and I'm sure that'll be most likely used in the mid lane. Probably closer to the spawn of the dragon, of course, which is coming up in 1.5 minutes. Now, admittedly, the dragon isn't so important in this game. The Chemtech soul does feel weaker than pretty much every other soul.
First tower, though, should go down here in the mid lane. Or maybe not. Remains for now. And I wonder, how close do you think Shun is to the Navori? He should be relatively close, I think, with just how fit he's found himself. I don't know if he's going to be able to get it in the next minute. And honestly, if you are CFO, you can choose to just give this dragon and scale more, take more gold on the other side of the map. The world is your oyster at this point.
I see what you did there.
Oh, thank you, yeah.
Damn. That's smooth.
It was.
You should cast League of Legends. Now, I think, honestly, CFO don't have to give it over, though. I think they're still strong enough, even if that Navori doesn't come through, where they can just find the team fight win.
Yeah.
Especially if Rest is able to join. I think, well, you're seeing how much damage he's putting out. He's built 0 damage items thus far. And with the Kindle Gem coming through, it does seem to me that he might just be building the Demonic Embrace.
Could be. Would add up to a lot of additional damage. Nash is being worked on here for Jimmy and won't have it, but the Navori does come in. And this feels just already, I think, an unwinnable fight for Beyond, despite the goal being close, as long as Shun plays it well. Now, he does not have the flash, and that can make things a whole lot more difficult, but it doesn't really feel like there's any realistic threat onto him. And I don't really see how Beyond will win this fight, aside from 1116 finding a pick or some significant poke before it starts off.
Yeah, I'm inclined to agree. Now, Jimmy is up on the top side, does have teleport available to himself, obviously, and honestly, CFO should be favored to get this dragon, but if they can stall it a little bit, before they even start, it's going to be Lakai hooked over the wall. He's down to 1 HP. He's not going to be able to contend in this fight anymore as Rest. He's in the middle of a lot of boys, but he is also very, very tanky. He's trying to get himself out. He will be eventually taken out, and now 4v5 is on the cards. Lakai recalling
another one.
Another hook lands, and this time it's onto that jungler in Kongwe who's taken out. Jimmy and picking up that kill. 116 trying to do damage, but really not at that item threshold you need to be as this LeBlanc. Dragon has not been taken. It's a 1-for-1 trade. Lakai coming back to the play as Rest will have teleport on respawn. So CFO likely to start up this dragon. And as long as they delay it long enough for Rest to come back, should feel good. Although recalls coming through here. 116 picking up his Night Harvester, as well as Chelsea just recalling, means that there is no contest. And third dragon will go over to CFO in what could be their final game headed into the grand finals.
They're looking so good here. They're going to be able to get their 2 items on Azir most likely before the next drag, as Gemini will finish this one up. And now, 1116, the ball's in his court. He is really strong in the side lane, and I don't think there's anyone that can really match other than Rest. As we'll see, Chelsea finds not 1, but 2 hooks that set this fight in such a good state.
That was blind, I think, by the way.
Yeah, I think he just saw him walk in before, but didn't have confirmation. And I think that already puts the fight in such a good spot for you. Now, Rest ends up going down, and maybe you're thinking, okay, Lakai, he could TP back, but Chelsea, he finds another one onto the jungler, no less. And they take him out nice and early, and suddenly, Beyond, their chances of contesting that fade away.
How easy is League of Legends when your support just finds a hook every single fight? Sometimes 2 times in a fight.
That's pretty nice.
Now, LDR getting worked on here by Shun. As fight comes through, Lakai no flash, going to get Emperor's Divided back, and it's going to be all the damage you need here coming out of both Jimmy and Gemini. It's going to be another kill here. Lakai 0-3 on his undefeated Renekton. Hook lands here onto Keras, who does have flash, but he's silenced up. He's going to pop the ult. It's going to be another kill. Shun 4-0, and 116 teleporting into the play. A little bit too late, though, it feels like, as Kongwe is going to go forward. Gemini getting pretty low. A lot of damage is coming through. Shun's trying to find it, and a nice keeper's verdict there onto 2. At CFO, they might just find the team fight win. It's going to be 4 taken down, and so much damage from Betty.
Can they Baron?
Shutdowns coming through as well. Rest does respawn. Or in fact, no, he just didn't even go down. They are headed towards this Baron. Teleport coming out of Lakai.
Yeah, no TP for Jimmy, and somehow CFO, they go from having complete control over this game to now, Beyond, it looked like they were crumbling, but should be able to pick up the Baron here out of nowhere. I think it's just gone.
Chelsea's alive. He's running out there to the Baron pit. It is 4 members of Beyond on it. They are taking him down nice and quickly. It will be taken. And Beyond, they're not going to go down without a fight. It's game number 3 here. They're on the brink of elimination. Chelsea and Rest. Chelsea will not be able to steal. Oh my god, I thought he had. Oh my god, I thought he got it.
If he had done that.
Betty did manage to secure that one, of course, but if that was stolen by Blitzcrank Flash ult, all bets were off.
Yeah. Let's see it again then. Initially, pick found onto Lakai. It's free. You did use the Azir, but honestly, it feels pretty worth it. Renekton was committed as well. You take this, and then immediately after, they find a pick onto Keras in the jungle. And I was thinking at this point, you know, Beyond, they look very lost in this game, just giving over random kills here and there. And I think that's what they are, right? Like, these aren't good plays by any means. And the TP coming in, even that, you're thinking, okay, this doesn't look too good. But it's Betty and 1116 who they find all the AoE here and stuck in this corridor just allows so much damage to come through and doesn't allow the tanks to stand in front of that front line. Shun, he makes a super play at the end, but doesn't quite get him, and somehow, some way beyond, they claw themselves back into this game.
Are you smiling again?
I bet he's just enjoying himself.
Yeah, he's just having a good time with the boys. Now, of course, Baron, 1 minute and 50 seconds remaining. They are going to almost certainly be able to work out the way to take down this mid tower at minimum. But it is, importantly, pretty much same timer on this Baron going down as it is on the Dragon respawning, which would be Soul for CFO. They are down now, 3k gold after that disastrous fight in the bot side jungle. But I think, importantly, Shun still feels very strong, as does Jimian.
But this LeBlanc is really, really accelerated and can get a lot done in the side lane. Question comes down to how well it'll do in the team fight, but when you're this far ahead, it feels like you could play pretty much anything and have impact, and we really hope he does. As 2 towers now go down, that gold lead continues to extend. Jimian will trade back in the top side.
And likely does have Nashes too, which is very important to note. Flash forward
engaging.
carries, they're looking. Shun is going to get chained up here as Lakai's looking for him. Featherstorm comes out. There is no flash available for the Zaya though, and he's just going to go down. Teleport coming through. Jimian makes it in, but he's going to have to narrowly escape there. As it's all coming up, BYG here now in game number 3. Some impressive turnarounds, and 116 being extremely fed on the LeBlanc. 6, 1, and 4 now. Nice engage by Keras to look for that dive, and it is Jimian who now finally does have access to the Nashes. But is it too late?
We'll see. Such a decisive engage here by Beyond. They see Jimian recoil, know he's not here just yet, and they just go immediately. Keras finds a massive engage, Shalsi, no flash taken out, and Shun, stunned up, has to ult, but right next to the wall, flash from Lakai will take him out. And by the time Jimian's here, the fight's all but over. So now, looking towards this Dragon.
Rest, he's being the focus right now. He's going to go immune there as Keras will use the headbutt onto him. But he's pretty low. A lot of damage is coming out here from the carries of BYG as they're looking to take this Dragon. I think if you're CFO, you can afford to just give this one over and scale into the game. In fact, it looks like that might be what they're trying to do, although maybe they're coming down here. If Shalsi lands a hook, could be a way to turn this around. Should be able to spot out where 116 is.
Ooh.
Oh my god, Shalsi is gone. And now if there's a fight, it does certainly favor BYG. Jimian's going to get out. Rest is trying to get out. It is ult popped by both Betty and Lakai. Betty's got the ghost running as well. As it's all trying to get out. 116 jumping over the wall. He's looking for Rest. Rest so low. But that blast cone should get him to safety. Gemini though, he's going to have to be careful here as 116 doing so much damage. Gemini does remain alive, and this is delaying a lot of time. The Dragon will eventually be picked up. And Shalsi got absolutely annihilated. 116 finally making this LeBlanc build look viable.
Yeah, I mean, say what you want about the LeBlanc build in the early game, but it does scale incredibly well. And I think especially, I kind of like what he's gone for here, of not going for the Lich Bane, because it feels oftentimes you do end up kind of stuck of needing both Void and Rabadons, and you just don't have the gold and don't have the time in the game to actually get it. But I think now, 116, with how ahead he's found himself, should be able to pick up a death cap eventually this game. And that's going to make him just absolutely uncontestable, especially because there is no lifesteal for Shun. And it's starting to get to the point where LeBlanc can burst you out as well. So a colossal throw from CFO is potentially costing them game number 3 here.
Certainly looks to be that way. Although they certainly aren't out. Shun very, very strong. He's picked up the Vamp Scepter. He has 3 items as well. Betty picking up the Guardian Angel third means he'll do a little bit less damage, but certainly can survive a whole lot more. Rest as well. He's slowly scaling into the game. Looks like he's going to be picking up a Jack Show in the near future. I think Jimian as well, of course. You do have late game scaling. It's only 25 minutes into the game, and you've got an Azir, you've got a Zaya. You're not really forced to win the game that quickly. BYG, admittedly, they have been finding some very proactive plays, which are allowing them so much in the game. And now they're looking up on this top side.
Yeah, lots of pings up here, but they will be spotted out nice and early.
Kongyu even might be looked at.
I think catching a LeBlanc is pretty impossible.
But if they do it, that would be their way to almost seal the deal that they are going to win this game. Aren't going to be able to find it, of course, 116 being safe enough there. Very, very hard to take down that champion. And now teleport's coming through.
Nice pillar.
Shun's at the front of the play, but the pillar's very good. And flash forward, keeper's verdict. Featherstorm has to come out as well as that flash. And here comes the damage. It's going to be all Betty. Betty's fighting 2. He's looking for a 3rd here. There's going to be Rest in the back line, though. He's trying to find the damage here onto Kongwei. Kongwei might just go down. Is, in fact, going to. It's Rest who picks that one up, but it's still Betty who remains untouched in this fight. He's going forward, looking for Rest as Lakai will take the kill there over onto Gemini on the bottom side of the fight. Mega Blast Cone is going to be procced there by Betty, and now Baron on the cards for a second time here for BYG.
Yeah, I think, are they going to do it though? Maybe without their jungler they won't, and not with Jimmy and alive. And importantly, 116 was shut down in that fight, and take a look. 7,000 damage put out there by Betty. Complete 1v9. I mean, his super strong mid laner was, I think, 1 shot. I'm not even sure what by, maybe just the 0. And so he really put the team on his back here. And that's the Betty we know and love and expect, honestly, to see in this series.
Absolutely. And now, Shun admittedly, he did nothing that fight, and they still actually were close. I think that was very promising for Jimmy's damage output in specific, that a fight that started that terribly could be that close. As we'll take a look at the replay here.
Yeah, and
Shun just getting caught at the front of the team, really.
Yeah, already this was looking bad, and the pillar kind of saves it. Shun caught here against the wall. But 116, how does he die? He's hooked in by Xiaoxi and immediately taken out. That saves the fight single-handedly. Nice stopwatch from Jimmy and keeps him alive for some time. And at least means that there are a lot of... Yeah, okay, so Betty has to commit some time to dealing with him. And he's just able to eventually get out. Rest must have dealt a lot of damage, I think, in this fight too, just with all the AoE. And this very, very close, I think, to being a disaster fight for CFO and just having another Baron go over and perhaps the game with it. But importantly, no death cap on LeBlanc just yet. She must be relatively... maybe she's pretty far. Because I haven't seen... I think she's been buying a lot of blue pots. I've seen at least 2. And that's keeping her away from the Rabadons, which is a big problem, honestly. You need that spike. It's so much at this point. And I think... Was it Shun that got the shutdown?
Yeah, it was.
Yeah, and I think what better member to have it on at this point? Because Shun, you know, that fight aside, has been playing so well.
Yeah, absolutely. And Baron now, control of the vision.
TP.
Yeah, teleporter's coming through.
No Rabadons. Has 2 rods, though.
They are going to notice that he's here, and pretty much immediately Gemini going to have to dodge out of this chain. Isn't going to get connected. In fact, it is just the Q and then Mimic.
Well, 116 spotted out nice and early. He wants to be able to try and get some poke. I think LeBlanc's starting to get to the point where she doesn't need poke so much. Oh! Is dodged out.
Now,
nice
Kongwei going forward, and Shun staying untouched at the moment, but it's Gemini on the side who's being looked at. It's Lakai and Betty who are wailing on him. Gemini does get away, though, and it does force out the dominance there of this Renekton. Now, admittedly, Subjugate was also used by Trundle, and so some important ultimates down. Kongwei, though, got almost annihilated there by Shun. You're seeing how much damage this guy can do if he is able to remain untouched in the Hex Flash. Oh my god, Xiaoxi.
Xiaoxi somehow is 1-7, and he still feels like he might be the person to watch in this game.
Yeah.
Nice damage, though, coming out of LeBlanc, and I think Beyond's carries. They have a chance to turn this game around. Everything comes down to this team fight.
Oh my god, it's 116 is hooked. He's going to get knocked up, and there's going to be no damage to follow up, though, so it's just an immediate kill. Xiaoxi going down. In comes the Keeper's verdict as the Dragon is alive. It's going to be a 4v5 if CFO wish to contest it, and I don't believe they have to. No. 116 aggroing the blue buff as Rest is going to heal up a little bit from this. They are positioning fairly aggressively as Shun remains in that bush. Kira's getting looked at. Kira's is going to get very low. He finds a 3-man though. He's going to be taken out. Lakai and 116 on the flank. Lakai healing up a lot. Featherstorm does come through. And watch out for that quick blade. It's going to come through and the GA's popped. But Betty finds Jimmy in. And the stun onto Shun means that this 80 carry will be going down. It's all up to Rest. Rest is also going to be taken out as teleports being committed as they're going to try and head down the mid lane. There's going to be 35 seconds until anyone notable respawns here for CFO. It's Shun up against 4 of BYG.
I think they might be able to end here. There's a long time on the wave clear, but there is only 1 creep, but Xiaoxi has no way to get it. Perhaps the health bars are too low, though. 20 seconds away from the carries. What can Xiaoxi do to delay this? He needs to buy time. Everfrost is a start. He's flashed on. He's
flashed
gone.
on, yeah. He is taken out. Now there's 10 seconds on Gemini. It's going to be over.
I think it's done.
Game number 3.
Oh.
It will be picked up. It looked like CFO might be taking us to the final game, but it's BYG who are looking to come back. And if that game was anything to go off, reverse sweep might just be on the cards.
I think CFO had an unlosable game on their hands, but that one fight turned it all around.
A 3v5 nonetheless.
Yeah, and that's the momentum that Beyond need, and I think very nice performance from Betty, 1116, and Keras as well with those engages, so the members turning it on at the right time, and well, we're going to keep going.
We are going to keep going. I think really it was that one fight. It was 3v5. They'd already got Keras, they had already taken out Lakai, and they ended up losing that fight. And then immediately after, it was BYG who were marching down mid lane with that Baron and just pulled the trigger immediately, found themselves another team fight win. And then ever since that, it felt like it was really all the BYG show after a very strong early game from CFO.
Yeah, for sure. And I think if you are a CFO, you can pretty safely run that back, right?
Yeah.
You're not super worried, I think, about that as a sign of things to come. And also, you now have the opportunity to choose the blue side. So it still feels like CFO will most likely clear this one up in game number 4. But I think that the confidence that comes for Beyond after that game, that can't be understated, because there was a point in that game where Beyond, I think, were really looking out of it, right? Just random deaths here and there. The game wasn't going good. I feel like the team comp up against them is tough, but they managed to find the Miracle team fight, and kills going on to the LeBlanc accelerated her ahead enough to finally be useful. And yeah, they got to win with it.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, that's one thing I want to ask you. Do you think that CFO banned the LeBlanc? Because I hope they don't, because I still think LeBlanc isn't that useful. This was really just a fringe case where LeBlanc picked up all of the kills that the team had early, which meant that she was able to find success. And even then, it wasn't even really her in those team fights. It was Betty who was ended up taking over. It was maybe that one fight where he immediately eliminated Chelsea that I think back to be like a big LeBlanc moment. And admittedly, on the side lanes with that demolish, he was finding towers for himself and pressure. But I don't know that you need to ban the LeBlanc. I think the LeBlanc is completely fine to play into if CFO recognize that, yes, LeBlanc was fed, but that was more just a one-off sort of thing to happen.
Yeah, I think so as well. And I think if there is a place to look, it actually could be the Poppy, because I think while Kongwei didn't have the most impactful game, I think it is the most impact he's had so far. And it feels like one of the few tank frontliner junglers that he is willing to pick up. So maybe taking him off that could just make your 5v5 team fight even easier for yourselves.
Yeah, I think I agree with that, because the 3v5 was largely won because of him, because he managed to find the stun immediately and then flashed forward and found a 2-man keeper's verdict. Importantly, it was onto Shun as well, who, before he got his Featherstorm out, was back down to about 1 HP. And I think that really was the turning point of this game. And it did come off the back of a play from Kongwei. So I think you may as well get rid of the Poppy if like... Oh, they are blue side, however, so they could just first pick it.
That's
and
true,
maybe that's an angle they can look for. But if you're not going to first pick it, I don't really see a reason to give it over.
No, I would say not. And on the blue side, of course, you do have a bit more flexibility with your bans anyway. I think CFO, they most likely will keep their Nico Viego bans, but you've got the Kai'Sa, which you can first pick. And so you could drop that ban completely, or, I mean, I don't know. You can pick up the Poppy, right? There are multiple ways of dealing with it. So for me, it's now a test of can Beyond win a game on the red side? And, I mean, if they do, they would take us to game 5, and then all bets are off.
That's right. And I think, importantly, the confidence that you get from that game has to feel very good for BYG. And I also want to say that the fact that we saw a lot of laughing, even when it was going bad, I think is pretty good for them, because it means they weren't in lowered spirits, right? Like, Betty was getting hooked, he was getting killed there by Chelsea, but he was having a laugh about it, and he wasn't looking like he was really out of it and just felt like the game was doomed. Even Lakai, I mean, he was 0-3 at one stage on the Renekton, and he was still being pretty happy about it. And this is really the turning point. I mean, from this, it feels like CFO could pretty much get whatever they want, and what they ended up getting was a team fight loss.
That's the thing, right? I feel like at this point, especially when after you pick up Lakai and after you pick up Keras, I'm thinking, okay, this game is just done, right? Like, there is no way to lose this. Beyond it, just completely out. And so managing to find this 3v5 and just pick up, I think it was 4 kills here, and they didn't even trade back any of their 3. So that was so insane. I think CFO, they felt like they were a bit too strong here. Probably should have kited out into the lane so they had a bit more room to play with. But it is quite difficult to make that decision in the moment, and especially when you're thinking, are these guys really going to try fight us in the 3v5? But they did. And 1116, you know, we talk about it again, the LeBlanc being useful or not. I think it did reach a point where it was useful. Chelsea had a very good game, I think, for the most part. He did get picked. This one, though, is questionable. There is no follow-up for it. What are you really expecting to happen? It feels like you're just hooking LeBlanc in almost to have you one shot after. And I think these fights are still winnable for CFO. Now, there is a lot more consistency in the output when it comes to Alistair versus Blitzcrank at this point, but again, it's a winnable fight. Once it starts like that, though, taken so low, even now, if you're CFO, you don't have to 4v5 this. You can leave. You do scale well.
Yeah,
but they opt into the skill check.
And they're also the team that has the option to look for the Dragon Soul later on. Because right now, I believe it was 1 Dragon of BYG to 3 of CFO opting in for this fight. And I mean, at this stage, it looked like it could be winnable, but Shun, once again, was on the wrong side of the team fight. And I think that's something that consistently happened throughout. And right here, he immediately takes out Betty. And so suddenly it's feeling like, well, maybe it's possible, but just all this damage, the stun from Lakai means that Shun no longer can do damage. Walking up into the stun range of the Renekton really did just seal the deal. And I mean, from there was not much left to do.
No, they just managed to clean up the game from there. And damage, I am surprised that Betty did more than LeBlanc.
I am sort of. I mean, the team fights were very, very good there for LeBlanc. And so
seeing that, I think you give it to Betty.
I think so too. I think Betty did. Oh, you probably do give it to 1116 because I think he did bridge the gap very well and found a lot in the side lanes in terms of pressure. So it probably should go to 1116, but I think Betty also deserves it this one.
Damage is
even
the most important stat.
Kongyue found so much on the Poppy. I mean, that one team fight alone really turned it around a lot. Even the next one where he found Shun against the wall.
Yeah, that's true. He did have a lot of fights where he managed to limp away on very low health, right? And just getting the full amount out of taking up as much damage as possible. So we'll see.
I think it might even be Kongyue who ends up getting it.
Possibly,
because a lot of the team fights were won through him finding Shun. It is 116 eventually.
Well, he did manage to win on LeBlanc, so
he did.
Credit to him.
He did it, yeah, absolutely. 4K up at the end, and I think doesn't really tell the whole story. A lot of that is just from the moment where you are ending the game, of course. 81% KP and getting 10-2 on the LeBlanc is something we don't often see. And I mean, it's credit to him, and maybe it is going to force out a ban from CFO. I don't think it has to, but oftentimes teams don't really see the game how we see it, and it feels a lot more oppressive to play against than it looks for a lot of the time. So it might just mean that LeBlanc will be banned now, but again, I don't think it has to be.
You could also just see it as a point of variance that if you get rid of it, you're pretty confident winning otherwise. But this pick onto Shalcy was really nice. Very rare that you see the static LeBlanc doing this sort of stuff. But it really is just, he got so fed that at some point you get enough AP that you're not just a poke champ anymore. You are back to being that burst mage.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think that is partly because he went for the build path he went and not going the Lich Bane, instead going for the Void Staff. But game number 3 done. It's not going to be over yet. Beyond still have a fighting chance. It's now 2-1 in favor of CFO, but Beyond looking for that reverse sweep. You'll have to come back and join us to see if they can do it.
好想吃花雕鸡面哦，可是还在加班。
阿嬷，加班也能来碗酒香补一补哦。
就是这味道，
这碗花雕鸡面帮你补身又补心，
好满足哦。
还有麻油鸡面，赶走你疲累的寒意。要不要再来碗花雕酸菜牛肉面？暖心酒香的丰盛美味，台酒酒香经典系列。
这不就是我们以前常吃的三杯鸡？哇，现在好想吃哦。
笑脸嘞，要不要来碗三杯鸡风味干面？来，跟回味一拜。
就是这味道，
这碗浓郁咸香的酱，搭着葱花，再加上 Q 弹弹的面条，再淋上招牌米酒，吼吼。
这真是记忆中的美味啊！重现记忆中的街边美味，海酒面摊系列。
难得皇上莅临蒙古，臣等备好贡品向皇上进献。
好想吃哦！
特此线上，此为酒香蒙古锅牛肉面，
就是这味道，浓郁的汤头为牛臀骨风味，还有孜然香，淋上5加皮料理酒，更有层次。这真是宫廷御膳顶级享受。
台酒御膳堂酒香蒙古锅牛肉面。
All of the hours that I put in running and gunning the past, all of them clap. Big applause, wish I could pause all they react. Ooh, we know I never had a losing streak. I know you see what adrenaline's doing to me. I've been kicking game, Bruce Lee. You ain't in the game too weak. Make them feel the pain too deep. Tell them get out the kitchen, you can't take the heat. What I'm doing, getting right to it. The money is talking, I'm flowing, it's coming in just how I do it. Can't stop, nah, won't stop. It's been on live, you don't believe it, just watch.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to our series. And we have a series on our hands now because Beyond, backs against the wall, both in the series and the game, managed to find a massive turnaround to pick up their first win in the series. And now, still match point for CFO. They've selected the blue side now. So, first time they've got to select side for the series, and maybe that makes a big difference. But ultimately, doesn't seem like the sides really matter.
No, I wouldn't think so. I think maybe the chance for it to matter is around that jungle pool. We talked about it a bit before the break, but I think there is potentially something there with restricting Kongyue's pool a little bit further. They already did ban away the Viego, but maybe the Poppy as well?
Yeah, absolutely. Something like that could be what you look towards, unless maybe the Poppy priority is just raising here in the series, and it could be even looked at as perhaps a first pick. I don't know. I mean, we're going to have to find out when we head into the draft phase, because we've seen a lot of different things, I think, now. And LeBlanc might even be something that CFO just choose to get rid of, as you sort of touched on. Not so much because the LeBlancs look so strong, but it is just a kind of a question mark where oftentimes you can just lose the game because of it, but you can also just win the game because of it. And so getting rid of that sort of, you know, complication might just feel good.
I think so. We'll have to see what they end up doing. I want to see as well if Kai'Sa gets through this game, because on the side of BYG, they banned, what was it? They banned Maokai, Sejuani, and Rumble. So I think maybe you don't need to ban the Rumble as the red side, and you could drop that for the Kai'Sa, but otherwise, there's a good chance that's going through.
Yeah, absolutely. And it might even feel good because, I don't know, 116 hasn't really played the Azir, but you can look to trade the Kai'Sa with the Azir, perhaps. It is, obviously, Azir has looked very strong. Even in that game, I mean, we never really got to see it scale because despite the fact that really CFO held all the cards, they ended up just kind of griefing their way to losing the game a lot, because even when they did end up losing, they didn't even have to take the fight. They still had the scaling. They were still on soul point. And I think it's something that probably the coaching staff at CFO recognized and sort of got across. It's something that can be fixed between the games. And so heading into this one, I mean, Lakai there, he started off rough, but came into his own and oftentimes found his way onto that back line and became a menace that the Renekton oftentimes does become. And now we've already seen the bans. Blitzcrank is going to be banned in the first three.
Banned by blue. So that's pretty interesting.
So it could be a Xayah first pick here.
Yeah.
Poppy as well remains open.
Xayah first pick seems the most likely. And I think it makes a lot of sense, you know, up into what has been shown. It will give Betty the opportunity to match with the Zeri again. Or will it be that Poppy priority? I like this more, I think. I think that, you know, you can always trade Xayah Zeri and that's fine. But I think getting Kongyue away from stuff that he's going to have a lot of impact on feels very good. And I wonder what he does look for now, because I think most junglers right here, you take probably Xayah Rel, but is he going to go for something like the Nocturne instead?
This could be a game 2 throwback.
Yeah, so it's easier, I guess, to play the Nocturne with the Xayah off the board. But again, if you're playing into something like Azir Poppy, which is an incredible mid-jungle 2v2 and very hard to engage on, I don't feel too confident in the Nocturne pick. But obviously, we'll have to see what gets built around it. And I wouldn't even be surprised to see the LeBlanc come through again, because I think that, but we just take the Rumble again, which is, this is a little surprising to me, because he did deal well with the Nocturne, but they're just going to go ahead and lock them both in.
So far, it is just game number 2 being thrown back in the draft, but on opposite sides of the map. This would change it, though, of course.
Yeah. I like the Annie if they do go for it.
Me too. Last time it was the Ari.
Okay.
So 116 now, opting for the Annie, which obviously is just a very stable pick. 100% win rate even in the playoffs thus far.
Okay, so what are we looking for in the 4-5? You know, on the side of CFO, they haven't shown either of their bot lanes, so you can look to take those out. I think if you're CFO, probably do want to make sure you deny this Rakan. Zeri is the first ban. Makes a lot of sense as the go-to ADC into the Xayah, and also one of the better ADCs I think at dealing with the Nocturne, and I wonder what Shun is going to play this game. You know, the Aphelios is kind of the obvious choice, but I don't think it's an incredibly easy Aphelios game, and there's a good chance that it gets banned if it's not just another engaged support targeted out.
Could we see the return of the Shun Ezreal?
Yeah, could be.
Feels like it does pretty well so far in what's shown.
Okay, so Alistar's banned. So it does feel like Aphelios or Ezreal could be the pickup here. Nothing else feels super viable, I think, into this sort of composition. I will see, though, because Shun, he does like to play a lot of off-meta picks. And what do you do for your ban here? Because you can ban away the Rel if you just want to deny engage and allow yourselves just to poke. They ban away the Renekton instead, so don't want the Kai to have that ability to stabilize up top lane. Probably just want him to go towards the Jax once again and rest confident that he can handle that matchup. Looked very good last time around.
This game's being made very difficult for an AD carry player.
It is. It's not going to be fun. I kind of like the Ezreal, honestly, just for surviving all this.
Yeah, and it does just pair well with the Jace as well. Obviously, item spikes come through very similar times. I also do like the Rel. I think the Rel does pretty well. Can sit on the AD carry or the Jace as well to try and peel a little bit of what the Nocturne wants to do.
Well, it looks like this Rel will be locked in. Makes a lot of sense. Really, the only last remaining big engaged support. So what do you go for? You know, because I think Aphelios is the power pick, but it just looks so difficult to be an Aphelios in this game. And I mean, maybe...
Oh!
Sivir, this was something I was thinking about. So obviously you have the spell shield, but you are very short-ranged. And that can be punished, I think, by the Annie especially. So we'll see. Draven, would he really? I mean, it seems... Okay. Now, this is probably just AP Varus, I would expect, and the ability to build a Zhonya's into both the Nautilus and the Nocturne. So, I haven't been a big Varus fan, but I do think if you go, you know, just something like Shiv, Nashor's Zhonya's, I think that looks really good this game.
Yeah. And it should almost certainly be the Jax locked in here again, and obviously Rest having a pretty good time for himself last time this matchup happened. It was Kongwei who put a lot of pressure around him, but I think Rest, seeing what is the same topside 2v2 as last time, should be pretty well aware of what could possibly happen.
Well, game number 4, I feel like just questions really around how it's going to play out. For me, a lot of this game has to be on Shun and his ability to survive these constant engages, because so often he is going to be the target. Once he gets his items, that can be, you know, that could change. It might be that Jimmy and then becomes the focus. And on the other side, for me, it is 116's Annie who needs to find a lot of this game, because we've talked up the Annie for multiple different players. I think it's a champ that is very underrated in the games that the PCS plays, right? Just constant 5v5ing, having the ability to have engage and pick from your mid laner, as well as just consistent AoE, can't be undervalued. And Annie hasn't lost yet. 100% win rate in the playoffs.
Yeah, absolutely. We're going to see Betty on the Xayah here. Obviously something always to look forward to. Very, very strong on that champion. But, I mean, you can say the same, really, for the side of CFO. I mean, Jimmy on the Jace, once again. Very, very strong Jace player. Even Gemini on the Poppy. I guess question mark really is around that Varus. Yep. Both what build will he go for and how he plays it. Because we've seen Wako play this Varus AP into pretty much what is the team comp he's faced up against here. And it looked very, very good. I think Wako really the main player in the league that makes Varus look viable. See if Shun can step up to the plate and do very similar.
Could be. I think a lot of it does come down to the build, because it feels like Varus into this comp before you have a Zhonya's is unplayable, right? But I think that if you go maybe Zhonya's second or third, that at least gives you something to work towards, and it's just about stabilizing the game before that point. But I don't think it's easy. Beyond, they have so many pick tools. And I, for one, am glad I'm not the Varus.
30 seconds until minions spawn.
Hail Blade, so doesn't really say
level
a whole lot.
1, 5v5. Is that what we've got
Oh my
here?
goodness, we do.
We ball.
It comes down to this. A lot of damage coming through, and it's going to be an immediate
Oh,
first
the
blood.
5-man.
5-man is found, and they're kiting back. Shun's trying to do what damage he can. Betty goes over the wall, finding himself a second kill. Chelsea going to have to flash as well, and they're still going forward. CFO, they're the wrong neighborhood. Lakai, he's catching up. It will just be the 2 kills, however. But importantly, Beyond picked them up on Annie and Zaya, the exact people you'd want them to be on.
What a start to game number 4. And if we were thinking CFO, we're just going to come in here, clean this one up, and just have us a 3-1, we thought wrong. Now, a lot of flashes have been used. In fact, Beyond used every single flash they have for those 2 kills. I think it's worth it, though. Having a kill on each of the carries. Can't be happier than that. Something a little interesting is Chelsea has the exhaust. So I guess wants to just be able to peel Shun in those team fights.
Is likely the case. And now, with all those flashes being down, obviously you did get pretty well ahead, being that you did pick up the 2 kills. But it's now up to you to not give that lead back over during this flash timer, because Gemini kept his flash, as well did Shun, and there is a Hex flash for Chelsea. So certainly angles to look for the bottom lane and a potential gank, and undefeated in the PCS is 116's Annie, akin to that of Lakai's Renekton.
Wave does get pushed in, and with that, Jimmy will be able to drop a ward in the Ball River. Don't think anything should come of it, though, as it seems like Kongwei is just going to full clear up. And I wonder how much the top matchup was affected by that first level 1, I guess, invade, because I think previously Rest was giving up priority early, but it was almost similar to the Gragas matchups, where he did end up pretty ahead in CS, and I suppose that can still happen. But just being late to lane might even make the difference.
Yep, definitely could. He's certainly down CS right now, but the lane is pushing towards him. So once we pan that way, Gemini.
Ooh, are they going to try a dive? I think they can. Both flashes are missing. Yeah, he wants to do this, and Kongwei is nowhere to be seen. This is a giant wave the CFO have stacked up, and Betty, I think he's aware now.
Ignite available.
They don't have a ward,
Ignite
and they can't
close.
check it.
And this is a big wave. Even forcing Betty off this is pretty much the job you need to do. Teleport going to come down, though. That's 116 on the Annie. And I think as long as CFO get out here, really it is job done. Betty is going to be able to pick up all these minions, but forcing out that teleport early from 116 means Jimmy should have a pretty good time for himself over there in the mid lane. Gemini looking for 116. Yeah,
No
116 does not have flash and will have a stun. Phase Rush is procced, and in comes the Steadfast Presence. Red buff slowly ticking away as Gemini's looking for the quick scope. Does not land the Q, but will be able to find that kill.
That's a very important pickup, because Gemini will probably be behind pretty significantly in the jungle if he hadn't picked that up. I mean, you can see so much mid-CS soaked by Kongwei, and the ability to just go to this top scuttle if he wants, and maybe even into the top jungle. And that does cost 116 pretty heavily. He doesn't have TP to get back to lane. Still, though, he did get that kill at level 1, and Annie not as gold-reliant as some of the other champs, perhaps. Despite having the assistance on that bot wave as well, Betty is down a fair amount of CS.
Yeah, definitely something to note. And Lakai has picked himself up a Null Magic Mantle. Makes a whole lot of sense. We'll see if Rest does opt towards the Swifties again. Feels like probably he does. Don't see a reason to change it between these two games. Feels like very similar what you're going up against.
Gemini, he is clearing up, and actually he is going to have his top camps available. And I think Kongwei would have taken these if he wasn't forced to soak so many waves mid. So it's actually pretty nice for Gemini that he is able to get all this. Now, Kongwei, he is pretty far ahead, though. And he's got the whip already, so he's going to be able to keep that clear speed up. And I'm seeing something worrying. I'm seeing a tear on Shun.
Oh, it's going to be the lethality.
That feels really strange to me.
Yeah, that does feel a bit weird.
I guess
maybe you just want Rest to be the solo AP on the Rumble.
Yeah.
And then I guess the other argument you can make is that it does take a lot less time for a lethality Varus to find the damage in the team fights than it would for that of a AP Varus as trade bot. It is going to be completely fine, though, for both sides as Shun will be able to extend his CS lead, assuming he picks up all of these. And Kongwei now clearing out some vision in this river.
I wonder with the lethality Varus as well, if they do just feel like having the extra range is what's going to keep him safe from the Annie. Obviously, once engaged on, if he does have Xiaoxi to peel him, maybe he'll be fine from the Nocturne. But I have to say, I'm not very happy about the lethality Varus. I was really hoping it would just be AP. But we'll see. I mean, Shun, he's probably been the one, at least most recently, to make somewhat fringe meta champs work. And Varus is a champ that has definitely fallen heavily out of the PCS favor after just lost game after game.
Absolutely. I think Jimian pretty happy about how his lane's going. Of course, Annie picking up the first blood. But Jimian having so much time to himself after that teleport bot and then inevitable death from 116. Dragon as well, despite the early lead afforded to BYG from those kills, is going to go over to CFO. And in fact, they've pretty much closed the gold gap. 300 gold is all there is. And that feels very good, I think, if you are CFO.
Nice pickup for sure.
Oh, it's going to be the
Sorks.
Yeah.
Okay. So maybe decided that the Swifties weren't as much value as before. It could also be that as the solo AP, he just wants as much Magic Pen as possible. Which you wouldn't say no to. And that bot lane CS lane does continue to build. But Kongwei, he's pretty close to 6. Far ahead of Gemini. Does not have it just yet, though. And I wonder, is he just going to try soak a bit of XP from the lane? He could just sneak into a bush and tick over to 6. Instead, will reset over to the top side, has the red spawning, and Herald 48 seconds away. Dirk comes through for Shun, so he is very strong. But you do wonder if he's going to be able to survive.
Definitely do. And now, ahead of this fight, it's hard to say who I favor, really. You've got 2 Dirks for the side of CFO, and you've also got the Rumble compared to the Jack. So maybe it is just favored for CFO to take it up, but I don't think it's so clear-cut. The Annie offers quite a lot when it comes to skirmishing, especially with Tibbers available. Pretty sizable XP leads, all things considered here for the solo laners of CFO.
Yep. Kongwei does hit 6, though, and just in time as Herald is spawning. And it looks like CFO just came off a reset bot side, so they don't have the priority just yet, but they should be able to get it. But maybe this will just get started before they can begin to move. Having that double Dirk, though, if they can bring them up to a fight, that's a lot of power that they have right now.
Yeah, absolutely. Certainly if it were to be a 5v5, you'd favor the side of CFO. Neither supports, of course, being level 6 means they're not at the absolute power, and there's no real power disparity, really, between the two.
Seems like it could be an audio issue here for Lakai.
Hopefully get that one fixed up nice and quick. Get back into this game.
The Herald fight feels like it will be a big one. You know, both teams are posturing around, and I think I do favor CFO at this fight with the Rumble ult, but at the same time, you know, Nocturne Annie, I think it almost depends who gets the engage off first, right? Because whoever gets blown up instantly feels like there's not much that can be done to return a trade. And in fact, it might even be better to be the team not starting Herald, right? If you start Herald and you're stuck in the pit, it's very obvious. You can get multiple angles on it. Maybe that puts you in a tough position. So for now, the Herald remains
Chelsea's level 6 and Kyrgios is not.
Okay, yeah, so he's coming up. He has exhaust as well, and that would make a big difference in this fight, especially if he could get it on Annie or Nocturne.
Okay, do they?
I don't think they know.
No, they don't know.
Okay, Kongwei's starting to move down the map, and I maybe wonder, do they just want to 4-man this Varus instead?
Xiaoxi,
he's fine.
Okay.
That was big, though,
That was
spotting
scary.
out the Nocturne. He is going to try cross back over to the top side. Take some damage here from Jimian.
Gemini started this, and Kyrgios is still not level 6. He touches it there, so he manages to get level 6. So these supports both similar in relative power.
Hook
does land onto Xiaoxi.
Aftershock was procced, and the bear used.
But it was used during Aftershock, so Xiaoxi still remaining fairly healthy. And with Tibbers down, all Paranoia coming through, and this is going to be Kongwei who steals that away, but is he going to be able to get away with his life? Rest overheating is going to pick up that kill, and so while you got the Rift Shield, it almost feels like trade really won there by CFO.
Depends, I guess, what is found with that Herald later on. As bot sides, the ADCs were just farming away in the meantime, and gold remains even for now. Lakai could be in trouble as Gemini is going to come up here. There's no one that can help him out, although Keres is on the way. Rumble ult committed.
Comes through, and a lot of damage now onto Lakai, and while the play does fizzle out, good amount of damage means that this lane just became even harder for Lakai up in the top side. Betty seems to have a good time here against Shun in the isolated 1v1, and I think that is fairly typical. Varus tends to excel when he's got the support there to set up for his damage.
Rest can continue to push these in. Nocturne is around. I don't believe they have a ward on it. Gemini's behind him as well, so maybe they're going to look for a redive onto Lakai. He could be in a bit of trouble.
Kongyue also pathing away.
Gemini's around, but it doesn't look like you can find anything here. Just a little bit of chip damage. So moving down the map is Kongyue, and Dragon, of course, is spawning soon.
Yeah, 1 minute. Rish should be able to pick himself up another plate here as well, so a lot of much needed gold here onto the Rumble, as Lakai constantly suffering, really, up against what is one of the most oppressive laners in the game.
Ooh, 1-1-6, he's on his way top, just having a look. Nothing to be found just yet, though. And Jimian, you know, once again, he did go for the first strike, so he's just rushing towards the items, and I think very nice for him as well that he has managed to get through the early game without falling down, especially with, I think he has magic boots, so he doesn't have the Merc Trez, and sometimes you do see that be the death of these immobile mid laners, just not having the Mercs against the Annie and being chain CC down, but he's played his range well, hasn't been engaged on.
Yeah, and despite the 2 kills early for Beyond, it is actually CFO who have a pretty sizable gold lead. They're up 1k. A lot of that coming from, obviously, the kills picked up both on this top laner in Rumble and, of course, Gemini. Now, Dragon, the obvious objective will be 3 members at least committed down here. There is teleports coming up very shortly for Rest and Lakai. Lakai's going to have his first, so maybe that is a window they can look to try and exploit. Obviously, I think if both top laners come and match each other, it should be favored towards the Rumble a lot of the time.
Kongyue.
Yeah, is he going to look for this Herald? It doesn't feel like he should be using it.
No, I think he's probably going to use it mid. I think he just wanted to force Prio, but honestly, maybe you just drop it now. Even if it doesn't have a chance of really hitting a tower, just force some sort of response, because starting this up first allows the double poke to do a really good job. Now, Varus and Jace are split, so if Beyond can engage on one side of the team fight, they'd be in a really good spot.
Oh, Chain of Corruption does go wide.
1-1-6.
Yeah, 1-1-6 has flashed over, and Shun is no longer with us. Teleport coming through here for Lakai, and Rest has arrived here, but he's just walked down, and there's very low health bars. Massive shock blast, 1-1-6, 1 HP. It's the Dragon taken by the side of Beyond, but Rest is going absolutely insane. Beatty with the flash, he dodges out of that shock blast as well. And now Gemini and Jimian have it all to do. It's going to be Jimian who gets the reset, but it's going to be Lakai who finds the inevitable kill, and Rest, despite a heroic ult, the missing Varus was notable, and the team fight goes to Beyond.
The team fight goes to Beyond. The Dragon is picked up, but all things considered, it's still even. The gold, both at 22k, and I think there we really saw the limitations of Varus up against this comp. Now, they didn't make it that easy for themselves, and I think we'll see that in the fight, but man, Rest, he really saved that fight. So here for Beyond, right, starting up the Dragon first, it doesn't feel good because you can get poked, but I think Shun and Jimian being split is bad. They need to be on the same side of the team fight so that they have a front line in front of them. You can see there, Shun, he has no way to deal damage in this fight. I mean, he's just instantly blown up with no one around him. But Rest, I mean, that was the entirety of this team fight. He comes in, Betty lives on a sliver of health here, and Jimian couldn't quite get him over the wall. Was so close. Did manage to get Kongyue, though. So better than nothing, but I mean, the fact that this game is still so even after all this is a crazy game.
Yeah, absolutely. Very even. Dragons are now tied 1 apiece, of course, after that play. And Lakai, he's 2-0-3 this time, and 3-2-3 on the Nocturne as well. Perhaps not exactly where you'd want your gold to be, but it's gold nonetheless. Rest, though, 3-2 now on this Rumble, has his mythic. Night Harvester is picked up, and all things considered, I think Jimian's scaling well into this game in a fairly timely fashion. I think really both teams still with some very clear win conditions and very good chances, of course, as the gold does remain even. Gemini waiting in this bush. Jimmy might be getting looked at. In comes the paranoia, but there is a Poppy behind you. Through comes the Steadfast Presence. Is also going to have to use that Nautilus ult, but the play will fizzle out and no one does go down. I think good wherewithal there to protect Jimmy in this mid lane. Tibbers was used, so even lane becoming a little bit easier for the Jace now.
And not having that flash on Jace, he was left very vulnerable, but CFO, they play around it well. They keep him alive, and Shun, I'm not sure what he's doing up here. Has left that bot wave for some time and is going to be forced to respawn. Now, CFO, they're in the river, but their window might be over.
Tibbers taken out finally.
Yeah, they are going to have to leave here eventually. But for now, it's fine. And Lakai, quietly on the top side, I will say that he's had a much better start to this Jax vs Rumble matchup than he did previously. Is still down CS, but if you remember before, he had a lot of impact, but it was after a disastrous start.
Yeah.
He was so far behind, stuck on such few items for a very long time. And Chelsea, he's being looked at. Is going to get over the wall, though, and the wave clear from Varus should keep him alive for now. There is no stopwatch, so he is diveable.
Yeah, I mean, there are 3 members strong all here, and 1116 could potentially make a look down as Shun misses with that piercing arrow. And now they have it all to do. In comes a teleport as well. This is going to be 1116 joining the play. Teleport answered. Jimmy coming down here as well, and so there will be nothing to follow. Jimmy actually out of mana, so there was a chance.
They might even still go.
Yep. Gemini, though, is arriving now.
Kongwei, he cuts the bases. And I wonder, is CFO going to be the ones to look? I think without the mana, probably not.
Yeah, Jace desperately needs to get back to base and top up that mana. Was dicey, but nothing comes of it. Now we're going to go back to 80 carries just farming up. Shun still holds himself a lead, but of course, it will be Betty who's ahead in gold, just off the nature of having 5 assists and a kill.
Yeah. 45 seconds here on another dragon. I think, for me, it's going to be up to how Shun plays this one, because he needs to be able to keep alive. He does deal a lot of damage on this spike. There's not a lot of armor that can come through, and if that double poke can get set up, it's pretty difficult for Beyond to deal with it. But it's all about making sure you stay out of range of the Nautilus and Nocturne engage, and not easy, especially not with the flash up on Keras as well.
They might just be looking for the shutdown.
Yeah. He does not have flash, has a Hex Drinker though.
And he jumps forward. Kongwei's also here. It's going to be a 2v2. Rest puts down that equalizer, but Jimmy has arrived. The stun against the wall. Kongwei going to be down. That's 1 shutdown. The guy flashing over. It's 2 shutdowns onto this Jace. And all of a sudden, Jimmy looks like he might be the one to carry this one through.
He might be. They're even dropping the Herald top, and I think they could even go for 2 towers with this. All the members of Beyond are on that bot side of the map looking for the dragon, and in fact, TP comes out from Res, so this might not even be a free drag for Beyond. In the meantime, Jimmy is getting so much gold top. Looks like they will grab this. Res without the ult. He's not going to move towards this. Gets the crash on the second tower. Wants to be out of here before Lakai has a TP, but that is a big swing that I think you have to say favors CFO, even with that dragon picked up.
Yep, absolutely. 2 big shutdowns there onto your Jace. Picks up his mirror mana, 2 longswords as he goes towards... Wow. And that's going to be picked up by Gemini. So 2 towers. Gemini gets the local gold because the Herald didn't get taken out. And while it's not the most impactful gold on a Poppy, it's certainly gold that you'd like to have.
Sure, as the engage, it came out onto Rest, but so well played here, I think, from Gemini's Poppy to just keep Rest alive. And nice by Rest as well to realize that all he needs to do here is survive, kite them out. And 2 shutdowns, I think going over to Jimmy's Jace is maybe the worst person for it to go over. Maybe Rumble might be even slightly worse, but it's not good either way. Gold, even more gold, goes in the pockets of CFO. And a game that was so even for so long is now 3k gold in their favor. 2 items, of course, on the Jace, looking towards his 3rd as well.
Yeah, and look, I have to be careful here. He only has magic resist, and you're seeing the damage that's coming out of Jimmy. Jimmy's certainly going to be able to answer this Jace, at least until Hullbreaker comes through, which is almost certainly going to be the next pickup, but still a fair way away. And now player gold, Jimmy and Rest stand above everyone else on the map.
Now, very, very strong. I mean, Jimmy had 2k gold over his opponent that started the game. I think Annie was the one who got first blood, right? Yeah. That's pretty big. Still though, Beyond have a lot of tools for winning this game. They have a lot of engage, a lot of threat. And I think it's so difficult for Shun to play in these team fights that it requires a big effort from Jimmy and Rest to get the CFO team over the line. I mean, you can see in all this, Shun has only found 1 KP in a game with 7 kills. It has not had much impact just yet. There's still time though.
Absolutely, and maybe you could even argue if the Chain of Corruption lands onto the right person, the follow-up that can come through from both Jimmy and Rest might just be all that he needs. It does feel like when you're up against a team comp like this, unless you're Xayah, your AD carry will just be suffering. Okay.
I think Shun's going towards Edge of Night. Do you remember if that blocks Nocturnal or not?
I believe so, right? Silver Spell Shield and stuff like that does.
Yeah, okay. So he should be able to prevent the vision denial. Whether that actually helps you or not, though.
Oh, we're at the stage of the game again. And that's before Mirror Man is completed. Only 3 more abilities land. If they're on a champion, it's only 2. But
yeah, Betty is miles away from lifesteal as well. Yeah. There's going to be a problem in the near future. I think Beyond, they have to try force the issue early on into the fight before that poke starts to come through.
Which feels almost impossible. Upgraded Mirror Mana now. So the poke that was already hurting is just going to hurt all that much more. Now priority around the river here for CFO. And importantly this game, unless Rest is with them, there isn't all that much Baron damage. Of course, that's one of the biggest struggles that Varus often has, is that unless you're the AP build or the on-hit build, you really don't do any damage to these objectives, and that's often where it can be exploited.
Okay, now, there is a lot of control for CFO around the Baron. I don't think they want to be the ones to start it up, and I think you'd have to say that if it's Beyond that start up the Baron, you're pretty happy with that as CFO. You know, all in the pit and easy to poke. But them starting it up makes their carries pretty vulnerable. So probably going to see the Baron ignored for a while and just play instead towards dragon fights, which, again, it feels like the dragons aren't even the big thing, really just the fights themselves. An opportunity for more gold to come through.
Yeah, for sure. The gold stays relatively close, and admittedly, Beyond, they have a pretty good chance in this game because they do just have such an easy to execute team fight. Whereas it feels like, obviously, CFO cannot fight unless a lot of poke lands beforehand. And now, admittedly, Jimmy is a bit like Jeff Bezos on the Rift at the moment, and he is just so far ahead in gold that his poke is landing a whole lot harder than it perhaps should be at this point, which can open the door to more opportunities. Of course, Dragon Soul, not really a reliable opportunity here for either team. There's a bit more for Beyond as Equalizer comes out, and Betty has lost half of his HP, does not have lifesteal, and so that will largely stick.
There's also more lethality coming in for Jimmy and...
Oh, yeah. Is he going to go Edge of Night as well?
I think he will, yeah.
Okay, so 2 ways then. Both the mid and AD carry for CFO will be able to block the vision. And which, I mean, it feels pretty inconsequential in solo queue a lot, but in competitive play where you can just look at your other teammate's monitor, actually can find a lot more use.
Sure, didn't even think about that. And this Hullbreaker Jax is starting to become an issue. He's starting to bring back the gold lead. I think he's picked up 2 towers already, those tier 1s, and he is thinking about rotating across, but CFO, they need poke to land first, does go wide, and Beyond, they're doing a good job of holding the control. It's not easy to walk through here. Gemini, he's gonna go for it.
Yeah, and there's no poke landed. Gemini is just gonna get absolutely exploded. Chain of Corruption does come through. It lands onto Keras, and Rest has now arrived, but this dragon is so low, and there is no smite to contest with it. They are going to land a little bit of more poke onto 1116, but importantly, without that jungler available, are not going to be able to contest. And that really is the problem with these poke comps. If you aren't able to land anything when a fight breaks out, you do just pretty much concede. That will be the 3rd dragon now picked up for Beyond as they look towards their Dragon Soul in just 5 more minutes.
And Cloud Soul as well. The movement speed is going to be really, really nice. And I think if you're CFO, you're starting to feel a bit pressured in this game. Your Varus hasn't been able to find anything, and it's not easy to face check into a comp that can punish you so hard. So while you have all this poke, you can't really get set up. Maybe just need to get there a bit earlier and control the vision.
Does feel that way. Now, it is feeling hard for Rest to deal with Lakai in the side lane. Obviously, Hullbreaker being picked up as well as that Hex Drinker means Rest not doing all that much damage to the Jax. It really does feel like a lot of this game for CFO comes down to what can Jimmy find and what poke can Shun find. Prior to any engagements, of course, Baron has remained alive. We're now at the 25-minute mark, so 5 minutes since it spawned, and no team has really looked towards it. Obviously, CFO really struggled to do it. And then Beyond don't really want to do it in the face of a Jace and a Varus.
Does make a lot of sense. Clearing out this vision, though. And maybe for Beyond, you just drop the vision, and then, despite not wanting to start it up against the poke, if you can just bring them a little closer.
Oh, Chain Corruption lands here, and a massive amount of poke onto Betty.
Yeah, no lifesteal. That could mean the mid tower going down if no one else can defend it. Betty, he's going to walk up to it. I mean, he has the red buff for regen, so he's going to be okay. And I guess with the wave, he might be all right. There's not a lot of attack speed.
Teleport
TP
coming
comes
through,
in.
116. He's caught really out of position.
Yeah, he's gone.
He's going to have to try and find
flash.
something. Flash is used, Paranoia is also used, but he still is definitely not where he wants to be, as Shun's coming around the other way. A lot of poke is going to be landing, and 116 will be taken out. He's going to delay a lot of time, and in the meanwhile, Lakai picked himself up and in a tower down the bot side.
Yeah, I think you still favor that, probably for the side of Beyond. While Annie did lose Flash, a full bottom tower picked up, and now pressure on towards the next one. As Jace is going to have some difficulties, I think, up against the Jax now. CFO looking towards the Baron. I don't think there's any way you can start this.
No, not without
no
your Jace. They are just going to clear out the vision. I think that makes sense, obviously, using that one-man advantage to look for that. As Rest, he's finding a lot of damage onto Kongyue. Doesn't hit the equalizer onto Betty, however, which I think is who he really wanted to be able to land that one on. So Betty, he's going to keep himself safe. He's got his 2 items, of course, so feeling very strong here now on the Xayah. As it is really close, I think, now for Shun to be able to pick up his Mirror Mana. He did collect the kill there onto 1116, which is some much-needed gold.
Locket comes in for Keres, which I think can go a long way in team fights up against the Rumble ult. That's a nice pickup. And Dragon only 2 minutes away, and it's one that I think Beyond should feel pretty confident about. I still don't really see a way that Shun can play out these team fights. And Betty, he's got both a lifesteal and the stopwatch now, so he's got what he needs to carry this fight, and he really came online last game. I think he might be able to do it here and perhaps bring us to a game number 5.
Certainly feel that way at this stage. Now, Mirror Mana completed by Shun, so any piercing arrows that are able to land will be doing pretty significant damage. And I think you're really at the spike now that this Varus has to be finding stuff. Take a look at the replay of 116 getting caught. He does go the long way. Picture-in-picture, though. Baron is started.
Yeah, that feels like the big thing.
I would really like to go down to that screen if possible.
It's half HP.
It is half HP. We have gone back down to it, so it's half HP. CFO are backing off. They're trying to look for Jimmy to find this poke. Kongyue on a flank. Keeper's verdict comes through, but it does go wide, and in comes Kongyue. He's onto Shun, but Shun gets away. He's able to get away. There's a lot used onto him, and now Gemini keeping everyone away in a massive team fight. Chelsea finds 3, and Jimmy he's got all the damage he needs, but Betty's turning around. He's remaining fairly untouched. Flash away from Gemini. It's a triple kill for Lakai, as Betty and Lakai are hunting down Chelsea now. And after a fantastic engage, it's going to be Beyond who take the team fight win off the back of a quadra kill here by Lakai.
I think he might be able to get an inhib as well, sprinting towards this bot wave, just pathing straight through the base.
Oh, there's a massive
Yeah,
puck
that is
wave.
a big wave. So this inhib should be gone, and I think in the meantime, Betty, he takes mid tower and might just go to the dragon straight after. So now, Beyond, they're in such a good position if they can get this soul as well. And we'll get another look, I'm sure, at that fight, but it was looking good once Chelsea found us re-engage. This dragon and the soul should go over. I think CFO, you almost have to just coin flip the Baron again.
Yeah. We go again. Featherstorm not up, Flash on Xayah not up, but similarly Shun does not have access to his Flash as well, which you might even argue is the more important cooldown. Although Xayah certainly does want that Featherstorm to be up, it really felt like obviously Lakai doing so much in that team fight, and now he does have the Spirit Shojin, so even stronger ahead of this one. Double pink wards, definitely didn't want to do that, but they are going to start up this Baron. 116 picks up the Void Staff, has teleport available to him. Chelsea trying to mark Kongyue, and in fact will find him. The Blast Cone hits him over the wall. They're turning their attention though. They're going towards this Annie. Annie comes in, he finds a 3-man Tibbers, The damage is there though. Rest picking up the first one, is traded back. 116 picking that one up with the Tibbers as Betty is on low HP. We do still have access to both Shun Poke and Jimmy and Poke. And it looks like the Baron stop, it is going to be just the Soul picked up, and maybe they're going to go back towards it. There is no Paranoia, but Betty has Featherstorm now. Jimmy is going to have to look for some Poke prior to it. Kira's very, very low, and Lakai's going in. Lakai has gone in 1v4. He's going to use his stopwatch. He goes golden, and now Konyue's in the fight. Gemini trying to peel away for these 80 carries and Jace, but isn't going to be able to, as he's going to be taken down. That's Betty now, who picks up a double kill. It's again 3,700 damage in the team fight there, done by this Jace. Is Baron going to be looked at? And Lakai, he's also looking for Jimmy.
They're trying to hunt him down there, but ultimately it will be Beyond that pick up the Baron. And you're looking at these fights, all carries.
Oh my god, he might have even died if Scorch was available. It is going to be the Baron though, picked up now for BYG. It's these team fights are impeccable. They're very, very close, going either way, but Betty and Lakai are just having their way. 7-1-5 now on the Jax, 3-0-9 on the Xayah.
Some heroic plays from that duo, really saving this game. And I think you look at these team fights, and at least for me, I'm thinking how useless is Varus, because you just don't get to do anything. Double TP comes in, or at least one TP comes in on the back, and it's really, really hard. Where can Shun go here? You've got people collapsing on all sides. He wasn't even the one that ended up going down, though. He lived. Rest, he drops the ult, which did a lot of damage, and while Rest went down, it's still okay at this point, and it was looking good. You know, they've got the poke comp, and a lot of engage has been used, but they turn back to the Baron, and the problem with this is the DPS is so low.
Picture in picture. There are some towers being taken out.
I mean, just look at this Varus DPS on the Baron, right? And it's hard for Jace to fully commit to DPSing because he needs to save the damage to poke off. So who's going to deal damage to the Baron? And Jimmy, he goes a bit too far forward. Lakai, unkillable here. There's just no damage really left to deal with him, and they just clean up the fight.
Absolutely. Now, siege onto the base is happening on the picture in picture, of course. And I think something important to watch out for is Jimmy, has he picked up that Shrouders? He didn't have it in the prior fight, and it could be the difference maker. Now, poke landing. They are trying to get these minions away from their base. It looks like perhaps this mid and top tower will be taken out as the inhib still yet to respawn in the bot side of the map. And now, when you get to this stage of the game, it does kind of feel like you should just go for an all-or-nothing sort of fight, as Lakai's getting very, very low here. That Jax does not really have access to any form of lifesteal. Keeper's Verdict used, and it's going to get stunned up. The Tibbers going to land, and the Equalizer comes through. It's going to split up this team fight, and Jimmy finding a lot of damage goes into that cannon form, but it's Lakai teleporting back into this team fight, fighting so much damage with the Tibbers. He goes forward. He's going to use the Grandmaster's Might. He's getting low to the tower. He's in between both of them. His Rest will have to go golden. Konyue not able to secure the kill there with that Stride Breaker. All of CFO limping back, and Shun's just taken out. The poke, Varus getting poked down by Betty, who goes golden as Jimmy tries to go and secure the kill. And the cannon form, he goes invulnerable. He is going to turn around too, as the Nexus will be taken down, and Beyond are taking us to Silver Scrapes.
Third series of 5 games in a row, and Beyond, they won that world spot. They're not willing to go down without the fight. They answer back now. They have the momentum going into game number 5. And what are you going to answer back with here as CFO? You've now lost on that blue side. And, well, I mean, I don't know who's going to win in game number 5, but what I am sure of is that we won't see the Varus again.
What? The Varus looks so superb.
Oh, it was so useless.
I think you probably feel a lot better if it is a Sivir there. I mean, this is something we saw so often too, is that picking the Varus is like, wow, we've got a poke comp, and then it just gets absolutely demolished by Engage. And that's what we saw. We saw a Nocturne alongside the Poppy. I mean, not the Poppy, sorry, the Annie. And then even just Kera's constantly going forward. It's like, how do you ever function as a Varus in this team comp? And we've asked that question many times here in the summer split of the PCS, and many times it's gone unanswered.
Yeah, it has. And I really thought he was just going to go AP Varus, right? That at least gives you some DPS for the Baron, and it gives you the option of having Zhonya's later on. And I think if he'd done that, the game would have looked so much different. But Man, I just really question it, right? When I see the Varus just walking up to a dragon, for example, and he just gets absolutely obliterated. He has both his summons, but there's still nothing he can do. It's just, I don't know what we're really looking for at this point. And I really hope we don't see the Varus again. It looks like Beyond have started to figure out what's working for CFO and taking that away from them. And I think Lakai especially, a guy who, you know, a lot of the time goes under the radar of just, he's there, but he does fine for himself, right? But this game, I think, was him and Betty just taking it to him.
Yeah, I think really credit to Lakai in this one because, I mean, he was like 8-1 and something at some stage. He picked up a quadra kill for himself, and it wasn't the easiest game to be a Jax because you're going up against that Rumble, and Rest Rumble has looked very good in this series.
Good ultis.
But it was Lakai who really did seem like the dominant player in this entire game. I think Betty obviously playing well for himself, played safe, and never really got hit by a lot of the poke, which was very meaningful for the side of BYG. And it really was just every team fight, Lakai was fighting so much in the side lanes. He found 2 towers just randomly, and then he teleported into the team fight and find a quadra kill. It's like, well, this Jax is a bit menacing. And you don't even have DPS to deal with him. You have Jace that can kind of deal with him a little bit. But the Varus just never will ever do anything to that Jax.
Yeah, and I think one thing to remember is that the Renekton was banned over the over the Jax this game. And I can see it, right? Especially because when you played against the Jax earlier in the series, it came off to such a bad start that it never really found like it did anything. But this time, you know, Lakai, he gets a reasonably good start. I think he was down 20 CS, but he was 2-0-3, which is pretty good, all things considered. So I would expect if we see a repeat of that draft that Jax will get banned out in second phase. I feel like it's probably not something you're going to want to opt into, especially if you are planning on playing, you know, both Jace and Varus, right? I think if you have some sort of mage or some sort of AP to deal with Jax, and it's not too bad. And I actually think AP Varus deals reasonably well with the Jax. So it was really confusing to me to not see that come through.
Yeah, absolutely. I don't think we're going to see Varus again. I think the weird thing is, it feels like there's not really any AD carry that you feel particularly good in that comp. But like Shun's wheelhouse, I mean, there's the Jinx, which while it feels a bit rough, of course, at least if you do survive the initial engage, you're going to be there to do damage. And honestly, there were fights there where Shun did survive, and if he was the Jinx, got excited, then maybe it looks a whole lot different. And he's very good at the Jinx. And obviously there are things like the Sivir, the Ezreal that you could have picked, and he looks good on those champs as well. So I don't understand why we saw the Varus. I feel like they just really went so all in on having a poke comp. And it wasn't even a good game for it because you already knew an engage comp was coming out against you. And pretty much how you counter poke comps is engage comps. It's the best way to counter them. It's like, why are you opting into what favors BYG? And now, admittedly, they did find themselves ahead early, despite going down for a 2-0 at level 1. Gemini, I think, played fairly well this game, at least early stages. His ults, I don't even see him land one, which is a bit of a question mark, of course. But, I mean, here we're going to see the impact of Varus.
Yeah, this was it. I think maybe this is fightable if you have both of you on the same side, but through both sums there, through exhaust also used, there's just nothing he can do, right? No. I don't think, other than positioning better. And it was, I thought Beyond would just clean up this fight, and it really was Rest with that heroic effort from the equalizer that made this even somewhat competitive.
Yeah. Oh.
Betty always dodges
Betty
those.
is pretty crazy.
Yeah, and
then here Lakai starting to get himself on the board,
this was kind of the sign of things to come, right? Of Lakai and Betty being the ones that end up surviving the fight, and that dynamic duo led them to the victory. Let's see this one here. There were a lot of fights around the Baron. This is when Lakai was knocking on the bot inhib tower. I wonder, you know, again, there's not a lot of DPS, so it takes so long to clear this, and also the Poppy ult did go wide. This was actually looking decent, I think, here, because Shun managed to get out, but I think the problem is, again, who can deal with this Jax? I mean, he's just rampaging through the fight, and while there was an incredible engage found by Shalcy...
Yeah, that equalizer is insane.
But just look at Lakai, right? He's not even close to going down on the back, and again, there's no one left to deal with him. Yep. He could 1v3 from this point.
And Betty's still having that flash too, so as soon as Jimmy commits to going in, just flashes away, and then Jimmy just has to run away. Runs into the waiting arms of Lakai and Betty, and again, similar to the first replay we saw, it is the same two that remain at the end, and I mean, this was pretty much the fight that sealed the deal.
Yeah.
The last one coming through here, and it was Shun who was able to survive, and I think this is the one I'm really talking about, is if he is something like the Jinx, it feels like, yes, it's harder to play early game perhaps, but like he survived here, and they do get a bunch of kills. Yeah.
Yeah.
Maybe if you get excited, you're going to kill Kyrie's there almost certainly, and maybe you can even kill Betty. In fact, with how much damage is done there.
I think if you're any crit ADC, you know, the
Yeah.
Aphelios, the Sivir, the Jinx, there is a good chance that, you know, you're forcing them to come into the Barons earlier because you have more damage. And then if you aren't one shot on that engage, you actually have something to put behind it, because it just felt like even in the fights where Shun lived, you know, it didn't really make much of a difference, right? It almost felt like once Rest was dead, there was no one left that could deal with Lakai, as he would just unleash on the team fight. Even here, especially with the Cloud Soul as well, he just has so much movement speed to play with.
Yeah.
And when you've got skill shots that need to land, it's not too easy.
No, certainly not. This was very, very close. A lot of low health bars. You could argue a crit AD carry could have been the difference maker.
Could have been. And there's the damage. I think I would give MVP of this game over to Lakai.
Yeah, definitely.
For what he found. But I think, you know, on the side of CFO, honorable mention to Rest, who feels weird, right? Not often that you have a game where both top laners are in the MVP contention, but they both play really well.
Yeah, I agree. I think Jimmy also played pretty well, but ultimately it was just team cohesion and all that considered. It was beyond that, just played better. I think early games are getting a bit questionable for BYG. They are quite often. I mean, every single game this series, they've found themselves behind early game. And I think ultimately it's up to CFO. If they can clean up the mid stages of the game, I do think they are probably favored just based on this series alone to take game number 5. But it's certainly beyond now. They have momentum going forward. And that's something to be scared of, I suppose. Because honestly, Betty feels like he's finally turned up to this playoffs after last game. And he looks very good this game. And Lakai as well. I mean, he's had a very quiet split for the most part. But this game was heroic.
For sure. And if there is a time to come online, it's when you are trying to get to game 5 and get to Worlds, right? Both teams still one game away from Grand Final and Worlds. And I don't know, man. Who do you think game 5?
I don't know.
Flip a coin?
I'm going to say CFO.
Okay.
I think because they've looked better early game, every single game, and now they've had 2 games where they've lost, they're also going to have side selection again. So I think, honestly, that game could have just been a whole lot different if not for the Varus.
That's true, yeah.
And so I do truly think that if they just play how they have been, but tidy up just a small amount in the mid game, probably likely that they take it. I mean, how about you?
I think I agree. I think the CFO looks stronger overall, but I do worry about their mentality, you know, now going into game 5 down, you know, getting reverse swept would not be the way to go.
No, absolutely. And I mean, last playoff series, last playoffs spring, there were a lot of reverse sweeps. But so far, we are yet to see one here. It's Beyond coming back after game 5 and after the Silver Scrapes to see if they can do it for the first time here in summer.
好想吃花雕鸡面哦，可是还在加班。
阿嬷，加班也能来碗酒香补一补哦。
就是这味道。
这碗花雕鸡面帮你补身又补心，
好满足哦。
还有麻油鸡面，赶走你疲累的寒意。要不要再来碗花雕酸菜牛肉面？暖心酒香的丰盛美味，台酒酒香经典系列。
这不就是我们以前常吃的3杯鸡？现在好想吃哦。
笑脸嘞，要不要来碗3杯鸡风味干面？来，跟回味一拜。
就是这味道。
这碗浓郁咸香的酱，搭着葱花，再加上 Q 弹弹的面条，再淋上招牌米酒，吼吼。
这真是记忆中的美味啊！重现记忆中的街边美味，海酒面摊系列。
难得皇上莅临蒙古，臣等备好贡品向皇上进献。
好想吃哦！
特此献上，此为酒香蒙古锅牛肉面，
就是这味道，浓郁的汤头为牛臀骨风味，还有孜然香，淋上5加皮料理酒，更有层次。这真是宫廷御膳顶级享受。
台酒御膳堂酒香蒙古锅牛肉面。
A lot of fallen players in our infographic and playlists coming in from that video, and now we're about to find out the last one headed into game number 5 between BYG and CFO, and a very back and forward series, very back and forward games in general. And now heading into this one, I imagine CFO, they have side selection likely to be on the blue side again, I imagine. Again, side selection doesn't really seem like it matters all that much, but importantly, that game, we sort of touched on it. Varus looked like the problem, and it was the option that CFO had. They could have first picked Xayah. So that is something I think that we're probably going to see if Xayah is open. Almost certainly will be locked in.
I think I agree that the Xayah is an easy way, I guess, to do well against what Beyond want, right? Because I think if they go for something like the Nocturne Annie again, having the Xayah is the best choice up against that. So we'll see if they end up going that way. That could just mean a very different comp that comes through from Beyond, right? Because then the Poppy would be available, and they could play something like, you know, the Zeri Poppy.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of options, of course, but I feel like just having that solid foundation in your bot lane of having that Xayah makes the game a lot more playable than having something like the Varus after Zeri gets banned and all the other champions that got banned in that last game. And now, I think that is probably the thing I'm looking towards most in this draft phase, but also it could be something that Beyond realized that they might even ban it away. And there's also Azir has been left open a lot, so I wonder if maybe CFO will look for that again. Jimmy, and even in their defeat, looked pretty good on the Azir, and it feels like something that there's no reason not to pick.
Yeah. Well, we'll see what they end up going for. And do we think we see any changes to the bans? I would expect not. Honestly, so much of it does just come down to gameplay as well, right?
Yeah.
Like, I think even that game with the Varus, it probably could have been won. I think if you maybe change a little bit of the itemization, maybe the approach to the fights is a little different.
Yeah, I definitely tend to agree. And now, I don't suspect we'll see any changes in terms of bans, especially that Maokai will just probably be banned forever. If Beyond even make it into the PSG series, it's probably going to remain banned that way too. But of course, have to get through this one first, and now bans again do remain the same thus far. Final ban to come through from CFO is going to be that Kai'Sa again.
Okay.
So really not wanting to give that one over to Betty. And now the last ban to come through for BYG. It's going to be the Blitzcrank once more. Chelsea not going to have his hands on that one. Xayah will be locked in.
Yep, so prioritize that over the Poppy, and that does shut down that Nocturne.
Yeah, Poppy probably will be locked in here. For BYG, I have to suspect it's been a very stable power pick here in this series. Does well early game, continues to do well into the late stages. Now, Zeri, they're going to take it. They're not going to give over the opportunity to ban it in that second phase bans. And I like that. Betty's looked good on the Xayah. I mean, sorry, the Zeri. He's looked good on the Xayah too, to be fair.
Poppy Zeri does feel like the obvious lock in here. And then where do you go for CFO? Because I think you can still play something like a Rel Rumble here if you do want. That gives you a pretty good chance. Also, if you could pick up something like a Gwen later on, we could look for that in Azir.
I like this.
I like it too. I think Azir and Xayah, good pairing again. I do worry that last time they did this, they didn't really get the, I guess, full effect of it. But I don't think it was necessarily bad in terms of the draft, so happy to see it again. I do just take the Rel along with this because it is a flex, and I think it's also a frontliner. I guess the only argument would be if you want to pick up something in the top lane.
Yeah, but I feel like the top lane priority does go down. I don't think it's that important.
There is a Renekton.
There is, yeah. Maybe it is just an angle to take the Renekton, but the Rel likely going to be the lock-in as it is hovered here. Time is ticking away. I do think this will be locked in. And now it does remain, of course, a flex. Rel has been banned by BYG in the series fairly regularly, and it has been mainly against Gemini. You have to feel more than Chelsea. Of course, Xayah Rakan remains open.
It does, yeah. They could look for that later on. And Beyond, I think here, you could do a top laner into bans. LeBlanc into Azir. Will we see it again? I mean, it looked... I'll say the result was good last time.
Yeah.
And he, admittedly, I think did play pretty well. But I do question if it's going to be the same again, because I think that was a pretty... It was an outlier. Yeah. Where he just gets so many kills, and at that point you can do basically anything you want. So we'll see, but I admire the confidence, right? Going into the 5th game and saying, hey, this worked before. There's no reason why I can't make it work again. The Rumble ban does come out. I think making sure there is no Rumble Rel is probably the way to go. And beyond their second ban, I think will probably be the Rakan.
Yeah, I have to suspect that to be the case as well, because you do feel like this Rel will be going into the jungle. And so, what are you looking to ban here for CFO? It does feel like maybe something like a Jax, just getting Lakai off that champion. Renekton Jax even could be an option. It feels like regardless of what comes through bot, Kyrus should feel pretty good about himself, but Nautilus will be the ban. Admittedly, very good champion that Kyrus really excels on. Now, I'm very curious. Okay, it is going to be the Rakan.
Yeah.
I think that makes the most sense, of course. And there is still engaged supports. There is the Rel that you can choose to put there into the bot lane. Gemini could even opt for something like the Trundle again. I think there was no problems with the Trundle in the first game they played it.
Yeah. I think I'd prefer Rel support. I actually think you just ban Jax here and leave the engaged supports up. That way you can get something. But I don't know. What jungler? Yeah, I like the Jax ban a lot more because I think that you really do want this Rel going into jungle. And I think if you ban away another engaged support, it's going to be much harder. You know, now we've got Alistar and Leona, so at least you can get one of those. Alistar should be taken away by Beyond. And now you can go the Leona, which I think is fine. If there is a jungler that Gemini can play, it probably is better for the Rel to go support, but it's just what jungle options do you have? The Vi is really the last one, and admittedly, it is pretty good. It's good against both LeBlanc and the Zeri, so that could be something that gets looked at. I like the Renekton too, I think especially with the Rumble and the Jax off the board, it kind of remains king of the top lane. And there's not going to be much that can be played into it. I guess you could always put Poppy top versus Renekton, but then what would you go in the jungle? I mean, the options are just very limited.
Now, it looks like it will be Leona locked in here. Chelsea opting for his support here. This is the final pick for CFO. Will it be locked in? I still think there's the angle of putting Rel support Vi jungle, but it looks like they are just going to opt into this Leona. They will. So, Clean's definitely going to be forced out of Betty here on the Zeri. I think, admittedly, this game, if ever there was a game for Ghost, it is a game for Ghost here for Shun.
Yeah.
I don't think Clean's finds all that much value. You could
Maybe
argue
for the Poppy.
Yeah, but I guess admittedly he did get caught out quite a lot by the Poppy last time. But I think if you're taking Cleanse, you're just losing so much potential value, especially in the lane, where really the Cleanse isn't going to find all that much. It looks like he will go the Cleanse again, but I'm kind of not happy about that. I think it should just be a Ghost game this time. Does feel like the obvious pick.
Yeah. So, heading into game number 5 here, I think I like CFO's comp once again. And while they did lose on a similar comp in game number 3, I think they were so far ahead and probably should have just cleaned up the series there. So we'll see how they perform on it in game number 5, but everything on the line for both teams. And I think it's always real interesting when you get to game 5 of a series because, you know, sometimes when there's so much on the line, you kind of see the game stagnate out and nothing ends up happening. And sometimes everyone just starts throwing themselves at each other.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think the champions that we see in this game could lead us to throwing ourselves at each other.
There's a lot of aggression that can come through.
Definitely. And I mean, Beyond, they're looking for the reverse sweep. CFO are trying to seal the deal on their 2 early wins here in the series. And what a comp they've got to do it. They've got the Azir on Jimmy, they've got the Xayah on Shun. Going up against Betty, of course, on the Zeri, a very, very formidable AD carry. World-class AD carry. Played in the LPL. He's gone to Worlds multiple times with Flash Wolves back when they were competing here. I'm excited.
I am too, and I'm not sure if we'll see the insane level 1 that we saw before. Probably don't want to have a repeat of that, but most likely we'll just see some wards drop. But yeah, on the Rift, game number 5 here. It's an exciting one. As a reminder, the winner goes to both Grand Finals and secures their second PCS seed at the World Championship.
Yep, of course. Second at minimum. If whoever wins here picks up a win against PSG, they'll be the first seed. But I think getting to that Grand Finals is all that any of these players are thinking of. Taking a look at runes, it is Betty who goes for the lethal tempo this time. He went fleet footwork in their prior engagement, and now I think everything else is pretty normal. And of course, on your screen there, the information about the finals coming up in 2 weeks' time. live event over in Taiwan. Pretty exciting. I think it's the first time in PCS history that there has been a live event for the Grand Finals. 116 getting to work early, prior to minions.
Nice little trade to come out so soon. And will, of course, be getting Prior on the mid wave if he wants it with that long sword. Both junglers are going to be solo starting the Raptors, so you're going to see some pretty normal clears here. If there is a place, I think, for aggression to happen early game, it probably is in bot side. It feels like top is a bit too tanky, mid's perhaps a bit too mobile, but bot lane could be the place to look, even burning Psalms, and hey, they're getting right to it.
Yeah, I'm getting stuck in. Biddy is really the winner of these trades, though.
Remains full HP, deals a fair amount of damage on the way out. It should be CFO, though, who are building this wave, and I would be surprised if anything can be done with this wave. Now, if there were something to be done, I think Gemini is the jungler I've seen just give up his pathing the most, you know, and just run to lanes and impact them. Actually going to lose Prio here.
Yeah, I think somewhat CFO having their jungler down here, and as you sort of said, it could even be an angle where Gemini just looks to 3-camp this extremely pushed bot lane. There are no wards coming through. In fact, they've been used on that bush, and Gemini is coming around. There's one in the river. They're going to spot out the Ral. Oh, the Zenith Blade will land here onto Kyrres. He's going to force out the flash, and Betty as well gets hit by that stun, but before that lands, is able to skirt through the wall. Now, Flash being down on the Alistair is a very important cooldown, and Kongwei...
Yeah, he's going to find Gemini here.
Does get that wall down, and maybe he's going to avoid him.
He can look bot.
He can, and this wave likely pushing back out towards BYG. In fact, it certainly is, and he's coming through. Oh, didn't look for a gank, though. He wasn't patient enough and just comes through, says g'day, and leaves on out.
Now, should go back to his jungle, so unlikely to see any more action around here. And I hope as well that Jamin is able to be a bit more stable in this lane last time. Because previously, he was down at, I think, around 20 CS. Now, some of that was, like, he did get ganked, I think. Had a death in there at some point. And that did snowball things pretty out of control. It was the start of 116's LeBlanc domination.
Wow. Managed able to find a pretty good trade for himself. Skittle Crabs should be traded. Bot side here for Kongwei and top side for Gemini on the Ral. Now, is Kongwei going to look here for mid? Maybe even wrap around for bot. This would give CFO the information on where Kongwei is.
They're just going to end up clearing up this Raptor camp as Gemini grabs the scuttle on the top side and should go to the Raptors as well. There is a potential, I think... Ooh, okay, so backs away. He decides he can't do it in time.
Distortion used here, and 116 is very low on mana. Jimin, of course, low in health, and there is Kongwei in the waiting arms, although Gemini getting some damage dealt there to this LeBlanc. And the mana situation may mean that Gemini is able to get this wave pushed in and look for a recall. It'd be pretty important if he can get it off without using that teleport.
Yeah, that would be nice, but it feels pretty unfeasible here. Though, there is a lot of damage being put down. Both sides.
Yeah, Kongwei getting pretty low. 116 uses the last of his mana, does connect with the chain, of course. But there's no follow-up on that. Now, likely will be teleports traded through very shortly for these mid laners.
Would make a lot of sense. So 116 should just be able to crash this wave all the way in. And then go for reset if he wants. Some nice poke comes out from Jimian.
Even getting out that LeBlanc passive. 116 has to be a little careful.
Yeah, as long as he holds W, but as long as he doesn't run out of mana as well. Okay, now we'll W to safety, so that'll be all she wrote, but this is a much better start to the lane for Jimian than previously, so good signs moving into the mid game.
Yep, certainly is. As gold remains even across the board. It is going to be that Bramble Vest picked up from Lakai. Once again, going to commit that teleport. And rest. He should be getting close to being able to pick up that Iron Whip spike. Level 6 is going to be ticked over here by Lakai, and he's chasing down Rest.
They're just going to pull that wave and make sure it freezes. Rest has TP still, so he will be able to come back, and that will all be fine. Jimmy once again goes for the Lost Chapter. I think is good. You know, sometimes you can rush out the Mercs against LeBlanc Poppy, but with Azia's range, Normally, if you position properly, it shouldn't be an issue, but wow, big damage comes through there. Does not quite get the second part of the chain damage, but I got most of it.
Yeah, absolutely. Very slow game. Dragon live now, of course, has been live for the past minute and a half, and neither team looking to take that objective as supports both headed towards this mid lane. It is Kongwei on the bottom side of the river. Maybe even looking here for Shun, who is going to get flanked on. Kongwei's found himself into that bush. Shun is wisely playing safe enough to not go down, but that was a little bit sketchy. Certainly saw there was a world there where perhaps Shun going to lose his flash at minimum.
Dragon is being pulled here by Kongwei. Currently do have priority in the mid and bot. But CFO, they might have something to say about that. They're pushing, and are they going to be able to get into river in time?
Zenith Blade lands on the Betty. He is going to use his dash away.
And that forces Kongwei to get off the Dragon. So we'll just reset as he tries to force Gemini out. Stun does miss.
Okay, still just dancing around this Dragon. And honestly, Rift Shield spawning in 30 seconds. It does feel like maybe the Dragon and Rift Shield will be traded over.
Maybe looking for something here is Beyond.
Yeah, level 6 for Gemini though. He does touch it and then forward goes Keres. He flashes on and then headbutts Shun away, but the Featherstorm comes out. Kongwei using that dash to get away from perhaps damage from this Blade Caller. And so a lot of ults burnt there. Betty, Shun, as well as of course Gemini, all using their ults. Kongwei still not level 6, and so will not have access to that Keeper's Verdict. Are going to start up on this Dragon, however, as we'll see. Jimmian is trying to join here. Shun pushing out this bot wave.
Yeah, they want this fight. There's no level 6 on Alistair or the Poppy.
Gemini
now they might level
low.
up mid-fight.
Depends. Maybe the Dragon's going to give Poppy the level up. Very, very close. Forward goes Keres onto Shall C. Chain will land Kongwei over the wall and does manage to pick up that first blood there onto Shall C, but very low health bars. I mean, CFO are going to walk up and claim themselves this Dragon. Rest as well, waiting there in the mid lane. Showing presence, allowing for this Dragon to be taken.
Dragon picked it up, but the first blood did go over. Yeah.
And I think you're okay with that if you're CFO, because again, you've got this Azir. So getting early Dragons feels like a luxury. And although it was a first blood, of course, going over to BYG, it was picked up on this Poppy. So it doesn't feel like the most important one. And Jimmian punishing that forward distortion and getting out the flash there from 1116 on this LeBlanc.
Was nice. He is going to be able to crash this wave and can go for a reset if he needs. Take another look at it. And this is a very initial fight. I thought it was going to be better for CFO, given that Gemini had tick 6 and Shun tick 6 not far behind him. But I think both ults didn't really find much, right? There wasn't much damage that could come through. So ultimately, Beyond are the ones who poke them out and are then able to go ahead and pull the Dragon. As they do start it up over here. And I think Azir being forced to walk all the way around like this doesn't feel that great. Obviously you are getting the drag, but you're also giving up CS mid, which doesn't feel that great for Azir, especially when you're not super strong. In any of these early fights, unless Keres, I think, who starts this one off with a nice little engage. CC is followed up by Shalcy. Does just go down, but had to walk away from the drag, so it wasn't without cost. And now CFO on the Herald already. Keres is around, but still no 6.
Yep, Chelsea is level 6, so an advantage to CFO. Forward, and they're going to cancel out that Keeper's Verdict. In fact, no, they're not, but they are going to be able to pick up that kill. It's Rest being very decisive there, going forward, picking up the kill there on Kongwei. Rift Shield does reset, but still should be picked up here for the side of CFO. 2 early objectives as well as a kill back. It means that gold's even. But objectives, of course, in favor here of CFO.
It's good for them. Getting to the assist goal as well.
Based Jimmian.
Oh, it's the Leandries. Does look like a very good game for it. 3 big health stackers and now a Herald as well. Now, there haven't been many plates taken. I think it's just 1 in the top lane. But if you can drop this Herald and just give more gold over to either the Azir or the Xayah, it'd be a much better look. This reset will come through. So all things considered, game very even, but those neutrals going to CFO comes down to what can be done with it. And Gore Drinker is picked up here for Rest. So much earlier than we saw it before.
Certainly. Even has a cull for himself.
Yeah. He's going to be doing pretty well coming into that mid game. Chelsea needs to be a little careful here. Kongwei is going to go over the wall. Maybe look for the angle. Not going to find it. Is spotted out eventually. Crushing this wave here is Shun, and he must be sort of close to item, especially if he can get it before this next drag. Both 80 carries would feel a lot better having that item for themselves. And I think next dragon fight should be pretty important if CFO can pick it up. That would be really nice for them to forcing something later on in the game. Lots of pings around mid. And engage.
Jimmy, and he's going to get stunned up. He does flash over the wall to avoid the second part of that chain. He even goes forward again. Emperor's Divide comes out onto Kongwei, who gets pushed into the waiting arms of Shall See, and then Shun's up here to claim himself yet another kill. Game starting well there for Kongwei, but being found twice in a row doesn't feel too good. And now healed placed, but importantly, Jimmy not there to collect the gold. Shun, however, will be.
Yep, Shun can just grab a little bit of gold for himself here. And now Jimian is reset. Doesn't look like he has gold for Leandris. So he's just going to have to come on the map without it. Actually, he's staying around. Maybe he's waiting for something.
The classic need 20 gold.
Yeah, maybe he does have it. Yeah, okay, it's fully completed and ahead of a second drag. That's pretty important.
Oh,
nice little trade there.
Yep, Rest feels very ahead of Lakai right now.
Shun's recalling as well, so we might see both of those mythics picked up as we'll get another look at this fight. And it was engaged onto Jimian initially, who without the mercs is fairly vulnerable, and you can see the chain CC. It locks him up. But again, LeBlanc, even with the Shiv, she doesn't have as much burst here as you'd like. And Jimian, he went back in, was trying to get 116 as well, but you'll take Kongwei. No doubt about that, and Shun grabs the kill as well as a blue buff for himself. Should now have his mythic, or have his Kraken, excuse me. 15 seconds away from Dragon number 2, and I'm liking CFO around this. You know, the Shivs, they allow you to get the priority, but in a straight up 5v5, they don't have the same team fight output. Both, actually, Rest has TP and Lakai does not. So Beyond might even be forced into giving this one.
Yeah, does feel like they perhaps should be. Jimian ticking over to level 10 there to match that of 1116 on the LeBlanc. Now, of course, you do have to be worried, because if you misplay and LeBlanc's able to find kills, we see what really can happen. Stun comes through, but he's going to get himself over the wall though, so isn't going to be too worried by that. And now, will they start up the Dragon? They haven't yet, and maybe they're just going to look for mid-prior off Rest's roam down here, and they will find it. And so Rest is here without using teleport, but as is Lakai. So if the team fight's won and Rest is able to get back to top, could perhaps look for something more. Zenith Blade will not connect. I think 116 counting his lucky stars in that case, but like BYG, Kyrres and Kongwei both looking for a way over that wall with that blast cone. Won't find it, and now Shun's outloading damage. Nice Featherstorm there. Will dodge out of that potential stun, and wow.
He's
the
gone.
Blade Caller, but now he's in danger as he's going to get flashed on by Kyrres, and Betty is going to get taken down. The proactive play turns on its head, and now everyone's responding. There's going to be some early kills here for CFO. Rest claiming that one. It'll be the Dragon as well. And a horror play. Was so close, but the damage not quite there, and Shun being very well rewarded.
Yep, massive lead now for CFO. They'll grab themselves the second drag. 2k gold ahead, and a comp that is going to scale so well. Could it be a repeat, though, of game number 3? It feels like, again, they should be in a position that is very difficult to lose from, but we'll see.
Absolutely. I think the main difference is there is no LeBlanc with any kills yet.
Yeah.
Kongwei, he's having a rough one. He started off pretty strong, but going down 3 times in a row doesn't feel so good. And now all these mythics really coming through. Not the supports quite, but otherwise a lot is being found.
We'll see this then replayed on the bot side. Kongwei, he takes a bit of damage over the wall, and then they decide that they want to get a bit aggressive, I think, onto Betty here. You know, Shun, just with how strong he is able to trade orders with Betty. Nice Featherstorm. And the flash as well, to find all this damage on a Kongwei. Make sure he is just gone. And credit to Kyrres, you know, he finds it, but there's just not enough damage. I mean, Betty's actually taken out in rather short order. And Kyrres, obviously, no one around him. He has nowhere left to go.
Yeah, I think Chelsea, credit to him there. Fantastic reaction times to immediately stun up Betty and disallow any follow-up damage despite the flash forward. And it is Shun, 3-0-1 now on the Zaya. We're looking like we have a very similar game to what Game 3 looked like. Difference being, Rest is also pretty far ahead, and he's not on the Udyr this time, he's on the Renekton. And Renekton, I mean, we saw yesterday what solo kill can do when ahead on this champ. Rest, he's no slouch. Cull also completed for this man.
The Azir is, I think, a lot closer to the LeBlanc too. Like, not only is LeBlanc not fed, but Jimmy's actually just, he hasn't died and he's got good CS now. Beyond starting this up, I don't think they win this at all. There's a TP coming in from Renekton and Beyond. I think they need to get out of here. Conrad, he might try to find a flank.
Chelsea is marking it, and this Herald will reset, but I think CFO really, they can get on it if they want. Chelsea might just be looking for a solar flare over the wall. 116 going to have to use his distortion to get away from Gemini. Misses the chain as well, and the Herald is being started once again here by BYG. Keep your eyes though on these two supports. They're both looking for something here as 116 going to be harassing Shun at the side, but certainly does not have the items yet for it to be all that meaningful. So right now, just time being wasted as it is going to be a reset on that Herald. Pings on to the location of Betty, and they might not know that Gemini is here, although they will spot him out now, and Shun gets pretty low. They're going to force out the flash, however, of LeBlanc. She is low, she does have access to that teleport, but meanwhile, Rest, he's going in 1v3, he's looking for Kongyue, he's going to stay alive. The flash away, and the two-man Emperor's Divide, but it's going to be Lakai who is able to stun up and get away from that Emperor's Divide as Kerr is now headbutting away Rest. He's very, very low. He's going to be able to be taken out. Rest going to secure that one for himself. So now we are down to a 4v4. Importantly, though, Jimmy is going to be dead on this Azir, and no teleport available for him means he's not going to be able to join this play very shortly. And mid tower might even go down here to Betty, although Shun's coming to answer it. He's looking for the root, won't find it. All the while, Gemini still on that Swift Herald.
Yep, mid tower does stay alive for now, but with two shivs, it probably won't last too much longer. This should be the Herald that does get picked up by CFO, especially with Kongyue looking for the reset. So all things considered, at least something is traded back. That's first turret gold that goes over to Betty, so he's going to be able to spike nice and soon, but fights are still looking pretty difficult for the side of Beyond. I think that on these item spikes, they are significantly weaker, and coming up on third Dragon, Infernal Soul as well, you're not going to be wanting to give these ones over.
Yep, absolutely not. And I think now Shun getting a recall off after a long time. We'll see, does he have the Navori? Player gold favoring Rest, all things considered. And it will not be the Navori, so very important there. He will not have Navori available for himself ahead of this next Dragon. Jimmy as well. He's got his Fiendish Codex, but very far away from any potential Nashes.
Take another look at it. I think it was actually an overreach from Jimmy, and really. Initially, Rest... The fact that he's confident enough to go in 1v3, there just isn't any damage really to deal with him. Pin him against the wall. And Jimmy, I see why he went for this. It looks like two low HP tanks, but it's an Alistair with ult and a Cassandre who has Unstoppable. So he just finds himself deep in the enemy backline and can't really get his way out. Probably should have just played it slow. Didn't really need to go for it, but it was tempting.
Yeah, for sure. But a 3-0 Croc at the top now. See if he can get towards that Black Cleaver before this Dragon. It's only 10 seconds away, and there's no teleport available, so it doesn't feel like he really has the time to recall. But Tao, though, is still alive. The Rest, he's looking.
They found him, no flash.
They found 116, and there is no flash. He's just going to be taken out. And that is a very costly mistake.
Yeah.
Rift Shield also going to secure this mid lane tower all the while. And now third Dragon does almost certainly now go over to the side of CFO, and we are seeing somewhat a repeat of game number 3, but it's really up to CFO now to really take it home, not make any mistakes, make sure Shun's playing nice and safe so he isn't going to get caught out by Kongyue on this Poppy.
It does feel so similar to game number 3, but that key difference, I think, that LeBlanc hasn't found any impact whatsoever, and Betty has been getting quite a lot of gold. It's another tower that he manages to pick up for himself. Will it be enough? We're not sure. As 116, he had no flash from before. Let's see how he was caught out. So he goes forward, and Chelsea... Oh, okay, so he's found by Rest. The chain CC comes through, no flash, nowhere to go. Taken out.
Jimmy picking up that one too, so that feels pretty good as the Azir, of course. And goal difference pretty heavily in favor of CFO. 3K, it's not insurmountable, and some good team fighting from Betty certainly can turn that gold lead around very, very quickly. A single Baron being taken as well quite often can flip the game, but it's really up to CFO to not make any mistakes because they hold all the cards yet again. They've got 3 dragons. They can do Baron very, very quickly with the champions they've got this game. Perhaps even better if they just wait for this Nash's. Obviously Azir very, very close to it. Black Cleaver comes through as well for rest, so this Renekton truly is spiking.
Yeah, he's really, really strong. Not going to be able to be dealt with very easily. Navori, though, on Betty, so that might be some way. But I think if you are CFO, just wait 3 more minutes, contest that 4th drag, have the Azir Nashes, and then it looks like such an easy fight. Until then, you can continue to farm, continue to push waves.
Just not get caught out. That is the main thing. And if you're BYG, I mean, you kind of need Betty to get his 3rd item. You need LeBlanc to get to her 3rd item. And those aren't going to be able to come through by the time of this dragon.
Pings onto mid. CFO trying to get aggressive. I think they want to shove this one a bit further up and then drop all the vision in the top side. And that would allow them to start up a Baron in a few more minutes if they did want to. Feels a risk that like they don't need to take though. Can just continue to play for the Dragon Soul.
Not often you see a Renekton hold constant kill pressure up against a LeBlanc, especially the current iteration of.
Yep, and I mean the LeBlanc without the Merc Treads as well. If they're caught up by Renekton or Leona, the chain CC that can come through will be pretty devastating. Even if you can't get a kill, you can force her completely out of the fight. So now, 2.5 minutes away. Nash is completed. Night Harvester obviously on 1116, so are there any other big spikes we're waiting on? Maybe an item for Renekton? But it looks like we have pretty much everything we need. Shun is actually going for the LDR rather than the lifesteal, and I think that's fine because this LeBlanc is so far behind.
Yeah, and you're going to be dealing with this Cassante who is built entirely armor. It also feels like if you're able to do damage there, then honestly, there's so much damage coming out of his ear, as well as the Renekton, that just offering a bit more, and even if you go down, there's probably enough damage on the rest of your side, as well as what you've done in a quick amount of time to be all that really matters.
Yeah. Looking towards this top tower. Should be able to pick it up here. Lakai's up here, so maybe they do want to force some sort of fight. They don't manage to land poke on a Jimmian, but Karazi's getting aggressive. They at least want to hold this bush. And the tower, it remains for now, especially with Shiv. It can be tough to take down.
1.5 minutes on this dragon. So I think CFO playing to their win condition. They really only need to look for this dragon, and it can be such a big fight, but saying that, they go forward. Magnus Storm does land onto 3, but Kongwe is trying to disengage from this fight. Gemini is staying relatively healthy, but Betty should be able to pick him up. Pops that ult, does pick him up, and Shun going to use that Feather Storm. He's going to have to play well to dodge out of everything else, and the Tofu Strikes will go wide as Jimmy and Shun do remain relatively healthy, but this constant poke from 1116 can change that. And ultimately, all things said and done, it's going to be only Gemini who's taken out after... I was complimenting the fact they were playing around their win condition, but pulling the trigger when definitely was not necessary means that control over the bottom side river can be afforded now to the side of BYG.
On top of that, a lot of sums were used. Gemini, Shun, Shao Si, all without flash for next fight, and those are crucial flashes. On the other side, not a whole lot was used, but I think Betty not having cleanse and Renekton having flash W, that is something that Betty is going to have to position very well around, because if he is caught out by it, he's going to be forced completely away from the fight. And Gemini, I guess he saw the angle, but it doesn't feel like you need to look for this. And I think as well, the follow-up is too far away. Jimina's just, yeah, he can't get through this wall in time. Shouldn't, he can't auto.
Yeah, no one's hitting Betty, so it just really didn't matter.
Yeah. Just needed to wait a bit. So now looking towards the 4th dragon. With those flashes gone from CFO, I think it's somewhat contestable by BYG, and they're going to have to. They do not want to give over this soul. For me, eyes on Betty. He is really strong, but he has to somehow survive rest.
Yeah, dragon going to be started now by Kongwe. On rest, he's perhaps going to look for a flank. He hasn't yet. Kyrie's though. Kyrie's and Chelsea marking each other as 116 does manage to take down that bottom tower. Now, Dragon does reset. Rest, standing in the front line. He's actually getting relatively low, but still has that dominance available to himself. As now he's going to find out Kira's on the side. Makai as well. Honeyfruit will heal him up. And Jimmy constantly being a threat with those Sand Soldiers. Rest though, he's getting to work on Kira's. Commits that slice and dice.
Oh, the
and
Poppy
Kira's is getting very, very low. Poppy ult does come through. It's going to hit Chelsea away. Chelsea and Gemini no longer in the play, and now Beyond, all they have to do is run away. Able to pick up that dragon, deny the Dragon Soul for at least another 5 minutes.
How about
CFO,
the Baron, though?
They're headed towards the Baron, and there is no Poppy ult, which is very important. Rest as well, forced a lot of damage onto Kirez. Lakai, half HP.
They might just look to force an engage here, though.
They're going to find Kongwei, stunned him up, and he's getting very low. Magnastorm does come through. Dominus also popped, and Kongwei, he's going to be taken out. The one person without flash is that jungler, and he is found. Now, importantly, 1116 and Beyond Betty are still feeling pretty good about themselves, but Lakai, he certainly is not, as he's going to have to flash on out away from this. Croc, Rest, extremely strong as CFO now turn their attention towards this Baron. Betty, both sums up, ult still up, but no frontline to speak of. Means that Baron will go over to CFO.
Baron picked up. They've got themselves a nice gold lead. And they still have a Dragon Soul win condition on the table in 4 more minutes. But what can they get done with this Baron? There is still a fair amount of standing gold. The tier 2s are all up, and there's even a tier 1 top that they would be happy to grab. As Shun, he's going to look up towards there already. If he could get that gold and get the LDR, that would be a big difference to these fights. On the other side, though, Betty must be getting rather close to the BT. Void Staff now on the LeBlanc, so we're getting there in items, but will they have time to get more spikes? Feels like if there's a fight around the base right now, especially with the Baron buff, it pretty much does end.
Yep, absolutely. And now we see deploying around the map, Rest pushing up that bot wave, and the rest of the CFO are in the mid lane. Sandcastle will be constructed, so that just gives even more priority around these waves, of course. As Rest now, he's hitting this bot tower. Kira's here to answer, but certainly not going to be strong enough to do so. Rest, even going forward, will be at least one tower now taken. It's a 3,000 gold Baron power play.
Yeah, 1116 cut all the mid waves.
Really annoying, of course. And without that, that means that it's very hard for you to break the base.
Yep. But the next mid wave is coming, and they've still got a minute and a half, so they have time if they want to break at least one more tower, I think, and then look towards setting up for Dragon. Maybe they'll play for 2. To see how aggressive they get with this bot wave. They are building it up, but I think it's pretty difficult. I think you do just play for the mid tier 2, and honestly, even this, if you don't get it, it doesn't really make a difference at this point.
Yeah. Now, Jimmy is doing quite a substantial amount of damage to this tower, and Shun arriving should mean it does go down. They're finding a trade there onto 116, who does a substantial amount of damage to Shun.
2 minutes now. Another chance for CFO to pick up the 4th Dragon and the Infernal Soul. LDR is completed for Shun, far ahead of this fight, and that's going to make a really big difference. But at the same time, 116, he's starting to deal damage. And if he can get access to Shun, there isn't a way for him to recuperate that HP. Void Staff being worked on for Jimmy, I like his build a lot. Especially up against the Cassante, who's now getting towards that MR.
Yep, absolutely. This tower looks like it's going to be actually staying alive, although maybe this does get it. Now again, 20 seconds left on the Baron means there's not going to be anything else found. But priority over this top wave, and then headed towards this Dragon, which spawns in 1 minute. Big things to look out for, of course, is the Poppy ult. Last fight was the difference between having it Gemini potentially contest for that soul and not. And then really, Shun, Jimmy, and Betty. I think those are the most notable names now on the Rift.
Yep. Especially now the Void on the Azir is completed, so 50 seconds. It's CFO that have all the control. It's going to be difficult again for BYG to get in. And
oh, they're looking for Lakai.
Yeah, I don't think anything can be found. He's probably the wrong target to look at. 116 is just pinging that he's going down top lane. So maybe Beyond, they're just going to try and trade it away. I mean, you still have a bit of time, and you have TP coming up before Dragon spawn. So you can just keep going down the lane as a LeBlanc, but you are going to give up all control around the Dragon. And the Dragon fight ultimately is what matters here. A little bit of poke comes through.
Yep.
And no lifesteal, remember, on Shun. Tower does go down. 10 seconds away, though. And 1116, maybe he can break this. I'm not sure if he can...
Oh, he's doing
he
the damage.
Could go for the inhib, maybe.
Yeah, might even find it. It would come at the cost, of course, of an Infernal Soul, but... Okay, Infernal started here. Shall see. Gonna guard it. Okay, that is the tower. Recall coming through now for the side of CFO.
Yeah, inhib is gone.
They're gonna get another tower.
I think this is about as good as you can get for Beyond.
Absolutely.
As they managed to take away an inhib and some gold mid. Still, though, it is CFO who now have the Infernal Souls. That makes the straight-up 5v5 difficult, and I also think that the top inhib is not particularly useful right now. Since it's on the Baron side anyway, they're most likely going to be pushing out the waves. It does give 1116 an angle to, you know, while they're playing around the Baron, just to continue pushing in top waves, and maybe then he can threaten an end and force someone to recall.
Yeah, I think at this stage you just have to go Lichbane as well. Because it feels like your one-win condition is through 1116 on the side lane. I'm almost surprised it wasn't just Sheen before the Fiendish Codex.
He was just running down straight towards bot. Ooh, okay, decides to recall. I thought he was going to try and push in and just keep the pressure up, because the recall coming through means that LeBlanc won't be ready to pressure for some time. And with Baron only 45 seconds away, if you're not set up for the split push, you are just going to be forced into a hard 5v5. Lichbane is now completed, though, so that is a big pickup.
That is a massive spike, of course. Not only to her damage to champions, but I think more importantly, damage to structures. And who can match it? I mean, maybe Jimmian, but he has to be very, very careful. And also, that is a lot of team fight damage that would be missing.
Yeah. Maybe they'll just send rest for now. I think he can at least hold the LeBlanc, but it doesn't feel like any headway will be made. Might even just be able to trade out his HP and just TP to the Baron after.
Well, this looks perfectly fine, honestly.
Yeah, I think you're happy with that, all things considered. And I think if you are CFO, you can look to start this Baron. It would give LeBlanc the opportunity to get good poke, but if you can bring LeBlanc away from the side and then disengage, that's probably your best case scenario. And then you can just look to play towards the Elder. But I think you do want a Baron here to speed up the game. Don't want it to come down to an Elder flip.
LeBlanc is going to be now at this inner tower for the bot. Now, Baron does go down very, very fast, but if it can be delayed, could be scary, and LeBlanc could really, truly look to end.
Yeah, Demolish and Lichbane, those towers will not last long at all.
Okay, here comes Keeper's Verdict. Flash forward, and he got it. Oh, teleport comes through. Could be a wasted play. It's Rest going to have his Steerax popped, and Kongwei is going to go down. 1116 teleporting in.
Yeah.
Perhaps the wrong call, but it was Baron picked up there by Kongwei. Flashing forward, using that ult, securing it with the smite.
I think he should have kept going.
Yeah, I agree.
But he probably felt like maybe there was a winnable fight there. And Kongwei, despite the somewhat poor game he's having, if he manages to get the Baron, that's going to be enough for me. As we'll take another look at it. And I think it was a Poppy ult, actually, that really got him. Got him out of the pit. Let's see. So CFO, there is a ward in the pit. Blue Trinket comes through, so Kongwei has some sort of vision. Flash ult smite. Does get them away, gets that Baron. 116, I mean, he TP'd in, I guess thinking that they could maybe win the fight, but I really think if he kept going, he might have just got another inhib for himself, because he had the Lichbane and a big wave and then the Baron. That would have been really big. If you could break both inhibs.
There are a lot of thieves here in the PCS, I'm starting to notice.
Thieves?
Yeah, almost every series has at least one Baron steal in it.
Sure. Well, Elder is 2 minutes away, and that should be the end of the game, I would think, unless the team fight is really, really close. But I'm not sure if there's someone you really hard favor in a team fight right now. I think you maybe give the straight 5v5 to CFO, but is it going to be a straight 5v5?
Oh, 116.
Because 116,
He's getting chased down.
There's a lot of pressure over the side. As long as he keeps the waves pushed, especially with the Baron, it's not easy for CFO to hold on to this.
No. But I think importantly, Baron will be down before the Elder spawns, as well as that top inhib will also respawn prior to the Elder spawning. So I think, all things considered, the difficulties that CFO are facing currently should be gone by the time Elder spawns. And currently, Jimmian constantly answering this top wave means he is going to get closer and closer to that death cap, at which point you may just say the scales are just tipped very far into the favor of CFO. But meanwhile, this could be Steerax prop. It's going to be Dominus as well. 116 finding chains onto Rest. Some key cooldowns now 40 seconds left on this Baron, and they're starting to hit away at this bottom inhib. Now, Shun does arrive to be able to try and clear up some of the minions. Are they going to be able to get that cannon? They haven't, at least yet, and another wave pulling up right now means that this bottom tower will go down. And Rest, no Dominus, halfway through the cooldown. Of course, this stage of the game, cooldowns are fairly quick to come back. Resets coming through. Are they going to allow it, though? Kongyue is not resetting, and he does not have Baron recall either.
Okay, moving towards the Zelda. 40 seconds. CFO, they're regaining control, and the inhibs are up. So it's pretty difficult, I think, for 1116 to get in a position to threaten CFO. So it should just be a straight 5v5, and I think CFO are favored in it.
Yeah.
Now there is a ward in the base, but there's no TP. And obviously no creeps as well. So let's see.
CFO have to be worried about Poppy ult. It's something we've seen Kongyue use to great effect around almost every objective he ever does. Very good at finding that jungler, take him away from the fight. It's happened twice already this game. Managed to get Baron off it. And Elder Dragon being started up here. Shun being the one hitting it. It's getting very, very low.
It might just be gone if they fully commit to it. Okay, they do spot it out.
Kongyue's going to find his way into the pit. It almost feels 116 gets in there too. Smite, Shun picks it up, and now the fight will go off. Kira's going to go down, but pings on to CFO's base. Recalls have to come through here. You can't just push to end. 1116 is going to try and do the same. Gemini, Jimmy-in, the dynamic duo are down in this bot lane to answer. And with the damage from Elder and Jimmy-in on the Azir, maybe they're able to just defend solo. It's going to be this three-man unit of CFO who are marching up the mid lane. Elder is in their position. Lakai and Kongyue are here. Betty also here. They've got it all to do. Some poke landing here onto Shun as well as that Keeper's Verdict hits him away from the play, at least for now. And I didn't realize this, but 116 goes down off in the side lane. Jimmy-in does have teleport available to himself. Obviously, Gemini cannot make it to this play, but this LeBlanc being dead could be huge news here for CFO. But for now, they are backing off. They're waiting for this next minion wave. Teleport's going to come through. Elder is still live, of course. 4v4 as Gemini slowly making his way up the base. This is for all the cards. It is the winner of this fight, almost certainly making it to Grand Finals and Worlds. CFO, though, they are being a bit shy. They're walking back on out. As one more minion wave, maybe all it takes. It's 50 seconds until this Baron. CFO, they've never been the most decisive when it comes to moments like these. But with all of it on the line, Betty's taking a large chunk there by Jimmy-in. He is staying alive here. 116 does respawn onto the Nexus Towers. Shun's going to get knocked up. The Soul Flare comes out. Featherstorm comes out. And Kyrus has been executed. 116 goes forward, but Rest flashes to find the CC. Betty, he's doing the damage. He's got his ult popped. And CFO are going to have to run away. It's a double kill now for Betty. Baron is respawning. 1116 is alive and on the flank. Jimmy-in's going to get taken down. That's a shutdown. Shun and Rest have it all to do. One execute. He's gone golden. And it is going to be BYG who take the team fight win. 1116. Betty and Lakai remain. There's open inhibs to take down, but there are no minion waves.
No, but this should be two inhibs and the Baron going over to Beyond. Another throw comes out from CFO and almost 14,000 damage from Betty in a single team fight there. Absolutely insane performance. And 116, maybe he's just going to back out, not going to go for the two inhibs. Does get one. They get the Baron. The Elder is all gone. This game remains on a knife's edge. And Betty, he won't have sums for next fight, but if they can wait, if they can have those back up, maybe at long last Beyond could reverse sweep this.
What an absolute fiesta we've got going on here. CFO
indeed.
Falling at the last hurdle. Shun giving over a shutdown. Not that impactful. It is just no boots, full items here for Betty on the Zeri. We'll take a look. If the replay starts here, it's going to be an extended one.
Yeah, they were really just trying to make sure that this was an end, but on this wave, there's no super creep, and it's too easy for the Zeri with the Shiv to just clear it all out. They get a bit of damage as they're waiting for that next super creep wave to come, and this was probably their chance. They did manage to get, I think it was a kill on Zakares, but it wasn't super clean. And I want to see, how did this wave end up dying? It looks like it's just DPS down again by Betty, and Shun, he's knocked up there. He's forced to use a Featherstorm. Kills Keres though. And Jimmy, and he took so much damage in there. Was forced out on low HP, and now Betty, all on low HP, is able to just clean them all up. But back to live. One team fight would decide the game at this point. And with the Baron, if 1116 gets any time alone with those towers, has the Rabadons as well, they're going to last not long at all.
No, it is Jimmy who does have the Rabadons of his own as well. And I think, really, you might even just want to start the fight as soon as possible. Jimmy's got his tower there up, and he's taken a big chunk. You can't withstand the poke from this LeBlanc at this stage of the game. CFO, they're looking to try and find a way back. They were so far ahead once again. 116 now getting work on this last inhib. It's very, very low. It's going to be all 3 inhibs taken out now.
Yeah, 3 inhibs and Baron.
2.5 minutes to withstand until that top lane inhib will respawn. A minute now left on the Baron. There's a lot of damage that can come through from either side. Rest. He is so, so low. Betty has his cleanse back and available, and Shun is so low as well. This tower is just being annihilated by these cannon minions as 116 continuing on forward. Here comes the engage. It's a massive engage as Shun starts off by picking himself up a kill. 1116 going for the back door in the middle of the fight as Jimmy in. He's trying to find the damage. It's still 5 members alive. The cleanse doesn't find anything. Rest is trying to find his way onto Betty. But CFO, they've held on. They've got to defend their Nexus towers. 116 is alive. There is a teleport available. And only 1 Nexus tower remains.
Yeah, this is going to be an insane game now. LeBlanc can end this game at pretty much any time. The ult used from Jimmy to save this tower. But they have to somehow pick this Elder up with these waves crashing into the base. And I think if you're 1116 at any point, if you TP, you can end the game, no problem. As long as there's no one there to stop you.
Yeah, another 3v3.
Oh,
Shall see being looked at. He's found, but he finds his Xenoblade back, and he finds the stun. 116 is just found. Featherstorm is used there to dodge the damage from Betty. Double teleport coming through, but now they have no one in the base, and Betty should be just charging down there.
Yep.
Someone has to recall Jimmy and going to the bush. He will find the recall, but is that tower going to go down?
TP comes in.
Teleport from Lakai. Betty's there. There's so many people there. It's all going to be up to Jimmy, and he has this Elder Dragon. And Lakai, oh my god, the damage from this Azir as he puts up another tower. The tower might just survive. 1116 getting caught out.
Oh,
Shall see. Oh my god, it survives. It will regen.
Yeah, I don't think it's going to go down. So they're going to avoid having an open Nexus, and somehow, some way, CFO are going to get this Elder and defend their base down 3 inhibs.
Oh my god. The top lane inhib respawning.
This is a game. 2 minutes, though, on the next Baron, and it is difficult, I think, to contest. 1116 does have the TP, so he can just run down bot lane, pressure it, and force someone to always respond. Now, Rest and Jimmy, and both of them are down TP. They can't get to the Baron. And I think it should just be Beyond's Baron. I don't see how TFO are going to get their team to it. And then we might just see another Resiege. Now, their inhibs will be up, I think, by the time the Baron is picked up and Beyond gets to the base.
The bottom mid won't.
No, but once the Baron is picked up.
Oh, right, yes.
And the time that it takes to get here. Well, we'll see.
It's just going to come down to get another 5v5.
Another team fight. Oh.
If they can somehow find 116, oh, they're setting up a death bush.
They're cheesing him.
He doesn't have Zhonya's,
I think it's good. He doesn't have Mercs either. And no way he expects the Leona to be down
here. He's walking up to Chelsea. Chelsea's going to be able to find him if he goes ever so slightly further forward.
Yeah, 116. This is so important.
Oh, distortion. Oh my god!
No.
Oh, Chelsea!
Oh.
He saw the play, but 116 reacts in time, keeps himself Nice and alive, of course. Going to be a constant pest in that side lane. No flash now available for Chelsea on the Leona. Should have the Solar Flare back up in time. Elder Dragon will be falling off soon. Teleport coming through now for 116, so doesn't have the teleport to rejoin the play. But this is going to take perfect gameplay for Jimmy.
Yeah, I think it's really not easy for CFO to get to this Baron and contested. Although the LeBlanc is pretty far back in the lane. So that gives some time, but you got to be really careful because if you do go to this Dragon or you go to this Baron, you don't have the TP to get back. So I think you do just have to leave Jimmy in the base to defend and just hope you can win a 4v4, which there is a good chance, honestly.
And you have to hope Jimmy doesn't die in the 1v1, and you see LeBlanc dashing forward.
On.
Oh, this game is on such a nice edge. Push though. Mid lane. Priority given to BYG as they're starting up this Baron, and Baron will just get absolutely annihilated at this stage of the game. Jimmy recalling is going to have to answer 116. Now able to pick up that Scuttle Crab, which is important, and their inhibs are coming back. As well as that is air passive. It's going to be very helpful in this situation.
Yeah, Jimmy, he's got that setup there in the bot side, so should be able to defend this. And inhibit does come up, but 116 can just run to the other ones, and the fight now begins.
Fight is coming out, yeah, Magnet Storm comes through, and it's so much CC. Shun, he feather storms, he's going to find Benny. All out comes onto Shun, but he's got so much damage. Lakai, he's executed, and Jimmy has defended. Baron going to be picked up now by CFO. Betty remains, 1116 remains, but rest. He's found Betty. He's got the Guardian Angel, is he? Oh my God, Betty is still alive and he's life stealing up, but the rest of CFO are going to find him. Betty is trying to do what he can. He's gone into the GA. 4 members up against Betty are going to find the shutdown, and it's all down to 1116. He's got everything to do. It's a 1v5. And if you're ever going to prove us wrong about the LeBlanc, it has to be now. CFO marching down this top lane. Teleport coming through now from Rest. Chelsea very, very low, but Shun is full HP. Rest is full HP. Chelsea finds the stun and Rest and Gemini. They've found 1116. It was so low. Jimmy in 1Q puts it 1116 so low, and Kerez, he's respawned, but it's not going to be enough. After 5 intense games, it took 50 minutes, but CFO are going to go to Worlds and the Grand Finals next week.
What an absolute insane series. A couple throws later, it's finally CFO that cleaned that one up, and beyond, they were so close so many times to finishing their reverse sweep. But after all that, it is CFO. They will go to the Grand Finals. They will be going to Worlds, and imagine the relief after that one.
Yeah, can you imagine being either side's coaching staff and just seeing throw after throw after throw? I mean, CFO was so comfortably in the lead for the majority of this game, and it felt there for a second like Game 3 was going to be on repeat. But massive performance out of Shun, massive performance out of Rest. They get it done eventually. It took so long. And my God, was it a series. But CFO will be going up against PSG in 2 weeks' time, and they will be representing the PCS in South Korea for the World Championship.
Oh, sad to see Beyond not make it to that Grand Finals. They gave us a couple good games, but unfortunately we're not able to close it out when it mattered. And some very good players, I think, on the team, but can't help but feel absolutely destroyed after that.
Yeah, absolutely. You can see it there. Very different looks from both the camps here, of course. Well fought. I mean, they were down 2-0 in the series and brought it back. Game 3 even felt like they should have lost it, but they had the mental strength to be able to stay in it, turn it around, find themselves a win. They win Game 4. Game 5, they almost did it. It was so close. One Nexus Tower was down to 1 HP. It survives. Jimmy in on base defense duty. 1-1-6. I mean, if ever there was a game for LeBlanc to thrive, it's a 50-minute game where it all comes down to one single team fight, but it just was not enough. CFO, Didn't expect to see them in the playoffs, make it this far.
No.
But here we are, going up against PSG. I just don't even know what to think anymore.
Know either. I mean, winning that game down 3 inhibs and a Baron, right? Like, how many of those games get won? It has to be, less than 1%. It's almost unwinnable when you lose those 3 inhibs, and they had the wave clear to be able to hold on. And jeez, man, what a series.
I think MVP goes to a Zia turret.
Probably.
Because I swear that did so much.
Yeah.
I mean, MVP. Let's try and predict MVP. I am willing to say Rest.
Rest. I don't even know.
No,
I would
neither.
probably give it to Shun, but who knows? I need to see the damage.
Yeah. The damage graph's going to be crazy. I think it's going to be insane. How many Elders? There was 2 Elders, right?
Yeah,
I think there was
2 Elders.
3 or 4 Barons. And that's what it took to finally get that game across the line. I mean, Betty played his heart out in that game. He died, I think, twice. The last one being at the very, very end. And, it's heart-wrenching to see such skilled players just come so close to making it, but not quite getting there.
Yeah. I feel like we're just still reeling, really, from what we just watched.
Yeah.
And it very almost was a repeat of game number 3, where CFO, they look like they're in just the most unlosable position, and then somehow they give over a couple kills, they end up giving over Barons, they lose their inhibs, and then they looked like they were just going to lose, right? It looked like Beyond were just going to be the ones to clean it up, and the fact that it just ended like that.
It did end like that. I mean, I think almost one thing that, I mean, it's not underappreciated, of course, but Jimmy being able to hold against that LeBlanc, there's no sustain on the Azir. So if LeBlanc can go forward and find it, even in one auto attack, Azir probably had to base, but I don't know, the fact he was able to withstand LeBlanc's split push for a good 5, if not more minutes, I think that is a truly heroic thing to have done.
Yeah.
And admittedly, that wouldn't have had to happen if not for a bit of a fumble around the nexus of Beyond's earlier on in the game. But that also comes down to just a well-played team fight from Beyond. I mean, both of these teams, I think, deserve to go forward. But ultimately, CFO did play better on the day. And I want to say, Shun has leveled up so much, even between spring and summer, but even just between his already good summer split and now the playoffs. That guy is looking scary, and I don't think Wako has it as easy as he may have had during the regular season.
No, this is a CFO that will be coming to the finals to play, and I think that, you can look at this series and be like, okay, it wasn't that clean. Surely PSG just ended up cleaning it up. But if you remember, the PSG versus Beyond series was a bit of a shocker as well.
It was dreadful.
Yeah, there's a good chance, I think, that CFO can take it to PSG in the finals, and I just can't be any more excited for that.
Yeah, me neither. And I think one thing that's really important is that last split, the finals would have come tomorrow. It would have been immediately after what game we just saw. But this week, there's 2 weeks now for both teams to prepare for that finals. And I guess for PSG, being that they have just won from the upper bracket, they've only played 2 series.
Yeah.
And now they're in the finals. Whereas CFO have gone through 5. The 6th one will be PSG. And so PSG really have so many games to look back at and study and analyze what CFO do. So I think going into that, you have to favor PSG just on that front. But comparing what CFO did to Beyond and versus what PSG did to Beyond, I almost feel like CFO did a better job of closing out against Beyond.
Possibly, yeah. I mean, I think that the closing out thing is obviously a major part of it, but you've also got to consider, just the early games themselves, right? And I think the early games is probably a place to look when it comes to that, as well as the draft. It's something that you can never really ignore. As we are going to take a look at some of the replays, I feel like you could make a montage several times over from this game. I believe this was Betty's 14,000-ish damage fight, where he just went insane. So CFO, they were waiting on this wave. They thought that with the super creep that they would finally be able to do it here and now. They get Betty low. Things are looking good, but it's really when they have to walk up to order the tower, that's when things get scary. And you can see the moment Shun goes up, he is knocked up, forced to ulti. It gets Keres, but the wave has been cleared. And Jimian, he gets caught for 800 damage by Betty's W, and that's what makes him too low HP to contest the rest of the fight. Betty, he dodges out from Gemini, and now no threat remaining. Just can rush forward, take out absolutely everyone. And TPs came in I was thinking now, I have CFO really just thrown this game for the second time. This even was a 1K shutdown. I think he's full build at this point, so it doesn't even matter, but that's the state of the game we were at.
Yeah, what a game, man. There's another 1K shutdown. I think they went to Lakai as well, which he wasn't full build, so definitely somewhat important. And here, I mean, this is 3 inhibs down, Baron up.
Yeah.
Gemini finds the angle.
I think Keres engaged this, didn't he? I think if Beyond had just kept playing slow, just wait for the creeps, yeah, I don't think you need to engage that. And it's the re-engage that comes out that ends up absolutely destroying the side of Beyond. I wonder if they just not gone for that, if they would have just won this game. Because they still had Baron, they had all those super creeps coming. They could even just pressure and then move back to the Aldo, but they try and force it. And it costs them so dearly. It potentially costs them their world spot.
I feel like it probably did. And it's crazy that one Alistair engage was pretty much the turning point, I guess. I mean, there were so many turning points. It's pretty hard to, you know, just say that was the one. And I think here was the final fight of the game, I believe. You see down bottom, I mean, it's so important what Jimmy's doing here to deny 116 from just blatantly ending the game on this full build LeBlanc.
Yeah, he was just had that set up for himself, and then the rest of Beyond and CFO had to play for the 4v4. And I think not having the LeBlanc to draw away pressure from Betty in the fights does make a pretty big difference, because I think we saw that pretty much the whole side of CFO just ran at Betty, and there wasn't enough peel to keep him alive, or at least able to DPS. Meanwhile, Shun was just outputting so much damage in the backline, and we'll see it here. So they move forward, take control of the pit. So Beyond, they know that they have to make them back off from this, but Gemini, he's got a really nice angle over the wall onto Betty.
Look how much damage Shun is doing to Baron.
Yeah, it's pretty absurd now. Engage again comes forward from Keres, but re-engage once again from Gemini, catches everyone up, and Betty, he does what he can, but just look, there's no one left to stand in front of him, right? They're so low, and while Lakai takes Shun into the pit there, he just doesn't have the damage at this point. They're all taken out, and after that, that was the game.
It was the game, and then they all charged down Betty there as well. Wow, okay.
It's a lot of damage.
I'm very surprised by Cassante damage.
Yeah.
I think that is pretty unacceptable. And honestly, looking at that, obviously, Rest got very fed. But it does feel like Cassante should be doing a little bit more than 9,000 damage in a 50-minute game.
Yeah, I mean, less than your Poppy jungle feels pretty weird. I guess he just couldn't ever find a way onto a Zero Xayah, but then you've got to wonder, could you have picked something else instead?
Yes.
Probably.
I'll answer that question. I do feel like you possibly could have. But, I mean, it's too late now, of course. You know, one thing I'd love to see is damage to champions done by Static Shiv this game.
Oh, yeah.
Because that would be obscenely high. I think you would be nearly touching like 6,000, 7,000 damage on probably Betty more than LeBlanc, because LeBlanc was just sort of sitting in her own lane most of the time. And it will be Shun. Massive performance out of him. 12, 1, and 4. He picks up the MVP. And as I said, he's really, really leveling up.
Yeah, he played pretty well all series long. Played really well all series long. Actually, him and Xiaozi, I think, had some amazing performances. And the rest of CFO, I think they chipped in for sure. Like, they had good games, each of them, here and there. But it really was, I think, the CFO bot lane that got them over the line.
Yeah, absolutely. I think, honestly, Rest as well. I want to really mention Rest in that, because I think that what he was doing in the top lane, not only was he getting ahead, but he was being at the fights exactly at the right time, and so many of the fights would have been different if not for Rest being so far ahead. And I mean, you can even say that about some of the games they lost, where the impact that he was having was very, very felt by everyone on the Rift. And I think Rest are contended for MVP of the series, but I think ultimately it probably has to go to either Shun or Xiaozi. But I mean, what a series we just witnessed. I hope you all enjoyed it, because I know Shock and I certainly have. It was a very, very fun one, especially how it ended. But I mean, that'll do us now for the lower bracket final. We are going to have an interview, but before that, we'll have a quick little break while we set up.
I know we're gonna make it. We're just
our time and we're gonna show 'em.
You be owning us, we bold enough, we leave you lying in the dust. We got
Welcome to our post-game interview, joining by CFO Gemini。欢迎来到我们的赛后采访。我们今天邀请到的是 CFO 的 Gemini， 跟大家打个招呼。
大家好，我是 CFO 打野 Gemini。
What a series, what a game 5, and what a way to the final. How do you feel about this win? 就是这个系列赛真的是太精彩、太刺激、太情绪化、太戏剧性了。赢下来的心情怎么样？
就自己觉得看到主堡爆掉那一瞬间就蛮放心、蛮亢奋的，然后当下也讲不出任何话，然后眼泪默默流出来。
I become very emotional when I see the game won, and my tears just easily come out of my eyes. So that is very, very, very emotional moment. So second question. After a 2-0 lead with a clean fashion, you threw a lead in Game 3 and got tied up. How did you manage to hold your ground and close out this series? 你们在前2场比赛其实赢的都相对轻松，然后第3场比赛也拿到了非常大量的领先，但这第1场比赛被翻盘，甚至到第1场比赛被追平，你们是怎么顶住压力，不被让二追三，然后把系列赛守下来？
我觉得最主要是我们2-0拿下之后，第3场开始有点急了，加上前面优势很大。然后我们后来就去检讨我们自己的失误，然后第5场就保持我们自己的玩法，就是稳定一点，然后等对面失误这样。
I think we made a lot of mistakes in Game 3 and Game 4, so we just focus on reviewing our mistakes and try to play our own game in Game 5, which is play more stable and waiting for the other teams to make mistakes. So next question. All of your team showed up today. Who do you think is the MVP of this series? 你们其实整队在这个系列赛的表现都非常的突出，都有站出来。你自己觉得这个系列赛的 MVP 是哪一位选手？
我自己会给到小顺吧，因为不管是从季赛到季后赛，他都是一个非常稳定的人，所以他也就没有拿到很多 MVP， 我觉得是蛮可惜的。我自己觉得他是 PCS 最强的 AD。
I think Shun is our MVP in this series, and not only in this series. From the season, he is the most stable player in our team. And in this series, I think he didn't get much attention than other players. So I think he is the best AD carry in PCS. So next question. After 7-game losing streak in summer season and the punishment of Gatong and all the obstacles you've been through, what does it mean for you to go to the Worlds once again? 你们在夏季赛历经了7连败的低潮，历经了神罚，从第5名的例行赛名次一路的慢慢往上爬，能够用这样的方式再次的回到世界赛，对你来讲有什么意义？
我自己觉得意义蛮不凡的吧。就第一个转捩也是跟嘎通道歉，然后合照，然后对我自己来说的话，这次世界赛拿到门票很不容易。就原本都是靠着 Mission 跟 Koala， 然后至少这次没有愧对 Koala 了。
I think it means a lot for me, and I think the turning point of our team is the photo shoot with Gatong. I think we really changed our mindset after that move. And for me personally, I think I used to be carried by Koala and Mission, and in this year, I think I stand up and I carry my team into the Worlds. So the last question for you is, you're going to face PSG in the finals. How much confidence do you have facing them? 那最后一个问题就是，你们要在决赛和平篮球馆9月9号在线下赛对上 PSG， 有信心对上他们拿下胜利吗？
就昨天世杰也讲了嘛，我们从下面打上来的，那我们一定是100%信心。就不管几场，最后胜利的都会是我们。
So we're climbing up from the rock bottom, so we don't have any pressure. The pressure is on them. So I think we have 100% sure we can win the championship. Okay, so before I let you go, I have one more questions for fans and for me personally. Do we get to see the cheerleader of CTBC in the finals? 那最后在结束之前，我要代替观众跟我自己本人问一个问题：9月9号的线下决赛，我们有机会看到啦啦队吗？
据自己的内部消息是一定会有，然后请大家也多多锁定我们 CFO 的官网，还有 PCS 的官网，谢谢。
I think we have a big chance to have them on September 9th. So just keep following us on Facebook. We will let you get the latest information. Okay, thanks again for joining me for the post-game interview. Let's go back to our caster desk. 那再次感谢 Gemini 加入我们的赛后访问，我们把时间交还给主播台。
Some interesting questions and answers.
Thank you very much, Nash. And can't wait for the CFO cheerleaders.
Yeah, I wonder what that is. It like a mascot or?
I don't know, but I mean, Shun, the MVP for the split for CFO, I think is a very, very valid point.
Yeah,
He was truly, I mean, it's kind of sounded like Gemini's just been listening to us a lot of the time there. He said the best AD in the PCS, went a bit low ball there. I think best AD carry in the world is more accurate.
Yeah.
What a performance by Shun really throughout the entire split, and in this playoffs, really went toe-to-toe with Betty and came out the victor, I think, in a lot of cases. So very, very well played. And as he touched on, really, it is the pressure that is going to be on to PSG coming up on September 9th in our grand finals. Obviously, winner will get first seed over towards the World Championship. Results for today, though. It was Beyond, who at stages looked like they were going to come back and look for that reverse sweep, but it all started with CFO looking like they were going to have a convincing 3-0. So very, very back and forward, very exciting series. One of all time in my books.
Yeah, that was an absolute banger. And we've had a lot of good series now in the playoffs. We had some that I was thinking at the start, maybe not as good as Split 1, but I think as we've gone on, it's definitely delivered, especially this weekend.
Yeah, absolutely. And of course, with that, Beyond have been eliminated. They will not be attending Worlds, unfortunately for those players. A lot of world-class players over there that I think could have made their stand over at the World Championship. But it will be CFO who managed to get through game number 3, 40-something minute game, and what an absolute banger. And here we go. This is the big one, of course, for the PCS. PSG, no surprises to see them there, but a CFO who came in 7th seed have defied all odds. They've taken out absolutely everyone in their way, and now they look to do it one more time up against the first seed, the indestructible-looking PSG.
If they could do that, I think, especially with the way their regular season was going, starting off 8-2 and then going on, what, a 7, 8, maybe even 9? I can't remember. It was a very long loss streak. And then just scraping into the playoffs. If they could somehow win the championship, that would just be
Cinderella story of all time.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm so excited, of course. It is going to be our last remaining playoffs. And, of course, on your screen, one last time, I believe, it will be the tickets, the location, everything you need to know about how to attend the live finals that we have on September 9th over in the Heping Basketball Gymnasium in Taiwan. Very exciting. If you are able to get down there, I certainly recommend it. There's going to be giveaways and things that come along with your tickets. So go on and check out that link down the bottom or the QR code and book in your tickets to wherever you see fit. But, I mean, what a playoffs we've had. It's all come down to one last one, and two of the most storied teams in the PCS as well. Beyond versus CFO. CFO once again make it to the World Championship. I mean, it didn't look like they would, but by God, they've done it.
They have, and again, just the way they got here is so insane. Eliminating Beyond on the way. Because you were kind of thinking, or at least I was thinking, that it was going to be, my guesses for the finals was PSG, Beyond, or J-Team.
Yeah.
And, two of those are gone. It is PSG waiting up there, and now, CFO, they're going to, we'll see if they can do it.
Yeah, absolutely. And with 2 weeks worth of preparation for both the players and the cheerleaders, whatever they are, and we'll see. I mean, maybe if they got the cheerleaders behind them, they can take the series. And I think I'm feeling a lot better about CFO now than I was at the start of the playoffs, because honestly, them winning against J-Team, and they didn't even win against J-Team. Them winning against a Frank who beat J-Team, I didn't feel too good. Them winning against Beyond, also didn't feel too confident, but they have done it. They've defied all the odds, and now they have one last hurdle to get across to be crowned the champions. Of course, that will be in 2 weeks' time, so do join us there, where we will bring to you the grand final between PSG and CFO.